What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I see chat going off right now. Couple people waiting for who we got in the back. He said I should politely not talk right now, like kind of abiding by the late night rule etiquette of, I guess host bringing out this guy, host bringing out the guest. But this guy is not a guest, man. He's a veteran of the fucking channel. He's been here the months just keep racking up quicker than we could count, and so do his beats from the beat offs. This man has endless amounts of beats. He's always submitting front to back, not just our channel, but in Blake's, a couple, 2-3 other channels too. So you know what? Let's hear about the creative process. Let's hear about his name, why he gets called a Waffle Fry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out Mr. Stupid Fried. How you doing, my guy? The reveal. Oh
man. Yeah, doing good. Just end of the work day, on to the work after work day, working on music.
Yeah, man. What's the actual work day consist of?
Writing code.
Just
building websites, cloud stuff.
Yeah.
Nerd shit.
Is that like ever come into play with the music making or anything like that? You ever see any correlations?
Not like directly, because I'm not out here making VSTs or Macs for live devices, but I definitely apply a problem-solving approach to music production. Not in the sense that like music is a problem that we need to solve, but like starting out music production, you have this challenge of how do I make music that sounds good, or how do I make music that sounds like the music I like to listen to. And that in itself is just this unsurmountable giant behemoth. But then problem solving is all about taking the big thing, breaking it into as small parts as possible, and then you bite off what you can chew. And so that's how I went about that's still how I go about it, because I'm very like much along the way, but so far to go, always so far to go.
Yeah,
like, the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know shit,
dude. there was some I think it was like some not viral, but I mean in our kind of scene viral 19-year, it was like a teenage producer challenge or a teenage coder challenge, and this dude he backward engineered like oscillator or something like that and made his own VST, and then I looked at his bio. He's 19 years old. He's like releasing it to the public, but I mean he seemed like he coded his whole pretty much like his own hardware synth in OST. Dude, I can't explain it that good, but then just seeing how young he was, I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Like I have no idea how to even tap into that side of Ableton, the real technical side, where I guess you're doing the problem solving and getting rid of the clicks and the compressors and shit like that.
I think that's just the product of the younger generation. I say that as like I'm kind of in between, because like I myself am not that much older, but I'm not that much, it's like I'm kind of in between where you are and that age, right? So I exist in this weird, like, I don't know, generations are constructs anyway, so like who gives a fuck, but it's just an approximation of saying like the people that are growing up, still in high school, still in, early college, and the younger you go, the more like extreme this is, but they're more technologically competent than everyone else. It's like it pains to think about this, but like we too will one day be like the boomers, relatively speaking.
Oh yeah.
It won't be absolutely the same. But if technology keeps progressing at the rate that it has been, and it is this exponential thing, and it doesn't like flatline, roll off, or like bottom out, whatever you want to call it, like if that doesn't happen, then we might be worse.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude.
Like,
and the rate it's going too, we're just gonna be even quicker, just disposable people, Oh yeah. Dude, we're getting flushed out quicker. I think it's kind of crazy, because I don't know what it was the other day that it made me think of that too. I'm like, damn, I'm kind of sounding like my mom. I think it was like with TikTok or something. I'm like, I hate that app. You know what I mean? And I'm like, wait. I'm kind of sounding like my parents, where they just start dismissing things, and then all of a sudden they get stuck in that time period, and they're like, "Fuck, bro, is that what's gonna happen? We're like stuck in our generation, kind of. Is this it? I don't know, bro."
TikTok feels out of reach, but I'm also like, I'm a weird creature. I do not function well with social media. Like, I mean, probably it's because I may not be like a super social person to abstract technology, So it's like, if I'm already pretty introverted, why am I all of a sudden going to be this like, person who's taking pictures and videos of like every part of my day and putting it on the internet? It's like, I already don't even like, I like avoid communication in a lot of, times throughout the day. That's why I do what I do. Like I'm writing code. I talk to a computer, not literally
true.
most of the time.
Yeah.
No,
that's crazy though. But is that kind of why you focused on production too? Is more of like a self fulfilling, you're the one man band. Like, is that why you gravitated towards that as well as coding?
I think that's just kind of been from like an enjoyment of music, and kind of along the lines of what you're saying of I think whether or not we like to admit it, we are all like our parents in more ways than you don't look at yourself and like to see that, whether it's physically or just characteristic wise, because that obviously like some things are nature, but there's this nurture. It's like you're of both. You're of the same blood, but then you also spend this time with them, and so you probably adopt some of the same things. And so I've noticed in myself, like, my parents both have musical tendencies. My dad's super into jazz, and it's like when I was younger, I didn't enjoy that. I didn't treat it like this influence or this thing that really affected me. But if I'm to look and just like 360 view it, what brought me to enjoy making music as I currently do, it's probably the sum of all the parts largely is just the exposure to music through my dad was just always playing music all the time. And I used to be like, oh, jazz, turn it off, next station, like, can you play this rap song? And it's like as I've gotten older, I think it's just like changing taste, appreciation for different things, but more so as I started to like develop my own tastes, and not just like, oh, I heard this on FM radio station top 5, where if you listen for more than 2 hours, you'll hear the same things over and over again. And as soon as like I broke out of that way of consuming music, I think my taste started to get closer and closer to what my dad listens to. And now it's like I'm going to him for the digs. I'm like, who should I check out? Who's got the dope flute stuff? Who's got who should I listen to for like slow compositions? And he's just got names on names on names. Because music's been a big part of his life. Even though he hasn't been a musician, he's been a big advocate for the arts, and like super into just like jazz clubs and all that stuff. And like he knows a lot of musicians because he's been just going to jazz shows for so long. And even more so than like a small intimate venue for like an electronic show where you might get to chat with the DJ afterward. It's like these guys are just kind of sitting at a piano. There's not like a big stage. They're just kind of in the room with you. And so he'll just, go walk up and just chat with them. And he's just gotten to meet a lot of these legendary musicians just very casually. So I think a lot of that behavior, that like style of preference, existence, whatever you want to call it, I think has sort of manifested indirectly or maybe even directly, in how I go about my days now.
No, that was a super profound way of putting it too, because it was really, it was a question of kind of that we might get the same answer to a lot too, which is like, I played sports and it kind of gravitated to more things that were like solo, pushing myself in a solo way, maybe a skateboarding, or it's still a sport, but just directed it into more individualistic kind of art. And you kind of took that and still said, as much as it's individualistic, it's the sum of our parents too, because they really kind of implement this shit into us since the jump. And I mean, mine's probably the same story. I didn't appreciate their music taste, at least maybe not fully, until I don't know when. And now all we're doing every Thursday is fucking going through my dad's vinyl samples and checking out the shit that he used to listen to. So, I mean, in a weird way, it's the same kind of thing, you know. We're literally taking from from what we kind of scoffed at a couple years ago, or like you know, when we didn't really realize who we were. We're just like trying to, like, what is it about that? We're just trying to, like, not be our fathers or something. Like, what kind of weird thing do we got to prove when we're younger like that? Reject like stuff that they this is what I want to show you. I remember my dad saved me a leather jacket. It was a bomber jacket, and then he showed it to us when it was finally the day. Bro, he saved this thing since like the 70s, and I'm like, the fuck is that? I'm like, he was so hyped. Now he's like, yo, I saved this for you. And me and my brother were like, what the fuck? And then, like, now I look back, I'm like, yo, shit, I wish that, I hope that's still around, like I could claim it, you know. But he fucking coveted this shit, thought it was so cool. And now I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You want me to wear this shit? It's like fucking it's like some weird,
you just don't know how to navigate that thing when you're like, you don't know enough about life to appreciate what that means, you know. And it's like adolescence is often, you know, associated with anarchy, right?
True.
Some more than others, but I think in general it's like that teenage angst, right? And maybe it goes a little bit past teenage, maybe it starts a little bit before, but it's just that phase where, you know, you're sick and tired of getting all these rules, and you're used to like fighting against it. I mean, who doesn't have fucking authority issues? Like, if you don't, I mean, do you have opinions? Do you, like, you know, it's like, it's natural to want to resist, because it's not a, you know, maybe it starts as this immaturity, but I think the ability to challenge what you're told, not outright resist blindly, right? But to challenge, I think that's just in the best interest of everyone, because if we all just blindly followed directions, followed the rules, we'd be sheeple, right?
Yeah.
And we don't want that. Like, if that's what the youth is, I don't think it is, unless that message comes through social media, so maybe. But I don't want a society of sheeple. That's not good for anyone.
Nah.
And I think, you know, just not in generally in life, but that's something that I've gotten through, like, business, is I've had a very, very strong consistency of challenging directions that I get from someone who's, you know, my direct leader. And I'm just like, if I don't agree with it, I'm going to let them know. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to stay quiet, you know, because that helps no one, right? And we talk about it, get to a resolution, and we carry on. And the same thing, that can kind of go into, like, you know, collaborations in music production, right? You're working with someone else, you got different creative views. How do you bridge that gap? When you want to do it this way, they want to do it that way, and they seem like polar opposites. How do you find that middle ground? Well, you gotta talk it out. You gotta give your reasoning, and you gotta listen, you know. And if you can't listen, then it's probably never going to work out with a single collaboration that you do, because that's honestly more important than providing the direction, is just being able to sponge up what the other person says, hear them, and, you know, maybe if you come from a different perspective or have a different level of expertise, if you just hear what they're trying to put out, maybe you can, like, rephrase it or repurpose it in some different way where it's, you know, it's the result of both of your brains. It's that give and take. But if you can't give, if you can't listen, like, if it's all take, then that's just, you know, that's never going to work out.
Yeah.
And that's why some people don't do collaborations, because that like, that's their personality, and that's totally fine. Yeah. Right. But, you know, I think every person who's tried to collaborate has had, most of them fail, probably, or a lot of them fail. And I think it comes from that being a very hard thing to navigate, you know.
Yeah.
It's wanting to just blindly say no, like, my way, my way or the highway, right?
Oh, man. so many collabs that, like, I've actually just kind of wanted to, like, leak just to like throw them out there, because I'm like, dude, this is a fucking fire track. Like, I've played this out all over the country. People will lose their shit every fucking place. But, like, oh, you want to, like, you know, fine tune one little thing or make sure it's like I'm like, dude, this is, you know, Like we just got to do it sometimes. But I guess on my end, I've done that at the same time too. I've lost interest in things, or I've kind of played them out and not gotten the reaction that I've expected or something. But I don't know. I guess it is a weird middle ground, because I've definitely sacrificed some collabs that I've really liked and just chalked it up to the game of like, all right, this person, I'm done hounding this person, because that's what it would get to. Like I'd be like, dude, so what do you want to do? You want to fucking do this? Like, you want to fucking put this out? We can put it out here, give them options. But then once you don't get that in return, you kind of like, all right, you start to lose a little momentum and you feel them out. And it's totally cool too. But maybe that's how, things get misconstrued or whatever. Just a lack of communication at that point, because you don't want to harbor feelings. Like, and there's no ill will towards anybody who I've like collabed with and things haven't come to fruition, as much as I push for them, or the other way around. But I guess when art and stuff gets involved, you're it's real personal, It's like almost, it's too personal. But if you don't have any give take, then like what's the point? Like you said, like you gotta be also in this to evolve too, because if you don't, and you don't want to work with fucking kids that are coming up, like, bro, it's just, that's it. You see what happens to like the older generation who kind of is snobby towards the new generation. It almost doesn't make sense and comes back to bite them in the ass, because they just get referred to as old heads, or like, they just get kind of phased out. It's weird. You got to kind of embrace this whole thing, and I mean, I'm not sure where it's going right now, but it's coming back full force. Like, it's crazy how quickly things just kind of snap back, and all of a sudden these feelings of like, oh shit, we gotta go with this person, or we gotta switch management, or do this. Like, it's all those feelings started coming back, man. But have you kind of like sidestepped that by being more of like a personal producer, by not kind of like doing the social media game and shit? Have you kind of like done that on purpose? Was that a strategic thing? Or because you seem like very calculated in what you want to get out of this, or what you want out of like certain things. So like, is that for your own mental health?
I think it's a sum of a lot of parts, basically putting almost equal hours into making music as I do my like quote unquote 9 to 5. It makes it so priorities have to be balanced. I can't just always be thinking about one or the other. And if I was to say, get rid of the 9 to 5, I think a lot of those stresses and anxious decisions and the gravity of them would increase, right?
True.
But when this is a matter of pure passion and just a hobby, I think it allows me to appreciate the things that I like without having to deal with those that I don't. And I think the promotion side of things is one of those that I don't really care for. And it's funny because I went to school and studied advertising for 4 years, which is like adjacent to marketing and promotion, right? I studied that, graduated with a degree in advertising, and then I was like, yo, that ain't it. That's not going to be in the cards for me. Like, I have all these like tactics and all this knowledge about advertising and the psychology behind it, and it's like when I looked at what the jobs were, not even thinking about dollars for time, when I looked at just like what would my life be like, if that was what I went forward with, and I just was not happy with that. So I fortunately had a like, in the back of my head thought that I might enjoy writing code. So I had taken a couple of classes early on, and then I just, flipped the switch and said, all right, I'm going to get a minor in computer science, and then just lucked out with some connections and rode that as far as I could. And, that just kind of turned into what the 9 to 5 is now. But like, if you'd asked me at the start of college what I was going to be doing after, I would have told you something completely different than, what it is now. And if you were to ask me, like, what kind of music will you be making at that point in my life, I would say, excuse me, what? Make music? Me? Crazy?
Oh, shit.
Because I've only been at this for maybe 2.5 to 3 years at this point.
Wow.
Of like production and just like anything in front of a DAW. Ignoring some like latent experience from early days, taking like a semester or whatever the fuck a semester is in middle school. I went to school in a privileged area. I'm very aware of that, and we had a music technology class, and so
What?
back then it was like Fruity Loops version 3 or whatever the hell.
What?
Whatever was current or probably not current, but like a few versions previous in like
In middle school?
2000 and probably 2007, 2008. um yeah, I was like just you know playing around with Fruity Loops for like
Damn.
whatever, I think probably an hour 3 times a week. And then it was just one segment, because it's like when you're at that point you can't like continue that point in your life. You're just like you get a couple months of this, a couple months of that, a couple months of this, and hopefully you come out with this rounded understanding of things to know, and then you slowly like rein it in to like that narrow focus of what you actually want to do. But you're like you're so not functional as a human being completely at that age that
Nah.
an interest like that, unless it's like love at first sight, um and the stars align, and the opportunity is there, then who knows if it'll stick. And it didn't. And like I didn't look at another DAW for a decade probably.
Damn.
um and a lot of that is because it's like I come out of that and I'm like, all right, this is cool, I love this class. um hey mom, hey dad, can I get Fruity Loops? And they're like, oh, you want some cereal? It's like, nah. So it's like, how much does it cost? And the price was just, I mean,
That's
looking
true.
at it now, it's like, all right, it's not the most expensive one necessarily, and if anything, it's one of the better deals, getting all the upgrades. But it's like at that age, you're asking your parents for this, it's like that's no
No.
that's no small chunk of
No.
change, right? So so it just kind of faded out, and I went back to just listening to music. At that point, it was like all I was probably doing was playing around with audio clips, very basic stuff. Maybe the most technical I got was like transposing or something like that. I
Yeah.
think it's because they showed us like what MIDI was and how it worked, but the state of MIDI at that point in time, um, unless you were really good at working a synth, like the state of like, oh, what's your stock piano sound like? Sounded like hot doo doo. Unless you're trying to make some 8-bit, chip tuney stuff, you're not going to get good sounds. And
Mm.
so I think I got discouraged from that. And I was just like, all right, I'm going to find the loops that exist on this. And it's called Fruity Loops. So that's probably what it's for, right? And I think it was like this Frankenstein track. So I guess that really hasn't changed. Of like, classic rock kind of sounds going into like techno, going into like, I mean, it was like a
Hey,
tour of the genres. and
fuck
and
it.
I mean, honestly, now it's like you look at the stuff that's on my SoundCloud page and it's kind of the same thing. Like it just goes all over the place.
Yo, see, I
um
mean, you knew it was gonna be ambiguous since the jump, though.
yeah,
It was just supposed
subconsciously.
to be. It was supposed to be different. But I mean, it's kind of crazy that you had that shit in middle school, though, bro. What did you go to, like Cranbrook? You're from Detroit, right?
There was a Cranbrook in the area, but no, just public schools in the Bloomfield area, which is like one of the just better suburbs, in the Metro Detroit
Yeah.
area. Um, it's like at that age, because of where I grew up, it's like we grew up in a relatively normal, and I say normal, like it's not some crazy, like you walk in and this is like a mansion, right? But the houses that a lot of my friends lived in, like they were in the really nice neighborhoods just because that's who I was going to school with. And we were in just like a average nice neighborhood, which is still like,
Hey. Yeah.
super. Like I look at that and I'm like, hey, if I can own a home like that, and reach the level of success that my parents did, like I'll be so well off. It's like no complaints, right?
Yeah.
But my dumb young self, I grew up thinking like we were the less privileged group of people,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I thought it was like us and then homeless. It's like completely unaware of the outside world. It's like, when you're from that area, you grow up in this bubble. And fortunately my parents have, taken us to different places and we traveled, and eventually I realized that, you know, the reality of how things are before, say, I got to college or well before then. But, you know, as soon as we started traveling to like other countries, it was made painfully obvious. Like, my world was like turned upside down. You know, it's
Damn.
like you see what shit looks like in the Dominican Republic, like months after hurricanes. And it's just like, okay, yeah, there's definitely like we're we're not the less off, you know.
No.
We're like we're just not the 1%, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. It's
But
it's they make you
we're
feel
living
like that, but
comfortably.
honestly, we got it like honestly so easy. I mean, not as easy compared to what, like you said, the 1%, but like besides that, besides anybody, pretty much like anybody living here, pretty anybody who has like the ability to be on Twitch and spend some time on this kind of thing, I think it's like lucky, whether you watch on a phone or a fucking PC setup, bro. Like it's kind of crazy what's going on right now with everything, and just to kind of take that back, look at what we had growing up. I mean, I come from pretty. I'm assuming the same kind of thing. It was a middle class. Like both my parents worked super hard too, but I thought it was like harder than what some of my friends lived in fucking down by the water, had these huge houses, or their families came from a lot of money. That was a lot of the thing too. They'd always own businesses or some shit. They'd be like De Russo or something. Like some big name fucking, and their whole family's known around the thing. But I mean, from what they achieved, it's kind of fucking crazy. Because seeing that now, I mean, I don't think I just like doing what I'd want to do. I don't know if it'd be possible to live such a modest lifestyle like that too. I mean, coding, I'm sure, is a little bit more comfortable, but you've also kind of maybe not put that kind of pressure on yourself. Like you said, it maybe alleviated some of the creative flow with the music making and shit. But I mean, are there any plans to kind of maybe supplement your income or anything like that? Or is it just, this is all kind of a therapeutic escape from you from all that?
It's absolutely a therapeutic thing. Like, you know, music is my that's like my outlet, you know. Cuz you know, I, I don't know, everyone's got different levels of how much they want to talk about like their shit, right?
Yeah.
And so I would rather just like, you know, if I'm having a shit day, right? Um, I'll go make some angry tunes, or I'll go make some like it's my vehicle for expression. You know, it's like if I'm feeling, you know, super happy or you know, it's like it I
Yeah.
think it all reflects, and that sounds a little strange because a lot of what I make is so like slow and kind of, you know, somber and maybe, you know, but I think that might just be more reflective of like being a little bit more self-aware than for my own good, and being like a very analytical overthinker. um so I think that's probably where the you know, and preference for minor keys. I just think it just sounds better, you know, at
Yeah.
least when I'm making music in a minor key. Um, but maybe it's just because I haven't like made enough music in major keys. You know, that
Yeah.
might just be it. Because I recently did a sort of collaboration in a sense. I don't know. It is a collaboration, but it was a very weird order of things. So, um, a lot of my like music production stuff is through just all these different like Twitch and Discord communities, and one of the ones that I'm frequently working on stuff for, um, the the iterative challenge is just abstractly art. And so some, you know, some people are doing crazy drawings. Some people are like, there's a guy who blows glass, the guy who made the one hitters,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Tying the threads. Um, but you know, every once in a while, someone else will make some music and put it out there. You know, I was like the only person putting music out there for a lot of the time that I was doing this, and then all of a sudden, here comes this like person, this I don't know, they will go with, because who knows, right? 2021, that's the safe play. So they recorded some really lovely acoustic guitar and really just, you know, intimate, cozy vocals. Just some like singer songwriter stuff, right? Um, and I mean, you can tell when some crazy stuff plays on a stream because you'll see chat just go nuts, right? and you just could see this. And these streams have, probably between 100 and 250 depending on raids, watching, and so you just see this wall of like crazy response to this vocalist. And as sort of like the resident only producer, like most seasoned one in the bunch, which is hilarious because like I'm, in the grand scheme of things, like very new to all of this.
Yeah.
And I was like, jokingly, I got dibs uh, on like like producing the rest of the tune. And so I reached out separately afterwards, and I asked, hey, can I like not finish this, because like it was a written song, but can I make something with this? And so, being just guitar and vocals, I had kind of a concept of what else I could flesh out the arrangement with. And so um, I decided to add some drums, added some like melodic parts in the background, some soft chords coming in and out, a little bit of kalimba through contact, um, and some other stuff, just like my usual tactics, right? Just surrounding uh, what this person had made. But it's like I was writing based off of what they did. I didn't touch any of their, like, I wasn't chopping up the vocals. It was like I wanted to do the minimum to like fill out if this was part of a band kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so it's very different than pretty much everything else that I've made to date. And it was in a major key, and I had a great time with it. Very long-winded way of saying, like, perhaps major key is still possible for me to enjoy it,
You never know. Maybe for like the beat offs or anything that you take a sample from, because I'm sure like most songs are major keys anyway. You might just be the 69 BPM minor key guy.
I think it's more variable in like just general music, but I find or maybe it's just my preference, because ultimately I was only DJing with the tracks that like I chose to acquire, in college. But my collection was almost exclusively minor, and very few, like I might have had a few tracks out of, say, like over 1,000 that were in a major key, and everything else was in a minor key. So I don't know if that's just my ears subconsciously choosing that or what, or if it's just more popular in electronic music. I don't know. I'm not going to make that claim. It's probably more likely that I just have that preference. It just sounds more like something I enjoy. I don't know. But yeah, so who knows, right?
Yeah.
But
no, I mean, fuck
there's
it.
plans now to collaborate with this person on like more tracks, because she's trying to get back into writing songs and more of that stuff. And I said, hey, as many sets of lyrics and like single instrumentals, whether it's guitar or piano, as you can churn out, like I will gladly finish the production.
Yeah.
And like take care of all the rest. And then I said, if you want to release this, that'd be cool. I'd support that. If you don't want to, that's fine just as well. I just enjoy it for the sake of making it. It's like the act of making the music that in itself, like finishing the tune, that's enough.
So what like, I know you said you've only done this for about 2 to 3 years now. What was kind of that thing that music is doing now for you? Like, what was that thing before? Was it listening to music, or was it like, what was kind of the stress reliever or like creative output before music? Because that's relatively new, like you said, man. I can't believe it. 2 or 3 years is picked up quick.
I mean, I couldn't tell you the right answer to that, say, before college. But in college I had a very big obsession over like fitness, and I was like a fitness freak, which is hilarious because I haven't stepped foot in a gym in probably 18 months. But times change, right? But I think that like I get really like obsessively focused on stuff, kind of one thing at a time, and who knows how long the phase goes for. But it's like I can look back and it's like at any given point in time, there's always like one thing that I'll spend hours and hours researching it before I even do any of it. Then I will get into it. Then I'll, maybe reach my peak in it,
Yeah.
and then probably like fizzle out, get bored, and then move on to something else. So like before just exercise in general, it was like I was really into snowboarding, and I played tennis in high school, and so it's always been this like, you know, but whenever it is, it's like, oh, I've looked up like all the different racket manufacturers, and I know the different
Yep.
strings and the
Yep.
different grips, and I've made my choice, very scientifically, or based on lots of research. Like I read a ton of shit, for better or worse.
That's good. Fuck it.
So since I've been making music, that's like, oh, I get a new synth. Like, where's the manual? Let me go read that. And that's how I learn a lot of just the how tos, after some basics through videos of seeing things working. It's been very explorative and just following, um, just concepts being applied on top of one another. But it's like, oh, I got Massive X. Well, that thing was super, you know, like that. It looks like a airplane. The flight controls. You look at this shit and you're like, what the fuck is this, right? And I felt that way about the original Massive, which I learned how to design synth sounds on the original Massive because I've owned Native Instruments gear and it came with all of those sounds. And so I was like, well, this is my only programmable synth I have. And I started making music just in Machine. That was my first piece of gear, was a Machine Mark III. And I had no Ableton, right? And at that point in time, I didn't know anything about like mixing or master, like none of this. This is all like, what are those? And so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna learn how to make synth sounds. And it's like, I didn't even know what I was like setting out to do at the time, right? And I mean, it's probably like hundreds of hours spent just like tweaking knobs before I got to really being able to do things from I hear the sound in my head, now I can go and produce it in the synth. And this is with like no EQ to look at, no oscilloscope to look at, just like the good old ears. And it's like, oh, I want to use this wavetable, not because I know what the waveform looks like, but because I've like listened to it all the way through and sort of figured out what sounds it'll do well. And in Massive, the original one, some of them are named like such and such 1, 2, and 3. So it's like, oh, I'm using all 3 oscillators. Maybe I should try using this one 1, this one 2, this one 3. And I'm sure that there's a recipe in there somewhere for an interesting sound. Yeah. So there's some hints and, applying some logic stuff. But learning how Massive worked from like inside and out. I mean, like there's not an inch of that synth that I couldn't describe how it worked at this point, because I have just touched every knob, turned every setting. There's some things I probably don't touch as much as others, because it's like, anyone who's done a lot of like synth design, I think would agree you can achieve most of the practical sounds that you're going to need for the body of your track with basic shapes and post-processing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right?
Yeah, it's all just mostly just, confusing ourselves when we kind of step outside of that and just start adding things without rhyme or reason. Once, there's just, it's pretty formulaic, if you think about it, just creating some of these things. I mean, the cool sounds come from when we're not following those, but I mean, just in terms of getting shit that we need, it's pretty much standard formulas for each of that stuff, But I mean, it seems like you kind of took a lot of time to read and kind of figure out what everything was, and then did your experimental side of things. Like, do you still watch tutorials and kind of, are into the reading of manuals and shit, or is that was that the beginning of every phase?
Most of the video things that I'll watch at this point are more like relating to music history or theory, because that's the stuff that is a lot more dry to read, for me at least. Like, I don't know why it's different, because realistically, like a synth manual is not like it's not that much more engaging, but I guess for me, it was easier to just kind of fiddle around with synths and get things working. But getting into things about theory and stuff that works
True.
on that side of things, it helps, at least for me, to see someone really talk through it, explain the whys behind the whats, and hear someone else doing it as they talk through it. And that's helped me approach that, in addition to some supplemental knowledge from just a good friend, for many years, that is like a classically trained piano player. Like he played pretty much since he was like 7, maybe young. I mean, he's been playing for a very
Damn.
long time. So, um, early on, the way that I was able to get sounds that I enjoyed out of making music, while I was focusing on other things, it was like, all right, hey, come over, let's make some music. And I would just focus on the drums, like hyper focus on the drums, because it was like all I had was a machine. I didn't know how to play the keys, right? So I would just have him come over. He would have his keyboard, and I would just say, hey, um, you know, do you want to go first or do you want me to go first? And we had like this long phase of just doing back to back to back to back 10-minute challenges, in the Against the Clock format, like Fact Magazine Against the Clock series. Like, I don't know if you're.
No.
Oh,
No.
so Against the Clock is this thing where Fact Magazine is like, I don't know. I don't know if they're a real magazine or it's digital only, but um, it exists, and I know it as Fact Magazine, or maybe it's just Fact now. I'm not sure. Um, but they do this thing where they get producers who are like, maybe they're starting up some niche label somewhere, maybe they've got some cool releases out wherever, or they're just like a really prominent name, and you'll see them do 10 minutes on the clock, starting from a blank screen,
Ooh.
optionally having a template. And it's they got 10 minutes hard stop. You see the clock on the screen while they're going, and you'll see like what they're doing in their room. You'll see their DAW, and it's like all different DAWs. So like a bit of Logic, a bit of Ableton, a bit of Fruity Loops. Like you get the whole spread. A couple of using Cubase, or Studio One. Like it's like the whole gamut of variety. And so I watched a bunch of those, and that was like passive interpretation of production practices for a while. That's just what I would do on my lunch break.
Oh.
It's like 10 minutes. I'm eating at my desk. I'm watching this Against the Clock, and it was just like, let me sponge up whatever I can. Like maybe it's an EQ tactic, maybe it's the way that they do their filtering, whatever it is, just over and over and over again, trying to pick something up. At least if I learn one thing, or if maybe the takeaway is just I don't like how this person makes music, and that sometimes it's like a bust.
Yeah.
But so we
Hey.
adopted this to our you know uh, production sessions, we'll call them, as a way of not getting lost in the sauce, because everyone who makes music has had tunnel vision bite them in the ass like more times than they'd care to admit.
Yeah.
And so having a literal clock that you're watching, counting down, counting down, counting down. And with 10 minutes, like you don't expect to make a full tune. You expect to end up with maybe a filled out 8 to 16 bar loop, probably that you're sort of okay with,
Yeah. If that,
because when you think
Jesus.
about what you're trying to add in 10 minutes, it's like, all right, I got to do drums, I got to do bass, I got to do maybe some kind of chords, and then probably a lead voicing, and or at least when we were doing it, because he's very musical, right? So he would basically do everything but the drums, and then I would do the drums. And the way that it worked out was I basically would end up with like 3 minutes at most to do the drums, because he's focusing on whatever else. And we found that it worked best when he would start, play against a metronome, and develop his ideas. And then I got this ability over time to just like put drums to anything. It's like if I get something that has no drums, like, and all it needs is drums, I can pretty much find like the right groove to match it,
Yeah.
just from all of that practice. Granted, it was always just loops, but got very good at the sort of one at a time, or maybe two sounds at a time style of finger drumming, because I'm no crazy like technical person who can
Yeah.
just like, oh, let me do this in one take. I just played all, all the pads super well. But I would start, okay, here's my kick snare. All right, how do I want my hats? All right, cool. What kind of little perks do I want to throw in? Like, do I want to crash? Do I want to ride? Neither, both. Um, and for a while that was like my sole focus of making tunes, and maybe I'd do some sound design before the session would start. But then like to mix things up, it was like, oh, let me try to like squeeze in at the end, get some quick wubs in there. Like let me go whip up a patch in massive and see if I can just throw it in there and see if it works, and just trying to like mix things up. And then he was still in school at the time doing med school, and then he had to go and actually like start doing residency shit. And so then I was on my own, and it's
Ooh.
like I took this arrow to the knee of like, oh, I have to do it all. you know
Yeah. My
um
melodies.
yeah, where'd they go? Because I didn't know anything in the way of theory for the longest time, or like what made chords sound good or any of that stuff. And so kind of just before he moved off to maybe he'd come through once in a couple month period. um I was like, hey, can we just, instead of making music, can you just show me some basics here, enough for me to kind of go off and figure other stuff out?
Yeah.
And then that was like, then that became the focus, is like understanding. And that's still the phase that I'm in, is really understanding chords and melodies and improvisational music, and that side of things, which I mean, all this beating off is just the perfect playground for it.
I mean, you seems like you started with the 10-minute challenges in mind too. So it seems like you kind of just were right off the bat trying to make things as quickly as possible, or at least like get in and out of ideas too, man. So I don't know if is that what you kind of like went onto Twitch looking forward to, or did that kind of just circle back and become full circle once you seen some of these challenges that were going on?
That's a magical full circle, and it's like so random to connect the dots in this way. But if I was to describe like how did I end up you know on this channel so often as I am, let's say, um it started with, I decided on a whim to like produce this competition on Metapop. For a while, Blake, I'm Blake Hotes, right? He was doing Twitch streams, just going on Metapop, listening to people's tracks on his stream, tossing a comment on there with his Twitch channel saying, hey, listening to you live, here's a timestamp, come check it out, right? And so I get this notification saying like, listen to, and it's like, before Blake, you don't know what you're like, you have no idea what to expect, and then you get the whole thing, right? And it was just this like, at first I was like, is this like a thing? Is this for real? And it's like there's no off switch, right? And it's the best thing. Like that, no one else has that level. I mean, there are some people, but it's like very few people have that level of energy, that level of sincerity, and just like the personality, right? Because he knows like everyone who's in the community that's active. Like he'll know what style of music they're making. He'll know a little bit about like their personal life. Like he's a very genuine human being. Like for someone who I've only interacted with over the internet, like I consider us to be friends. Like we know a good bit about each other from just his kinds of interactions. So like I end up on Blake's stream, and we're on there for a while, and I just kind of was like, all right, this Twitch thing's kind of interesting. So like I was bored one other time. I go on Twitch and I see, oh, Mr. Bill was popped up and suggested, because I think when I started I said music was something I'm interested in. So I see Mr. Bill is listed as someone streaming, and so I go check out. I'm like, well, Blake's not online. Who else is on Twitch? And it's like, it's the deep chasms of the internet, and then some. It's like YouTube, but more.
Yeah.
And it's all live, right? So I go on a Mr. Bill stream, and like I was like, that's really cool. Seeing him make all this stuff, because a lot of that, tutorial videos I'd watch at the time, like Ableton stuff. It was like, this is him, you know?
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing him work on stuff that's not like for a video. It's just like he's working on his projects, and I'm getting to see behind, you know, behind the curtain
True.
what's going on. It's crazy. Dude's got like 300 tracks on most of his productions, sometimes more, and it's so, it's all that layering. It's crazy. Really impressive attention to detail and just technical knowledge and ability. But so I literally one stream I'm on, and that same time Mr. Bill raids your stream.
Oh shit! Damn.
None other than the dick pills.
The dick. That was the dick pill day. Oh
yeah,
wow! I can't believe that was like 7-8 months ago.
Yeah, and that was the first time I had popped on this channel. Now I'm not sure if that was, I think it was like the end of, it might have been the end of a beat off, or maybe it was in the middle of one. I don't remember, because the first time I had, participated in it, I was like, oh, like, can I join? Like, I didn't know it was up. And you're like, of course, like, I'm thinking it's this like closed off thing, right? and I'm like, can I join? And it's like, yeah, like here's the, it's like, here's the Discord, we're doing everything in here. It just like, here's the samples, and then it just like, the rest just kind of like waterfalled, right? And then it was like, oh, this is super, like, I was like, oh, I kind of sucked at that, but it was super fun, I was like, oh, the thrill of like time production is back, and now it's with other people who are doing it at the same time.
True.
And there's dick jokes, it's like, it's just the layers,
the trifecta,
man. Yeah, it's great. And so, the rest just kind of follows. It's like, all right, well, of course I'm gonna follow this channel. Like this is a grand old time. And I was like, every other stream I had seen was just like, maybe they got one background, right? And you got the hot box, you got the squats in the gym, you got the hydration checks, you got like, hats off to you, right? For being creative and going that extra step to making it appealing for someone who maybe topically doesn't fully appreciate what's on the stream. Like, it's like there's all these bells and whistles and there's confetti, and it's like you can appreciate it for just like the effort that goes into it, just to like make it a fun show, not just like, oh, I'm sitting in a room talking into the void and seeing people write things back who seem to not be bots. Hey, it doesn't come across that way.
Well, thank you.
It's like really, it's really great.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. It's much appreciated too, because I look at some people who do sit in front of the room with like, and they work that. They sit in front of their room and like their bed's not made and shit. I'm like, maybe there's a sense of like realism to this that people are attracted to too. It's like a little bit more of like over here, it's like, what the fuck's going on? Like, maybe it could deter people as much as it would like attract people too. But people might be like, what the fuck? This is not. Give me something real instead of like a fucking crazy weird Photoshop late night set, and like these hot boxes and fake fucking throwdown sessions and stuff. Like, I don't know, but I've noticed some streamers that like just have that kind of background, and just recently too, I'm like, maybe that is appealing to a certain type of people too. But I appreciate the reassurance, because I think I need to work on some more overlays too, not pull back and just I don't know if anybody wants to see what's going on back there behind the green screens and stuff. It's not that good looking.
I think you just gotta like commit. You pick one and you commit to it. If you're gonna have some green screens, you're gonna have some fun backgrounds. Like, have fun backgrounds. Have the most fun backgrounds. Have the most fun, I don't even know. I'm saying too many words that are like the same thing. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like do it. Like, do the Family Guy thing. Take it to the edge. Step over. Come back when people get too many.
Yeah.
Like you go over tastefully and then you pull it back.
Yeah.
You know, and
Tastefully.
it's like you kind of know when to pull out all the stops. Like it's
Yeah.
you don't want to constantly be like, new background, new
Yeah,
background, new
that's true.
background. But it's like they're like occasional, right? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's time to go to the hot pot. You know, it's like
Yeah.
they're these things, and it's kind of funny because it's like, well, when else have I even like experienced that? It's like, well, I don't watch like late night television, which does kind of have that. Oh, we're doing this bit and we're doing this bit, but it's like the last time I was like watching shows like that was, like really young. Like, it's like you're on a kid show, and not saying this is too many dick jokes. It's not a kid show. We know this. But it's like, it's just that, like, oh, here's something new, and if anything, it appeals to the 30-second attention span of today, right?
Yeah, definitely.
But I think the if you're gonna have like a place behind you, you know I don't think I can start streaming until I like spruce up the place. Like, I gotta have a potted plant somewhere. I gotta have like, more than just this lamp, or I gotta put like colored bulbs in here.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, I gotta have better lighting. You have to go all in on whatever you're gonna do, I think, to really sell it. Because it's like, someone could click onto your stream and you got maybe a minute to hook them.
Yeah.
Right? And if you don't, next.
On to the next one.
Like, there's just too much out there for people to quote unquote waste their time waiting for something to get entertaining.
Yeah. That's very true.
And it's just like, all right, like that sucks to like think about it, because it's like, you're doing all this shit, and it's like someone can just be like, eh. and as a producer, like, that's the worst reality. Is like, how many hours did you spend on that? And they skipped to the drop and then decided, nah, not for me.
That's it.
And it's just like the pain knowing that someone or multiple people have probably done that.
Well, and then some of them have the audacity to like comment too, and then that's the ones that you look and fixate on, and you'll look at what they reposted on SoundCloud. You're like, this is better. You're gonna talk shit on mine? Repost this bullshit, or it's like, I want to learn produce. Like, really? So somebody who has learned producing and put it out there, you're gonna shit on them? Just wait. I'm waiting for your track to drop, buddy. But it's just so quick, and then you gotta fixate on the good ones though, because there's way more of those than the 2 or 3 like just ridiculous ones. The ones that don't get the satire, or like fucking use of like a goat as a snare. They're like, what the fuck? Just like, relax. It doesn't have to be that serious. What we do is not that fucking serious. It's
who would ever put a goat in music? What a crazy thing for someone to do. I definitely haven't done that.
It was pretty much directed at you, that statement too. Just that goat song.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. I mean, that's still to this day one of the favorite things I've made. It was just way too fun.
But say less serious, maybe not interpreted as your best work from somebody who doesn't personally know you. They might be like, they might listen to it and be like, wait, what? Like you said, they might switch it or change something else and think that's the impression of you that they're left with, is you're the goat guy or some shit. But I mean,
I'd be okay with that, to be honest. Like, I'm all right with that.
Hey, fuck it.
Because it's like, all right, they hear the goats for a while, but it's like, if they're skipping to the drop, there's good stuff there. It's not just like goats and then more goats and then more goats. I mean, technically one of the layers in the bass drop is like a wavetable made from the goat noise, but like, that's not the point. It's like, it's not just like delayed and reverb thrown goat sounds for 3 minutes. It's still music at the end of the day, and like the goat is like the initial, what the fuck is this? And then like you hear the bass drop and you're like, what the fuck is this? And honestly, like, if I was gonna like play shows which hopefully at some point, now that things are opening back up, I can get around the local scene a bit more and get to know some people and find some local places to go play, even if it's just like a casual setting, nothing crazy serious. I would absolutely throw that into a set, like 100%. I wouldn't open with it. that is not the time to, like, you don't start with the goats, but like you got people already, it's like by the time they notice it's goats, it's too late.
Yeah.
You know?
They're already jamming.
Like that, they're like, wait, why am I dancing? Are those goats? Like what? And then it's like, boom, the and then the bass drops, and it's like, all right, fuck it,
Yeah, hey,
I'm
man.
about the goats. You know?
You've already accepted it.
Yeah. So I think it could totally work.
Yeah. No, I mean anything could work, and that's the thing. Like with the amount of shit that's out now, it's almost better to be a little bit like on the risky side of where I don't want to say that the people putting it out might not necessarily know, but it might not. They might be like, this is kind of odd. This is not my bet. Like being odd might stick out more than having everything technically sound and things that might not be what people are used to, like fucking crows in the songs. I mean, that at a time that really took over. Now everyone's got the crow in the song, but I think it was like Bobby Shmurda first put that shit, like his producer. I just distinctly remember that time. It was Bobby Shmurda put the crow in, and then everyone started using that crow, But it took that one freaking weird goat song, one crow song to like, start introducing that bullshit, But not to call it bullshit, but just like something that people might be like, really, you're gonna put that in a tune or something, But I mean, it's the whole art of not taking it seriously, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if that's bullshit, I've made a lot of bullshit. Let me tell you. I mean, like, there's a point where I was like, oh, I'm gonna make an EP where all the tracks are using animal noises, and like I literally have tracks that like few people have ever heard, but like I have a techno track using only like cats and feline noises, plus a kick drum and a sub bass, and everything else is somehow a cat.
Oh my God.
And then I have another one that's like that, but it's dogs. And then the goat track came next when I realized, like, okay, back off, use normal sounds for like things that need to carry the tune. And then throw in the tasteful layer of the silly, the animal sound.
You don't
right?
gotta pigeonhole yourself,
Yeah.
unless you're sampling a pigeon.
I was like, all right, guess that's next. But I mean, like, are birds real?
I don't think so, man. Ask Phosphor.
Jury's out. Jury's out. We don't know.
He's talking about cake still. He's still thinking everything's cake, man. He's stuck on those ones, so I don't know. I don't know what I sampled. If that's not a loon, I don't know what is.
Those videos like really hurt the first time. Like when you don't know it's cake and then it's cake, like you really don't know it's cake.
Damn.
And
then
then
it looks so good.
Yeah.
Like it looks like a Pepsi can. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, then you start seeing things in real life, and you're like, well, I don't think it's cake, but like, I didn't think that was cake. Is this cake? And then you're like, oh yeah, it's not.
Are you cake?
God help whoever watched that on drugs and they thought that they were cake. Like, what a bad trip. But
oh shit, man. So I mean, what about this Waffle Fry shit? Where did this Waffle Fry nickname come from?
I can't even come close to taking credit for that. That's just like, I think it was just some silly banter between Phosphor and I, where I was making some kind of, I think it was we were talking about if toe was really a toe, and like, for those who've never seen, the face behind, like, could he just be a toe, like the lore that is Tomas, right? And so then it spun into like a couple of jokes around like, me being something instead, right? And so the one that was chosen, it seemed, was Waffle Fries. And then I forget whose stream I was in, but like I think a command popped up maybe with me being Waffle Fries or something. I can't recall exactly. But then I was like, you know what? Why not? And then I just, because you can change your name in Discord, like different for each server if you choose.
Oh.
And so like only in the Girth Gang Discord am I Waffle Fries.
Oh,
and so it just stayed there for like those who might appreciate it, right?
Yo, because I was wondering, when I was DMing you today and yesterday, like working everything out for this, I'm like, no, it still, excuse me, it still says Super Fried. He's, I guess he changed his name back, but then I look in the Discord and it's still Waffle Fry. So I'm like, I don't know what he's doing to kind of finagle us, if you got multiple accounts or Finstas or something. I don't know, but this guy, he's severely dedicated to the Waffle Fries, even so much so that he approved the fucking picture that we posted today of the promo shot, I guess. The press shot.
The order in which I saw that was just too, like, I laughed so hard because, like, the first thing when I, like, opened up my phone was I didn't see anything. I saw the little like, I see the little banner at the top, you know, files come through, but that, like, went away super quick. And then all I see is, like, yeah, so I think my computer glitched or something. And I'm thinking I'm going to get this, like screenshot of, like, a blue screen or, like, some message saying, like, oh, it's off, can't do it anymore. And so I go into the DM thinking that's what I'm about to get. And, like, you know what you sent, right? Like, and that's what I saw. And it's at, like, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and I'm just, yeah, like, I mean, if you want to pull it up,
yeah, I'm trying to pull it up. Oh man,
and it just killed me. Like, I was like, I should not be laughing so hard at this, but
actually, the first draft didn't even have the mustache or anything.
It was just the fries.
It was just the fries,
and I was like, at least give me eyes to mouth.
I didn't know. I didn't know if I should cut out the mustache as long as the mouth too. But I'm like, all right, it kind of goes, I guess. People might think you're like Spanish or something. Like, I don't know what to think.
Yeah. So like, this shit just killed me. Like, I'm like, I should be asleep. I'm looking at this instead.
Yeah, it was super late.
What is real, you know?
I fell asleep designing this, so this was in my dreams, bro. I woke up and finished it too. So that's the thing. I just like went to sleep and woke up and finished the Waffle Fries promo post.
Oh,
so
goodness. I feel like, as cursed as that is, like, I need to somehow like bring the Waffle Fries, like, to fruition in a way of more permanence. Like, I don't know what it's gonna be. If it's gonna be like in a track, maybe like all of my textures now are just from like the sound of a basket of Waffle Fries being shaken. Maybe I do that. I don't know. Like, I gotta do something with it, because like, this shit is too funny.
Dude, maybe a mask like Daft Punk or something. You know, you just have one made that's like a big Waffle Fry helmet.
That'd be the dumbest shit ever. It would be. That would kind of go in line with, like, I do not take this seriously, you know? But who knows?
Yeah,
you know?
super inside joke, too. People are like, what the fuck is good with
like,
this guy?
Nobody would get it. Because, like, but, like, not even, like, change my name. Just, like, have that, like, still have it be Stupid Fried, and then just be a Waffle Fry. And it's like, why? People be asking why. You know,
you're like, actually, I don't even know. It had something to do with a toe. I don't even know anymore.
But yeah, by the time someone would ask, I'd probably forget. You know,
that's it. But like, I mean, that would be the thing that pushes the whole project over the edge, is something ridiculous like that. I mean, like, what other fry is playing shows? There's not even a French fry that's playing shows. You know,
for actually a brief period of time, as you know, I like puns. For a brief period of time in high school, my Twitter handle was Spud Lightyear.
Potatoes,
so
man.
There's some potato history there.
Yo, you know what? Actually, like, I have a song too from, like, hold on, I'll figure it out. It's called the Potato Song, from like way back in the day on YouTube. And actually, it's not me singing.
The song sounds like a Polish nursery rhyme.
Does it? I mean,
just
you know,
by title.
Maybe Irish, you know, like they owe a lot to the potatoes.
Maybe it's a song about the famine.
That's what I'm saying, you know, and how potatoes maybe saved a bunch of them or turned their back on them. I don't know what the deal was. Like, it was the Great Potato Famine, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Like, so we got like a familiar one that's like Ring Around the Rosie, and it's like that whole thing's about like the Black Death. right? Like no kid knows that.
Is
But
it?
yeah, yeah, totally. Like look, I swear, look up the like origins of Ring Around the Rosie, and that is dark.
What?
Um, yeah, yeah. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
Ring around the Rosie is from the Great Plague, an outbreak of the bubonic plague. And
I'm I'm
wow.
almost certain. Um, I mean, I could be misremembering, but I am almost certain. And it's like you say it in this cutesy tone of voice, and you sing it in the nursery rhyme, you know,
True.
cadence, and you're thinking, oh, it's fun. We're in a circle and we're dancing, and then we all fall down, yay! And it's like, well, it's not. That wasn't
Damn.
really how it was.
No. What's a pot?
Um,
What's a pocket full of posies either?
yeah. So like maybe that's the potato song. It's like, oh, it's a fun song about potatoes, and it's really about how like a whole country was,
That's deep.
you know.
That's like some. If I, if I was like, like Roger Waters or something. If I was that deep, but I'm not that deep. I guess I just made a potato songs about potato skins and spuds and all the different types of potatoes that we like. That's pretty much it. It wasn't about anything deep like that. No posies, no falling down.
Are there potato noises?
No,
No.
nah.
Did you have you done any potato sounds from your stint doing
I don't think
real
so.
sounds
What do you think? I
or
should be peeling
weird?
potatoes and shit? I mean, that could work. Seasoning some potatoes.
I mean, I have sounds of you eating corn, so it's not off the table.
And it's nothing's off the table with sampling, bro.
Yeah.
Nothing's. I mean, I might fuck around and sample this potato song, bro. I can't find it though.
Hmm.
Maybe I deleted it. I wanted my music. I wanted to start clean on my music career. I had that just weighing me down since like about 2001, 14
Yeah.
years ago. It's saying.
Carbs will do that.
Oh shit, bro. So yeah, I know you got tunes out the wazoo, bro. Do you wanna send us some unreleased for tonight too, or you want to get to some tunes? Because there's like at least 6 or 7 of them in here right now, and they usually keep coming.
Um, I mean, I definitely have. It's like, which one?
Do
Like,
you got anything that's coming out soon, or any future release plans?
I got no immediate like. So in terms of things that I'm planning on releasing in the, you know, let's say distant to not so distant future, different incubating projects are one of which is, and you've heard, I think, like a lot of these already. So one of which is like a, kind of jazzy sound, lo-fi kind of feel, kind of building off of what the 4 tracks that I put out pretty recently sound like. But even more so, just like, you know, even more so on the jazz, even more so on the lo-fi, just doubling down. And so that's like one sort of concept that I'm building out, tracks towards. And then the other is a bit more abstract and probably not gonna like this is gonna be at least a year before I put anything like this out.
Oh shit.
Which is building off of the last 2 tracks that I've shared, which are the like the pirate theme tune and the space one, because both of those are approaching making music in a different way than just like I'm gonna make music, I'm gonna pursue this chord progression, I'm gonna make this melody. It was a lot more like I want to convey like the feeling of some like scene. I want to have the listener go on this journey through sound, through music, and like both of those have parts that aren't like they're sort of musical. Maybe there's some loose rhythm kept um, in between the sections that are definitely music. There's parts that are maybe a little bit more just like, oh, it's a little bit cinematic or it's just kind of noise or sound. And I want to do this whole album of stuff like that where it's this like journey through sound, you know. But to go with that, I have this really grand vision of visuals that would go along with it.
Oh.
And I do not like have a proficiency at making anything beyond, some Photoshop stuff. Like I can't make Blender stuff. I can't do, I'm not like a an animated visual artist, and so I would either need to budget for that or find someone who's just like, I'm down to do it kind of thing, to
Yeah.
help make it kind of come to life, um, before before I would be comfortable releasing it. And it could be, I mean, it could be like cartoon animation. Like, I have no thought in terms of the style of visual, but I know it needs visual accompaniment in a way
Absolutely.
that's not just abstract, because it's so purposeful going between scenes. It's like in the first one that I had shared, which was um the sort of pirate Caribbean adventure thing, right? So that was like, going from, all right, I'm going out on a journey to sea. So it starts out where I'm like, I'm taking off. I'm leaving. It's like calm waters and good vibes, and can't wait to set out on this journey kind of feeling. And then it like slowly gets kind of darker and darker. Now you're in stormy waters, and then there's like, abstractly like I'm fighting the Kraken kind of thing. And then it comes back to at the very end like, oh, I'm back to calmer waters, and the dolphin has taken me back to shore kind of thing. And then the space one was like, all right, launch sequence, blast off, floating through space, like re-entry back to atmosphere, and then like home safe being
Yeah.
the end. And so those all have really like direct visual counterparts that just don't exist.
Yeah. I mean, it
Um,
exists, in the fucking in your head, and in the context of the song too, because I remember that one space from last week, and it had four separate parts that when I first opened the tune, you see the chapters in the description, and I was thinking maybe that's the EP, that's all the EP names and the track names and stuff, but it was just for that one song and the different parts of the song to kind of navigate it and give it like a chapter, epilogue, fucking blast off, re-entry, all those kind of narrative names for the tune. But is that kind of how all of your tunes have come out? More of like a visual representation for these, or did you come up with that after? Is that kind of like retconning all your music, or did you go into it with this intention of creating that shit?
So I didn't have that idea in mind. I thought about just for the single track that was the sort of Caribbean pirate one. Um, I intentionally wanted to make it this like blend of music and sound that's just more cinematic, and that was purposeful, not in terms of, oh, this is working towards a release, but I'm going to do this for this tune. And I had a super fun time making it, and it got some of the like most positive reception of things that I've made. And so I figured, maybe I'm onto something here. Maybe this is like just different enough and just crazy enough that it could really work, and stand out. And then I thought about it, and I had actually done that before with like one that I made that was a VAP remix of a dream theme track that I had made for that server versus server thing. And I took the track that I had taken lead on, and I did like a VIP of it, but instead approaching it with, let me arrange this like an actual dream sequence where it's just a ton of short sections that are totally unrelated, but somehow try to transition between them using just like sound in between.
Ooh.
um so like that existed before. So I've got three now that fit into this category of this more experimental, musical. It's like multiple genres in each tune. Like, I don't think this is something that necessarily is like fit for, you know, uh, playing out on a stage, in like a popular environment. Like, I don't think you can go and quite do that end to end, unless it's like really well understood, and then that show is just like
Yeah.
people know what they're signing
Yeah.
up for,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
maybe it works, right? Because
Yeah.
like Porter Robinson kind of has done some of that stuff in the past
Absolutely.
with with his projects. They're these really grand visions, and there are these compelling visuals, but those have been a lot more musical, directly, where there's not like this break that's just like kind of cinematic,
Yeah.
setting you in a sound.
Yeah.
It's always, there's always this musical, you can always get a sense of tempo. And these all have parts that totally break free from that. So like people can't dance to it,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, I think I
Um,
like that with Amin Tobin. He kind of did that and grew more towards like ambient and sound textures and stuff and cinematic stuff. And maybe when I was getting into it, I didn't really understand. And I could respect the shit of the sound design and stuff. But when I went to go see it, I don't know if you've ever seen like ISAM or um, any of Amin Tobin's like live shows. It's less musical, like you said though, and it was more. He had some crazy projector, and it was more a focus on like soundscapey experience and like weird stuff like that instead of like a tempo, instead of like something you could dance to. Everyone was sitting down to it, but even Tipper has done like designated nights like that where ambient. I mean, I've been up to Cosm and there wasn't a fucking drum all night. It was just water sounds and shit. And like, I mean, it's cool if that's what you're into, and that's what we signed up for, knowing. But I mean, that's not what I was gonna go and travel across the country to go see the Tipper ambient sets or anything. I mean, to each his own. But I think adding your own experience to it is what makes that way more enjoyable too. Like the ISAM, I think stuck out a little bit more in my head because it had visuals to accompany that. It wasn't just like raw sound design and ambience. It was like textures and things were going on in the screen. He was like in this little triangle. Like I don't know. Is there like a live performance aspect of this that you would like to implement, or is it kind of for just to maybe easy listening at home or something like along those lines?
I definitely haven't thought that that far out about it, I think whenever I do, if slash when I do performances, like I do want it to be sort of building off of the way that I like to like make music, which is very improvisational. So being used to kind of this, I'm working against the clock, like I go pretty fast, and if I'm like I must work quick, I can usually get somewhere in the ballpark of like a good idea without too much time. And I think something along the lines of like how you got like Mark Rebbe and Reggie Watts who just do this like that. They're more vocal with stuff, and especially Reggie Watts, right? But this idea of just like maybe none of these songs exist outside of this performance. This is just I'm experiencing music live.
Yeah.
I would enjoy that because when I was doing like DJing in college, it's like I would get bored just kind of jamming out to the tune. Like I quickly was like, I need 4 decks so that I can keep myself like entertained while I'm doing this. Cause it's like, if I'm listening to music, I'm listening to music. If I'm doing this, like I want to be active the whole time. Like I don't want to be the person who gets up, stands on top of the speaker and is like screaming in the microphone.
Yeah.
Like whenever I was doing DJ sets in college, I was just head down. Like I'm locked into the music. I'm like making sure these transitions are locked tight. And it's like I might look up and realize that there's this room full of like hundreds of people potentially, because we would pack the basement so tight. I mean, so tight. And like, I would just kind of stay focused down, and maybe that's part of just like not wanting to think about the fact that there's a shit ton of people like staring at me right now, effectively. But it's like that was so much fun, but it's like I was always trying to do a lot. And I know from having listened to DJ performances where the DJ's trying to do a lot and having recorded myself, it's like I was having fun, but it probably could have sounded better if I was more reserved.
True.
Right? I did some more just fade ins, some more just simple hard cuts. I wasn't trying to like, get a hi-hat loop here, get a fucking kick drum from this track, and then play the rest on this other deck, and then have one more track queued up on the it's like if I wasn't trying to do so much, it might have been a smoother listen, but I was just having so much fun. And it was always like, who gives a shit? Like, this is, I live here. These people are all guests. Like, no, unless someone who lives in this house with me tells me like, I gotta rein it in or do something else. Like, I'm just here to have fun, And it's the same kind of vibe right now where, if it's not fun, move on,
Yeah.
But if I was if I was to like make it so that I can constantly be engaged and entertained while I'm performing, I think it needs to be something where I'm like playing an instrument, like playing the keys or something where I'm playing, playing the pads. Or
True.
I don't think I can just spin. I think I would just try to do too much and it wouldn't go over well. But I think that's where, like, if you can do a lot and execute well on it, playing instruments, playing in some drum grooves, playing in the keys, like that's just like it works really well,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I've seen people even do like drum pads, and they make that work too. Whether it be the finger drumming or like even if they just break out the sticks like once or twice the whole night, they'll just. Pew, pew, pew. I mean, saxophone too. Like after Grizz came around, there was a bunch of people who just started whipping out a saxophone just to like have for one or two songs or whatever. It's I mean, whatever keeps yourself entertained, and I guess set you aside too, because there. I mean. I don't know. I'm like you, where it's just like head down, kind of focus on what you're doing, especially when it's like an hour. You have like an hour. I'm going to try to get through as much as possible. But I mean, I think this kind of whole thing has let me loosen up. I feel like maybe not feel like it needs to be just bang, 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 like consistent tune into tune into tune. Like maybe just let things breathe a little bit. And that's a different kind of skill, like reading the room and just kind of knowing, not even just reading it, like knowing that you could take them, like to bring them to those weird places. That's like maybe they're looking to headbang right now, but you kind of just feed them a little bit of a slower tune or some shit, so it's kind of nice to maybe not like form to the room so much. I think I was doing a lot of that before, just kind of like, oh, this guy's playing before me, I got to make my set like this, or this guy's after me, so like instead of kind of being more individualistic, I think I still kind of try to do that as much as possible, but more so it was like forming to a room instead of like making the room form, maybe. And that's more of a standouty type thing, maybe more of you'll leave an impression on someone if you're just gonna play some weird shit too, not to say I didn't, but it's just, maybe I'd not play certain things.
Yeah. I mean, I think every room's different, so you could probably get away with it in some cases. But like, it's like if you're playing a set at like fucking Lost Lands, like you gotta, who's coming to that show.
That's true.
Like there's some curated events where it's like if you're included here, it's because you're doing a certain thing, you're doing it well, it's recognized, and the people want that, and they want it in plenty. Um, so that's like, I don't think I'd ever see myself playing in that setting, like a big old, main stage festival, unless the whole world gets really weird and all of a sudden, like, the kind of shit that I like to make is, what's played in that setting, but I don't see that happening, right? Like I'd be just as fine, I'm jamming out in like a coffee shop,
True.
like I would be so okay with that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't need to, like, I'm just doing me. And it's like, oh, this is a change of scenery. I'm not at home, but I'm doing the same thing,
Yeah.
Or maybe like, just playing at the same place locally. Like that'd be fine for me, cause it's just like, if that was something that's fun, then I would pursue it. But again, if I tried it and I got like a bad vibe the first time, this is not something that I look at for a paycheck. And I don't see myself like strongly actively pursuing that. But at the same time, like I always say this, if the stars aligned, if somebody came to me and was like, hey, we like what you do, we want you to do this and do it more, like I might entertain it, I might give it a go, see what it's like, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm still young enough where I could, have a total break from what I'm doing and do something else for a year, maybe two, and it'd be totally fine. And I would still bounce back, no problem. If that didn't work out, say, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe I flipped the script and now I just enjoy this so much better. Maybe I don't know myself as well as I think I do, right? And so it's this battle internally of like, do I go with what I know and like really trust what I think, or do I take that step of uncertainty and uncomfortable, decisions and having to like get out of my, like, I literally live a very comfortable life, and it's like I wouldn't necessarily have that be the case. Probably wouldn't. I definitely have to make a lot of lifestyle changes, like if that was the case. Um, so it's like, do I do that to like give it the good old college try, or it's like, do
Yeah.
I take the plunge? And I don't know, because I've never been one to like jump into the cold water. Like, I like to
Yeah.
walk in on the steps.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what you're doing too, is not like being aggressive either. I think, there, myself included, it was like one way only to get foot in the door and do the things that you need to do and get on I got to get on the lineups, got to get on the festival lineups. And then, that takes fun away from some of this too, and maybe some authenticity away from it too. Like it takes away from, you trying to do what you originally set out to do. Instead of you're just like over here like looking what somebody else got and you're like, oh, I need that spot. It's like, man, I mean, it would be cool if I could just open even on that fucking lineup. Why do I need to fucking be chasing, other people, what they got right now? It's like, that's unhealthy too. So like you see other people, I guess, who have the same intentions as you, and I think I'm talking to me, like in a sense, you see the same people who are like, oh, there's one way to get it. There's only one way. You got to get on this lineup and this. But taking a step back, you're like, oh man, maybe there's a million ways to fucking get it. You don't got to be the goddamn the number one spot too. I mean, hey, number two is not bad either, bro. Like that's, if you fucking try, you land number two. I mean, that's not whole bad either. But just having like a first or last kind of mentality about it, I think maybe took away from some of the funness of making music and why maybe we got into it in the beginning. But like just taking it a slow approach, maybe the sidestep, just saying, hey, I'm gonna have fun with this. It's super respectable, because your intentions are, it's pretty transparent. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck it. You don't gotta, this guy's not like trying to fucking buddy up and like, like you could tell there's a lot of people, there's a lot of that. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what turns you off from kind of the music industry and making a lifestyle choice and stuff too, because it's a little bit of integrity that you kind of maybe have to swallow too. Just being like, I don't want to do that, but now I gotta. If you're making money and your only source of income is music, you're damn sure you're making a post about it. Like you said, you released the EP and didn't even post about it and shit. But hey, if that was like the one source, I mean, maybe it would change. Maybe your music. I guess because of how your mentality changes around it too. Like it gets so weird, muddied. But
Yeah. I don't think I don't think you can be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna release this and then do no, like you literally can't not do promo if you're like really about it and you're giving it the full effort. And like I see people who are like, on the up and up, people who are really trying hard. It's like they are grinding and grinding and grinding, and I'm sure like that experience because you've probably done it to like get to where you are currently. And it's just like the grind doesn't stop. You just you live the grind, you embrace the grind, and it's like that just becomes normal, and you either sink or swim.
for
And
real.
I've seen plenty of sinks, and I've seen like some great swims that like I found kind of like, it's like you find that person who's like clearly on the up and up. They're like not discovered, or it's like way before, and then like 6 months later they're like headlining.
Very true.
Like I'm not gonna try to say like, oh, I found Marshmallow, but like I was listening to like those from maybe the second or third upload when there was like, we're talking maybe like 20,000 plays at most on a couple SoundCloud uploads, and I was like, oh, this is some really cool, like this is some cool stuff. Like I'm gonna, like I remember saving like, Want You To or something. Like it was like one of the old ones, like, before he was pairing up with like, top
Mm-hmm.
vocalists and all that stuff. It was just like, oh, and it's funny because like I had listened to a lot of .com trap remixes, and like, it's like they kind of disappeared. And then
Yeah.
I didn't really connect the dots until it was like everyone's playing the guessing game. Who is it? Who's, who's the real Mello, you know? And it's like there are all these theories, and it's like, is it multiple people? And it was like this whole thing, right? And it was so brilliantly executed, I think. You know, building that buzz, and it was, I don't know, like, I'm not gonna say like that sort of thing had never been done before, but like in that specific way, I can't recall of anything of a musical act that had really like risen to notoriety in such an anonymous fashion. Um, and it just like, it was hilarious seeing like, yo, this person is topping charts, and I have this like SoundCloud like from, you know, before anything of theirs was on Spotify, you know,
Yeah.
like
They're like the
that was just
biggest
like
now too,
it
like
was
the most
it
big
was a fun thing
dude.
to notice, to realize.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like also you could put all your coins on somebody too that you really believe is going to do it too, and it's like you never know. It's just like a stroke of luck, or I guess being at the right place, right time too. Because there's some producers out there definitely changing the game, definitely like keeping up with the sound design and consistent. And it's, I don't know, same thing with the rap game too. You know, I was noticing yesterday like this girl Snow the Product, and I'm like, she's got, you know, millions and millions of views on all of her songs and videos and shit, but like no mainstream like attention, you know, and she's been around forever. So it's almost like, I don't know, is it a connection thing? Is it like you know, staying true to herself, because she just works with her brothers and, you know, shit like that, didn't become, you know, associated with the industry. So I don't know, you should try to find fucking, I guess, happiness even when you're doing it. You got to remind yourself, I guess, even when it is the main focus and the main income, you got to be like, why the fuck am I doing this? You know, it's not because it's stressful. It's fucking stressful. I guess everything's stressful, you know, but like I don't know. It's just constantly had to remind myself like, what are we in this for? You know, and I think once I started to realize you know, making videos, editing videos, and even the promotion act of it is, it does, I mean, it gets to be a lot, but I mean, that could be fun in a way too, you know, if you put your flair on it, and that could be one of the best ways to get your stuff out there. You know, some people who with some of the worst music just got really good promo, and it's I mean, that hurts sometimes too, but you know, you find the middle ground. It's fucking, you could use it to your advantage.
Yeah, I think that's like a spot on assessment. You know, I think I would lose music being my stress outlet if I flip the switch. You know, and that's
Yeah,
probably my biggest hesitation is I don't know what I would replace it with. You know,
true.
because I mean, maybe somehow it's magically not stressful, but I know better than to think that, because it's like for all the time that I can just make music right now, um, I wouldn't be able to do that so much. And so I need something to balance, right? Because you can't just do the same thing all the time, or it wears.
Yeah.
Um, you know, I was doing like coding outside of my 9 to 5, and that's when I almost burnt out at work. You know, when my hobby before music was like writing code for a short period. You know, it's like, all right, I had some like injury happen and I couldn't like work out for a while, and it's like, all right, I'm just double down on nerd shit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I like building websites, I like doing this stuff. So I was just working on like, oh, let me learn this new tech, let me learn this new tech, let me build this stupid app or this, you know, like things that are useless. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like I had an idea. Um, I don't have this anymore, but like, you know, not too long after college, I was like, oh, what if we made Simon Says, but it was all curse words and it was like for kids, and it was like instead of like practicing memory using like, you know, colors or something like wholesome, it was like, you know, like baby's first curse words, or like a different variant of that was like all of the curse words were like old English curse words, so like they didn't seem today to be like bad words, but
Yeah.
they were like, you know, the old equivalent of, you know, modern day profanity. So like just enough to maybe skirt by, you
Yeah.
know, maybe the
Scallywagger
FCC
or
wouldn't do
something.
their homework. Um, and like stupid stuff like that, which, you know, it's all fun, it's in good jest, um and it was like, I don't regret having coding as a hobby outside of work, but like it was not sustainable, and I found the limit, and I understood why, and that's why I don't think that, I know better than to think I can still just make music all the time, but it's like I don't want to not do that.
Yeah. No,
And so
I
it's like
100% feel
I
that.
don't want to make that sacrifice. I
Yeah.
want to just keep like, oh, I'm doing like 3 beat battles every week, and it's like some are multiple in the same day, and then I'm still finishing one of the tracks like every week. It's like even though I haven't released anything, like I've still finished like what week of the year is it? Like I don't know. Whatever it is, I've made at least that many tracks and then some, because at the start of the year I was doing like 2 a week. I was doing a remix for Blake's community, which is like old Metapop stuff. So I have like 5 or 6 remixes of tunes that like I can't put them out there. Maybe I can sneak them in a live set or
Yeah.
something like that. But
Oh yeah.
I can't release those. Like I'm never gonna get permission from Toki Monster or whoever. Like and you heard that. Like I think you heard a couple of these, where it's like there's some of like my it was like big progress in making music, but I could do nothing with it. And so I was like, all right, well, I've stopped releasing a track a week, so I'm gonna just sit on stuff for a while. And it's just like backed up and backed up and backed up and backed up. And it's like someone who's looking at my SoundCloud page right now sees, I think, 59 tracks currently. I see like 95.
Yeah,
And
same.
that's since but um that's since like January. That's where it
Damn.
it it separated,
Exploded.
you
Oh
know.
damn.
Because I've just kept up with stuff. There's maybe 3 or 4 from before this year that that are, finished tunes that I just am still sitting on for whatever reason. But like I just have this catalog of just all this, whether it's a finished, beat off idea or some other 1 hour thing. I have a ton of like really full arrangements for like Dat Sun sample flip challenges,
Hey.
like all this stuff that like I may not or may not be able to ever release. But it's like I enjoyed
You
making
did
it,
it. Yeah, you
and
did it.
that's all that matters,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, that's it's gotta like count for something leading up to something. It's got. I mean, it just even if it was for to get like 0.1 second better reflexes of certain things or a reaction time or something. Like it's always uh, got to go in the project files trying to be better. I found myself kind of stagnating for a while too, and not really doing anything different, and just going back to like muscle memory stuff. And I'm like, where's the fun in that? There's really less. It's more automated than anything at that point. And where could any soul leak through out of that into? Where could I put my heart into something if I'm just doing the same things over and over? So I mean, just trying to do something different, whether it gets finished, whether it gets released or not, or just is kind of, I think, one of the most important things we could do. And stagnation, bro, it's fucking, it's scary because we get phased out quick in this scene, bro. People don't listen to the same sounds for I don't know what the shelf life of EDM is now, but I mean, I feel like the genres just keep changing.
Yeah, I mean, like, what the hell is color bass? I don't know.
I
I
don't
hear
know
people
either.
say color bass. I don't know what it is. I think it might be like melodic rhythm, which like my understanding of rhythm previously was that there was no melody and it was intentional as such. And I don't know that I would enjoy like rhythm except with melody, you know? So
Yeah,
like
what?
and it's like
Color bass?
is this me slowly becoming like is this my boomer moment
I
of
think
like,
so.
it's just noise, like,
Yeah,
hearing people who don't appreciate dubstep being like, it sounds like Optimus Prime with diarrhea, like
that's
like
we're becoming. Yeah. Whoa, oh
yeah,
my god, dude.
and and look, not to discredit, because people who are pushing the barriers of sound and finding new, it's really just deciding to call something a new like subgenre because enough people latch on to like a consistency of sound design or whatever it might be. Like, I'm sure people made tunes that were slap house before it was called slap house.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like eventually someone coins the term, and now all of a sudden we can bucket this stuff into it.
that's
Like
true.
techno originally, there was no melody, and that was the point. Everything was like inharmonic. But now you have melodic techno. And it's like you talk to, you know, you listen to the stuff that like the Belleville 3 made, like Kevin Saunderson stuff. You listen to old hard tech, like some hard Detroit techno. There's no melody. It's just raw. It's power. It's, computer music, right?
At its
And
core,
then
that's it. Just what we could figure out what the fuck we could do with computer music. Like, it was either those sounds or the fucking shitty piano synth that you said you were fucking around with. So they just said, fuck that piano shit. We're just gonna use the bare bones, just the good stuff.
and like, I mean, it's crazy seeing the evolution of things, but it's funny because like I don't think this will be the case because some styles don't change in meaning because they are specific enough. But like, techno, there's like, okay, you can call something techno and it's not necessarily a misnomer, but maybe there's a better name for it. A lot of things you can't just call techno and say this is the best I can do to describe what I'm hearing, because we're past the point where all of electronically produced music is techno, right? And we're past where it's just like, well, there's techno, there's house, and there's trance, and well, what else is and then there's like, it's like we're constantly finding these new ways to describe new sounds, new, like, who knows, maybe I genuinely hope in like 10 years a ton of people start making dubstep with like goats, and goat step is like a real thing. Like, I want to see goat step on Beatport. That would make my day. I would die happy if I saw that happen. That would just be hysterical.
Hey,
but like, who knows?
They were allowed to name their all the cores weird things, So fuck it. Who's stopping you? You want goat core? Let's go. Dude, fuck it.
I mean, clowncore. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Clowncore's
like the
great.
goat step, whatever you want to call it. I think it's there. It's just like nobody's claimed it. When Vibe Squad came out, he coined the term grass hop. And really, like, I mean, there was like one or two bluegrass songs that he kind of just threw some drum beats over, but he ran the shit. He ran with that. Like, what is grass hop? What is that? He like that. He would market the grass hop thing, and I think that helped him out in the long term too. Is not different as his sound was, like, and that's like not taking shots at him, but he marketed it different, and I think that's what set him apart. There was maybe one or two bluegrass songs, like what? You're telling me nobody ever has done that? Like threw a fucking drum beat over a bluegrass tune, but he's the one that put the words together, and it's the same thing with Hatcha with dubstep too, man. Like, he fucking has ridden that wave forever. I mean, he's a great DJ too, but like, his thing is that I invented the fucking word. You know what I mean? Like, he'll tell you straight up, like, I invented the word dubstep, and I mean, he's riding that wave. So if that helps, I guess, call it goat step, call it goat core, whatever you want, bro, because that might be the only thing that's like the glass ceiling. You don't have the name goat core. It's just someone's gonna steal it if you don't.
Maybe I got it. Maybe I gotta find. It's like, maybe that's the path forward. Is like, don't try to overly promote shit. Just have this catalog of old stuff with this tag that's like, some consistent sound that just like, I can be like, yeah, this is, this. I'm gonna coin this term and I'm gonna use it, and maybe it catches on, and maybe it doesn't. But if it does, you can see I did it first. It's like, maybe that's it. Who knows?
Hey, that's what we've been saying, like, in the weird bass. Like, I hated that term too, like weird bass or wook bass. They'd call. I'm like, bro, like, just fucking Christ. Like, no, dude. Can we just get a little bit more, like, a cooler name or something? Like, chill with that. Wook bass. So I mean, maybe what we got to do is just start our own, because I hate being that left field bass maybe or whatever. But like, I don't know. It's some of the names, man. Weird Wook bass. Like, chill out, bro. That's not. Nah. I guess we just got to leave it to ourselves to market ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wook bass is sort of like you don't have to call it that, but like, the Wooks come out, it's like you don't have to, if you know what a Wook is, like, what wook bass is, you
Yeah.
know?
But I
And
mean,
you might not like that it's called that, and maybe there's a better name for it,
yeah, it's like jam
but
bands
like,
too. It's like you're not calling that like the Wook bands, or I mean, it maybe,
right.
but like
I
that's
mean,
not our thing.
wooks are just the people who listen to jam bands, but like they listen to bass music instead. It's literally everything except for the music they listen to is this. It's the same. It's like,
Yeah,
if you're comparing apples to oranges, and you could be like they're both fruits. It's like wooks, and I don't know if you just call them hippies, because like I feel like a wook is a subgenre of a hippie. Um, like I don't
yeah,
know what you call like the person who sits at like the string cheese show for all of Electric Forest, and that's like all they went there for. I don't know what you call that person. I know you call them a cheesehead because that's like the followers of
yeah.
String Cheese Incident, but like whatever that subgenre of hippie is or sublate, whatever. I mean, everything's a spectrum, right?
Yeah.
It's like you got, but you all you know is like wooks are definitely on an end of that's not a middle ground. And
No,
if it is, I don't want to know what's
no,
further.
no,
Like,
man. I don't think there is a further, bro. I think the Wook is, there's the pretend Wooks. There's the like the, oh, I'm so Wookie, but then there's like the actual, the gritty, the nitty gritty Wooks. You know what I mean? You could tell. No
yeah,
dental, nothing.
I think you look at you. It's like, all right, show me your teeth, show me your fingernails. Like, like I know
Listen.
that's bad to say, but like you can tell if someone's like, how long you been it's like,
Yeah.
how long you been a wook,
Yeah. Usually a giant wire wrap too, like huge. At least
Yeah.
more than 3 pins on the hat. That's Wook like tendencies right there.
Yeah, like it's and it's not like a label that you were trying to put on someone as like I want to put you down for, it's like, look, it's like I am a person who has a beard. It's just like a combination of many things, and it's
Yeah.
like, how do you describe this combination of things that many people have? Well, what seems to work.
Yeah.
I wonder who, like, do you know who coined the term "wook"?
I have no. I was gonna
Like,
try to come
who's
up with something
responsible
witty.
for that little blessing to
Yeah.
society? Like, what did we do before we had that word? What did you like? I guess you just call them hippies.
Yeah. Yeah. They were like the real like, but they, you say hippie, and that's like, it could be a cute term too, but you don't want to be lumped in with these people, bro. That's a different breed. It's just like, it's like the real rednecks too. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, we're all white people, but I mean, like, do we claim them? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I
Like,
mean, look,
Florida white is a different type of white. Like fucking. It's just they're on their own. You know what I mean? We don't claim them, bro, because they act wild. We don't claim them. I'm just telling you that.
oh man, that makes me think of I don't know. Do you ever watch the Chappelle Show much back in the day?
definitely.
Yeah, like I'm just like, this is making me think of like, what would a modern day equivalent of like, and could, I mean, if anyone could get away with doing this again, it would have to be Dave Chappelle doing like the racial draft round 2, because like th- you watch that show again now, and you're like, it was already edgy. Literally nobody could do that today.
No.
It's like, except for Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. Maybe
And
Bill Burr, but I mean, even then, he wouldn't get a pass on a lot of things.
I couldn't like put a pin into why society has decided that like, there's something special about Dave Chappelle, the way he approaches humor, his just innate ability to find that line and like cross it in the right way.
In the right way,
you know?
yeah. Where it's
And-
like
and
you're
it's-
like, you look at him and you're like, he didn't, he didn't mean it that way, even though he totally did, You're literally laughing at the way he meant it, and you're like, he gets a pass, I guess.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things, kind of like, I don't know. I feel like for a while, like Daniel Tosh was kind of pulling some similar, like,
True.
pushing the envelope in a different way,
True.
but pushing the envelope on like, how far can you take humor, and like, when does it stop? He was like always trying to find that, like, when is it no longer funny?
Yeah.
Like, how can I get really close? And that's like honestly the best comedians of every time is like you find the ones that got closest to the edge and either never crossed it or they crossed it and it was just the right way. Like, for his time, like George Carlin, like using profanity in comedy. That was like a rogue thing to do,
Yeah.
right? And now you go and you watch like find me, I beg you, find me a Netflix comedy special without, some kind of
Yeah.
it just doesn't exist.
They lean
You know?
into it, They use it as a trope almost too. Instead of like some of these dudes got fucking arrested for cursing on stage, like what is it, Lenny Bruce or something? I mean, as little as like fucking 50, 40 years ago, people were like, you had to fight for that right, and now it's just like, ow, my pussy, like it's just like that's the joke. Like there is no joke there. You know what I mean? You're just like. You're just using the curse as like a look at how funny I like. That's not edgy, There's no context there. It's like I don't know. Some of it's just become that's the crutch, Like they've just I don't know.
Yeah.
No
I mean,
substance.
it's. I mean, delivery is always like that. Somebody who's a funny person, like Rodney Dangerfield, could say an unfunny thing, but he'd say it in a funny way, and so you'd laugh. So like delivery, I would argue, is like more important than like the joke itself, because of the timing and the inflection. Like that's, I think, what makes those things funny. And it's like sometimes the timing isn't like the timing in terms of, oh, I'm saying this, like the separation of words, but like I'm going to make this joke at this point in time, sort of thing, of like they match what culture is ready for, or maybe like not ready for, but they're okay with it when they hear it. Like they're able to, outstep one page, like one page ahead of the class, and they find like, all right, like this could it's like
Well, it's usually
every
they make
comedian
you
who's
walk into
failed
it.
has like taken that step and it just didn't work out. They didn't do it right. But like it's like you're constantly on this like, you're walking on a bridge and it's like, the ropes are thin and the wood is shaky and like maybe there's a missing step, but you got to get to the other side, except the other side doesn't exist. You're just constantly walking on this rickety crickety bridge where just like comedic failure is the pit, right? And like everyone's on their own bridge realistically, because you see two comedians take the same step and somehow for whatever, like I can't point it because I don't think that much about this, but like two people could say the same joke and it could flop in one instance.
Absolutely.
So they're all like, I got so much respect for like good comedians and really any comedian, because like you're putting yourself out there in a way that is just so raw and vulnerable, because like it's just I mean the comedy that comes from within, that talks about self experiences, and a lot of times it's like, well, the safe way to talk about dark things that are funny is like if I talk about the ones that are closest to my life. Definitely. Because I can talk about it in the right way, or I can it's like that seems to be the consistent approach for like workable comedy, is finding the darkness in your own, I guess this is because I just appreciate dark comedy the most, and that's probably what I watch the most. But I think that like you can't make jokes about someone else's darkness, because I don't think that the tone will come across in the right way. But that's where like Dave Chappelle and other comedians of that elite, just crazy ability to always deliver, like they're able to talk about stuff that like, it's not necessarily personal to them, but it's like these are societal things that are being poked fun at and prodded, and it somehow lands. You know?
Well, they have deep. It comes from. It's like comes out as a funny thing, but it's a very real thing. You know what I mean? It's like a very personal, like experience to them, and I think that's where the connection comes from too. It's not just saying the funny thing too. It's like actually having a pretty good grounds to stand on when you bring it up. It's not just kind of having empty thoughts or virtue signaling. And I think that's what's been so good with these guys too, is because a lot of comedy has become virtue signaling too. It's become, I mean, everything has become virtue signaling, whether it's like fucking movie themes or like whatever it is. Everything's becoming like, we got to talk about this and we got to do this, and not letting you kind of be like have an opinion on your own, whether they want to spoon feed you all the information or not. I think that's what's important though. Like, they give you all the information, they make a joke out of it, and that's what it is. It's a joke though. It's not to be taken too seriously, and then that's when people get offended. And it's like, bro, this isn't like the fucking the Constitution, something where someone's like people's lives are fucking being affected by. This is like a comedy skit, and the ones that I think have gone far, in that bridge, are the ones that kind of like, they don't even look down, like I said, Bill Burr before too. He's kind of just, he stands 10 toes down, whether, I think he's funny most of the time too, but he's almost like uncancelable in that offense, where he's just like, he won't let, whatever you say, it's like, really, like there's some
He'll
people
make you
almost
feel
like,
bad.
yeah, they
for
almost like
calling him
let
out.
themselves get canceled though, like they succumb to the fucking, they succumb to the pressures of like all these people telling them that they're in the wrong. But it's like, I think a lot of the people who, even not in comedy, like what the fuck is his name? What was Winning? What was that guy?
What?
He fucking no.
Oh, that's escaping me.
Fucking Charlie Sheen. He would, he would have been the poster child for being canceled, but like, a Black Book came out with from a fucking LA prostitute, and his name was all over that. Yeah. Spent $100,000 in a year, and he fucking, why? Instead of being like, I'm sorry, he's like, that's me, fuck it, I did it, and everyone just knows him and accepts Charlie Sheen for him, like that's it. Bro, we're all fucking weird and do some like creepy shit or whatever you're into. I don't give a fuck. But like, the moment that you're like not, you try to hide it, and like, you get caught virtue signaling, and it's the exact opposite of what you're doing in the back. Like, it's so stupid. You could kind of smell that from a mile away. And I think the uncancelable people are the ones who kind of are like, fuck it, you're gonna take me as I am, or we're just gonna move on. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of the way it is. And they're not like the inflammatory people, because there's a lot of that too. They see those type of people, and they're like, oh, well, I could get the attention too. I'm just going to say.
Let me gas it up.
Yeah. And there's so many of those too. But then the actual authentic, they might be rough around the edges, but I think those are the people who kind of really, make an impact on kind of just society, art, whatever, even personally, you know what I mean? Like, those are the people who I'm kind of looking up to and being like, all right, I got to follow in that lead, instead of kind of be like, oh yeah, like, what I mean? There's so much of that, especially when you're doing art to as a living or whatever. You gotta, you're in the people pleasing business, I guess. It's so weird, but I don't know. Regardless, I don't know what brought us on to this long tangent. I don't know if it was the Dave Chappelle shit or what, but I do appreciate your kind of ability to know what you want out of this, and it's refreshing, because everybody else seems like they're chasing something that they necessarily don't even know what they want, or they'll get it and then realize, it's what other people want, and you're just chasing this shit because you see it every day, or you're just getting pounded by influence all day, so you're just like, oh, I need that, I need to be here, my music's like this too. But LS Dream, I think I read his post the other day after something I did. I don't know. I did something that like really opened me up to like outside influence, and then I just happened to open Instagram and see his post, and he was talking about like, you don't have to be the best at something to be happy. And I'm like, damn, that's, I think crazy important in today's day and age. Like, happiness should be the number one. Then where you fall in the rankings of all this fucking social stigmatism bullshit,
But I think some people are probably cut of the cloth where they actually can't be happy if they're not. I think that statement holds true in the sense that you don't have to be the person who needs to be the best to be happy, but I think there are some people out there who truly won't find their happiness unless they reach that level.
Yeah.
Um, and some do. Like I think the person who finds their way to like really be at the top, you got to make a ton of sacrifice unless it's like dumb luck, which I don't really think truly
No.
exists. I think anyone who's like lucky is just someone who had a crazy unlikely opportunity, but they still capitalized on that opportunity. You know, um, like I think people who really like reach that and stay at that level, like you have this thing within you that just compels you to succeed. You have to push. You have to just like you feel incomplete if you're not like at
Yeah.
that level. But then there's the lion's share of those that are that same mentality, but they don't get there and they burn out and they crash. And like, we might not remember all of those names, but they exist and they, you know, they're no worse for wear for having tried. Like I think if that's who you are, you need to try. You need to get to the point where you know that you can't win. You can't be the best. I think you need to go there to find that happiness. Like some
Absolutely.
people won't be able to just say like maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
No, yeah. You got to
Some
try.
people they gotta do it, they gotta
Absolutely.
go full send until it like to a fault. And I think that that everyone ultimately like they end up making the choices they make for reasons of their own. And what works for me like might not work for most other people, and vice versa, right?
Yeah.
Like i don't think that I don't think that my approach would work for everyone, because I don't think that a lot of the things that I enjoy or my tendencies apply to a large share of people. And it's just like I've found what works for me, and I'm happy to have found that. Um, enough to be like I don't know if I've definitely not made all the right decisions, that's for sure, but in my faults, I've always tried to learn from my mistakes. I'm very reflective on, decisions and like thinking about, well, I made this choice. Well, what happened? What was the result of that decision? How can I how can I do better the next time it comes around, right? And just at every step of the way, trying to make that call, trying to think in that nature. It's like I've done things in a lot of cases the hard way to find, you know, this place that I am right now, that I don't have to continue to like make those testing decisions. It's like I have a few that like they're kind of trivial. It's like I have very little to complain about at this point, but um it's like who am I to have a ton of complaints about? It's like I've been so like reflective on like who am I as a person? What motivates me daily? What are the choices that I'm making on a day-to-day basis, and what are the repercussions of those? you know and it's just like you can't think about what could have happened. All you can think about is like what did happen and why that happened, enough to know, do you make the same choice again or not the next time it comes around? But the more you and like the second you start thinking like, well, what if this, well, what if that, or you start playing the comparison game like, oh, well, so and so this, so and so that, and I'm different, like you're never going to find that just like zen space of
Yeah.
existence. Like it's gotta be internal,
Yeah. Definitely. No, that place that you're talking about is, I think that's the place of just like being okay with whatever like happens, and I think that's where the authenticity bleeds through, when you're totally okay with you being you instead of kind of like all these outside influences. And for a while I think it was a lot easier, for last year I think it was a lot easier to not have those kind of like outside voices peer in, with the lack of everyone's accomplishments all over Facebook or Instagram, and the lack of promotion of new songs or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, not just music, but everything. It's just, oh, this person bought a house, or, you know, like all that outside influence kind of like got silenced for like a year. And I think that's where that came from, you know, just kind of like listening to more of people who maybe have been there too. Like a lot of fighters I've been listening to, like people who, you know, lost a couple times, you know, lost the fucking Olympics or something, or like big losses, you know what I mean? And then to hear them kind of be like, yo, well, being number two in the world really isn't the worst feeling in the world too, you know? And then George St. Pierre kind of being like, you know, once you take a step back, like what we do is so insignificant. And, you know, him being the fucking champion of the world, him being humble about it, you have to be like, listen, man, what we're doing, we're the only ones putting this pressure on us for the most part. And, you know, we got to use that as a motivating force, not a demotivating, because it could easily become that, you know, like just all the demons, they definitely want you to fail too. But I mean, you know, it's real easy to be happy if you do kind of just appreciate how far you've come since the jump, you know, and what you do want out of it too. Like if you would have asked me, you'd be making you know, like living off music for a while, like fuck yeah, I'll do it, whatever, you know. So I mean, I'll take this 10 times over. But listening to those people who kind of like been a lot more humble, been through a lot more, accomplished a lot more, and then be like, yeah, we're not that significant in the whole scope of the universe. We're so fucking insignificant, dude. We're making, you know, corn noises and fucking putting them on YouTube. Like, dude, this is ridiculous. But here we are getting caught up in our feelings and shit. So I mean, it's just like literally, I think we're our own worst enemies sometimes. But having people around you who might be into the same things but don't want the same things out of them is kind of refreshing as well too, because you kind of question your own, why did I want this? You know, did I want this only because like another homie that I came up with is doing big things right now? Or, you know, because at the same time I know a bunch of homies that I came up with who don't even make music anymore. Like they're you know, scientists, or they're doing big things on their own too, you know? So it's like, I don't know, chasing it, thinking that there's only one way to do it, and it being somebody else's way, it's like honestly probably the most toxic thing to this whole creative flow. But you know, I think talking to you has kind of helped. Yeah, it's not that serious, you know what I mean? You don't gotta fucking, even if we're beating off every fucking week, you producing every day, it's not like that needs to be what's in front of everybody's head, what's everybody's consuming, you know? You're not that fucking egotistical where you're like, I need to be in people's ears all the time.
Yeah, hell no. I mean, it's just like, I mean, look, you can take yourself seriously. This is not to say like nobody should take themselves serious. Like, I think you need to be legit about certain things, but you don't need to be that way about everything. And you got to find something in life to do that you just like kind of don't give a fuck about. You know, Maybe that's video games. For a lot of people, I think it is. For some people, that's what they're serious about. And that wasn't always like a socially embraced thing. But, you know, it's like that doesn't make the choice any more or less valid. Right?
True.
So it's like you just got to find something that you can take seriously, because I think it's good to, like, you can't just be without motivation in anything. Right, you gotta be ambitious with something, but you gotta choose what that is, and it's gotta come from in here, right?
That's true.
But whatever it is that you don't like, then it's like everything else is gravy, right? Like the rest is fun.
That's true.
So it's like, as long as you got enough of the fun to like outweigh, you know, it's a balance, right? If you take a lot of things seriously, you gotta do a lot of things that you're not so serious about, right?
That's true.
And hopefully they're healthy things and not just like, you know, substance, just because it's not sustainable. Not that, you know, not to ever like shame anybody for, you know, this vice and that vice, because we all got our shit, right? But, you know, it's got to be a balance, and it's just got to be something sustainable, right? Because like, how long can you do all of the ignorance, right? Like, I had to ask myself that when I was like getting done with college, right? Like, I was in a fraternity. I'm not someone who's like the typical person who was in a fraternity. I hope that after this conversation, you're not like, yeah, he's a real fret, bro. Like, if
Definitely
that's
not.
what you took away from this conversation, I have failed in so many ways. But I would do it the same exact way. Like, if I had to do it again, like, I would make a single different choice. Not because I've never had anything unpleasant happen in my life. I've had plenty of bad shit that I could have avoided that I outright caused, right?
Yeah.
Like unnecessary dumb shit that like, oh, how did we get here, right? Well, I did it, me, right? Like I did this dumb shit. So the consequences have happened and here I am finding myself in this situation, but then it's like, well, okay, so where do we go from here? Right? And it's just like keep moving forward, you know? And I'm ultimately happy with where I've landed. So why should I have regrets? You know?
Definitely. Definitely, man. I think it's like you said, you had a lot of things that was your main focus before music, and myself included too. But all those things I kind of did take, I think, a little too seriously, and maybe it kind of helped. Like I always want when I was I just picked up a skateboard. I'm gonna be a professional skateboarder. I picked up, jujitsu. I'm like, I'm fucking fighting. That's it. And UFC, I'm gonna be the guy. Like that's it. But I mean, all those things have helped in a way. But I think it's kind of made me stay with music the longest and take it maybe like not burnt out, because that's what happened with MMA. It would just be my whole entire life, and like I literally went to my guy and I was like, I don't think I could do this anymore. I need a little bit of time off because I'm just like the gym and then going fucking training and then going back to the gym, and it was just like, am I having fun with this, or was it just to, because like all my homies were training too, and it was like we're all competing for it, and it took me to take a step back to be like, all right, maybe this isn't the life. And I'm so fucking thankful, because I look at that shit now and I'm like, I would have been fucking C tier at best, you know what I mean? C tier, and just getting my fucking face punched out on live television, and oh my god, bro. Like I see some of these guys and I know, compared to these other dudes that were born and bred for this game, that these guys won't compare. And I was one of those guys, the guys that like I would get put up against somebody who's just too fucking good, get my face smushed in on live television, and then I'll be like, where am I? What do I do with my life now? So it's nice to kind of have taken that experience and kind of applied it into a different avenue that might have given me a little bit more longevity than if I wouldn't have gone through those stages in my life.
But then I bet some of those experiences, like whether directly or indirectly, probably come back and fold into like some of the ways that like, you approach, like I think everyone approaches making music in their own way, similar to how we all have like unique handwriting,
True.
I mean, you got people who are good at forging, and you got people who can like really well just like disguise themselves as X other kind of producer. But like, if left to your own devices, you stop listening to other people's music and you just like you steep in your stench, so to speak. And I think everyone's got that thing that they'll just gravitate towards because it's like it's intrinsic to them. And I think that maybe that's just like you found it and and then you just sprint forward, head first, because you're like, this is it. But it's like I heard someone give this advice to someone on some production stream, and it was like, my advice to you, because it's like they would make this song that sounds like X person and this song that sounds like X person, and it was all really well done.
Yeah.
Right. But it's like, what's your sound, right? What is that? And I think, everyone's got to hit that point in making music where they kind of scale back on how much they listen to other people's stuff, and then they just like look within and they're like, how am I making music? Do I like would I listen to this music that I'm making? Yes or no? Like, do I want to continue? It's like these are questions that whether or not you consciously ask them, like they're happening, as your decisions are made, whether or not you think about it. And over time, I think that's why it's like everyone finds their sound. given enough time. And I think it's from just that eventually you fall into your step, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like have you ever like put fighting noises in your music?
I've sampled Conor McGregor a couple times. You know, he's got some good quotes. You know, throw it in a mix or
Ex-
two. I think
yeah.
it's definitely come into play. You know, I think a lot of the maybe even just my mentality too, like a respect kind of thing of just, all right, man. You know, you never know who's out here throwing fucking bombs. You know what I mean? They look unsuspecting, but they might be triple black belt or something. So you just kind of respect everybody, you know, like and their ability to create or whatever they do. You know, I'm just like, all right, you might look unsuspecting, but I've been, you know, tricked before. I've been tapped out like a motherfucker. So, you know, I got to give respect and let people kind of, like you said, find their own too. You know, because a lot there is a time period, I think, in everybody's career, usually the beginning, where you sound more like other people. But when you find the people who are fucking so new at their craft and they have their sound already, it's like, dude, this is you know, those are the people who you're like, I know this guy's gonna go far as long as the marathon mentality is there. You know, I know that they'll be the, if this is what they're starting at, think about where they're ending at. You know, it's just, some of them are crazy though. So I mean, a lot of that is like you know, looking inward and kind of seeing that wasn't the case for me. I kind of had to replicate a lot. And I don't know if you're the same way, but yeah, I think that's with a lot of my stuff, not just music too. It's, I got to kind of see what's good, and then I could grow from it. Then I could grow on top of it, you know?
Yeah. I think my exposure was probably mostly before I started making music, but I didn't realize it until so far along because it's like my entire last year, and I've left everything that I made up last year up, and I plan to never take it down, even if I continue with this as my like production identity, because I hope that even if one person who's like just starting out producing like goes and stumbles upon this feed of like my track that's like 52 weeks surviving 2023 music, right? And it's every song that I released in the year, which is one a week. And if you go back to the start, hopefully by the end you see this like this journey, and hopefully like the ones towards the end are the ones that you're like yeah, those like you can see they got
Yeah,
better, and hopefully like this
definitely.
person can hear it and think, well, if this person progressed this much in this much time, you know, not to say that everyone's going to make the same progress in the same amount of time, because that's not the case, but with enough effort and staying, grinding it out, being consistent, like I think that like people can definitely make good progress. And it's like sometimes, you know, you doubt yourself. You're like, should I keep going? Like, can I keep going? What it, you know, does it sound good? Well, it doesn't sound good. Well, will it ever sound good? And it's like, I hope that if one person sees it and is like, I'm gonna keep making music, like I don't even need to know about it. But if
Yeah,
that's happened, if that ever happens, like it was worth it, you know?
definitely.
Like
Definitely.
I'll never get a single penny out of it. You know, they're all non-monetized. I don't expect anyone to want to pay for half of them, right? I wouldn't. Um, but it's reflective of where I was at the time,
Definitely.
and it's kind of like a journal of music, you know, in a sense, where I still have a lot of things like that for this year, but they're not out there. And I don't know that I could find all of them necessarily. You know, like there's maybe one folder that I still have some bounces in chronological order in, but it's just littered with beat offs, and like those aren't necessarily finished ideas. And sometimes, you know, sometimes you gotta get a bad one out, you know.
Definitely.
Um, Sometimes it's the first one, sometimes it's the last one, sometimes it's in the middle, sometimes it's all three, and the day is just not meant to be, right?
Definitely
Like
that.
it's I've got just it's littered, you know, and it's hilarious because it's like the opposite of what you see joked about on the internet. It's like, you know, oh, like homework folder full of porn. And then it's like beat off folder full of music. Like so unexpectedly not like it's not dirty. It's just
Yeah.
but it's so funny. Like
Bro.
I don't know. I'm
Hey.
all about the I'm all about that. Just the the unexpected, like
Yeah.
that
No.
it makes me enjoy it even more. Like I would never have thought to label my music folder like beat offs, but it's hilarious that I now have a bunch of music projects in a folder called beat off, and I will never get rid of it.
Nah. It's a fucking timepiece of where you were at I guess during quarantine, quarantine and beyond, cuz who knows, man, you might be doing 5-minute challenges soon. You might be over the 30-minute shit. You might be just like quick or long. Who knows, man? You could just feel like this isn't enough time after a while, and sometimes you thrive in an hour or something. I think that's what Blake's is, right? 1 hour challenges.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
1 hour. I mean, it's like I've got different times to sort of continually see the difference of like, well, what did I do in 30 minutes? What did I do in an hour? And what did I get done in the week? And now recently it's like, what did I do in like a day? Because the Datsun ones are like a 24-hour kind of thing. They come out 8 p.m. on a Tuesday, and then it's 8 p.m. Wednesday. I've taken a couple weeks off out of necessity because of whatever, but like literally right before this, I was I was flipping a Datsun sample for like 2 hours. I literally
nice.
uploaded to SoundCloud as I clicked on the Zoom link to open this up. I don't even know if I'll catch it on stream. I probably won't. I'll catch the VOD, but like I literally did that just before, like,
Damn.
so it's like it's just it's just for the love of the game,
Yeah. No, for real, man. And I like the experimentation. Not everything is set in stone. It's not like this is the way it needs to be. This is the way it needs to come out. It's kind of like taking it as you go, kind of riding the waves, and that's a little bit more freeing of like an attitude that I like to have too. I'd want to work on my kind of just like take it a little bit less seriously attitude when it comes to at least some parts of the music. Not maybe the serious side of like getting a show, locking it down, and making sure everything technically sound, but maybe the actual music making or maybe the collaboration side is just like, we could take a little bit more of a chill pill and relaxed approach to this, because it's really not that serious at the end of the day. Like it's fucking computer music, bleep beat
Yeah.
music.
I think what hit me is like it made it worthwhile is like I started to realize like here's what I could actually do in 30 minutes, or here's what I could actually do if I'm like, because I've pursued this as like how can I optimize this, because I'm a nerd engineer. I'm like,
True.
how can I shave? I think you were talking about this in another one of the beat and greets, but it's like people shaving seconds even off of, different decisions. And that might not make the biggest difference in any one project. But if you're just churning them out and you're trying to like optimize starting a project, finishing will always take time because you have this attention to detail that's required, and it's always going to just require listening to it a lot, taking time away, coming back to it. That will never go away, but getting a good idea out there, I think that, that can be optimized pretty well, like a machine almost, or in Phosphor's case, Tendril. Literally program, it's like
Yeah, a
it's literally
lot.
programmed where like if this is the desired output, there's just a fucking machine of trigger actions and all this other shit, and
Yeah.
it's like, you know it almost never sounds the same, but there is this consistency of inconsistency, or
Ooh.
like i I could recognize, like I could have my eyes closed and you could play me 100 tracks, and I would know like the needle in the haystack, and be like, yep, that was Tenderbot. Like you fucking know,
That's
right?
true.
Like it's
That's
that
true.
and it's like, we could all hope to have such a identifiable sound, you know
Yeah.
um and it's like I can't even describe what it is. I couldn't tell you why I could identify one of those tracks so well, but like I can.
Yeah, you just know, like whether it
I
be
don't
the
know
fucked
why.
up groove or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
Like
it's like, if, well, I forgot what time it is. I'm not sure if anything's real. What's the tempo? I don't know. All right, maybe maybe this is it, you know?
It's funny because
Like
tempo literally has never mattered too. We give them fucking,
it's
69 BPM, 133, 200. It's all
that's
just
the
like
same.
the same, like crazy out there, inconsistent, like you said, consistent inconsistencies, which is fucking, that's, you got to dime that, bro. That's like an EP name or something, bro. That's
You gotta
perfect.
love it. You gotta love it.
Damn,
And
man.
I saw him in chat say ordered chaos. Like exactly.
Yeah.
It's for sure what it is.
Yeah. No,
Um,
and it's you. That's that underlying more important than anything. It's him, Like it could have been like actual chaos. It could have been noise or whatever, but as long as it's that distinguished you sound, we'd be like, "All right, that's him." But man,
yeah.
whatever you call it at this point, I think maybe the time to name it would be now. Maybe that's what would help, project it into whatever mainstream acclaim. You just have a name to it, some
Yeah.
sort of step.
I mean, people love labels.
That's
You
what
know,
I'm saying. Exactly.
like the more the better,
That's
right?
fuck it.
Like, why not?
Fuck
Right?
it, man.
Subgenres pop up constantly,
That's
so
it.
why not?
That's it, bro.
I thought when you said that, I thought you were about to, and I guess I'm self pivoting here, but I know just before this, we were talking about you wanted to ask about the 69 BPM gravitation that I had for, I don't know, the last like 3+ months. It was like I think since January until maybe about, so
Most of my
5.
recent memories of you, just 69 BPM.
Yeah, it's like that's the like working memory of like what is my like what is something that I've made sound like outside of like the context of a beat off where some other tempo is the requirement. It's like
Yeah.
everything I sent in to a stream that I was like I finished this and I chose to. It's like it was all 69 BPM or 138 was sort of like the all right, well I feel like I've explored 69 as much as I could. Let's double it, and it was like it started as a joke. Literally during a beat off, I was like, I won. What tempo do I pick? And I was like, fuck it. 69. Like of course the internet loves this number for, inexplainably but also explainable reasons. It's like, all right, haha, it's funny, but like why it's like it's crazy. It's like 420 and 69. It's like code of the internet, or maybe it's just like people have spent enough time on like Reddit or like specific places of the internet where, because I don't think it's quite so like I don't think you can be like throwing 69s everywhere on like Facebook. Like your family and friends might have some questions, and you might not have good answers for them.
Yeah, Facebook.
Maybe they poke in a place you don't want them to poke. Maybe
no.
It's like.
You got aunts on Facebook. You got moms, dads. It's too much, Even if it's not yours, somebody who you're added to their aunt or something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so it was like it was literally just like, haha, this is funny. But then it was like probably it was like the most unique sounding thing I had made at that point in time was like it's like 69 BPM. And of course there's like it's not a cult, but it's like almost cultish.
Yeah.
The productions that occur at like 70 and 140 BPM.
Definitely. 70 is.
It's totally not a cult.
It's a cult. It's a cult.
Yeah,
I know people with 140 tattoos. You know what I mean?
It's like a lifestyle.
Yeah, it's a lifestyle. Yeah. My heart beats at 140. That's what they say.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so I was like, all right, well, I'm going to pick 69. Can you honestly tell me the difference side by side, not played at the same time? If you were at a track that's at 69 and a track that's at 70, I mean, maybe if you're like really, really on it with like, your brain has a metronome and maybe your heartbeat does exist at 70 or 140, but like, it just kind of hits a little different. I feel like, the 69, it's like, it's a little slow. And I was like, all right, well, let me explore this. Let me see what I can do. And actually one of the tracks that's on the EP that I've done zero promotion for explicitly started off as it was the 69 BPM track, like the original, which I extended out not by that much because it's still kind of a short tune, but the original 69 BPM tune that I made that started this like
Craze.
weird gravitation. It was like a joke that I took too far. And then I was like, but now it's kind of a thing and people
Yeah.
seem to enjoy it. And it's like, why not? You know,
Yeah.
like let's see how long I could. It's like, how long can I make stuff that's at 69 BPM before I get tired of it or before, it stops being a welcome thing.
Yeah.
And
Oh, it's
like
like the beat off.
it like never went away,
Yeah. No, I
you
mean same
know?
thing.
Like
It was
who's
funny at
gonna
first,
yeah,
but
and then it's like, well, I can't get rid of it now. It's like and
oh, for
and it's
real.
like part of it's habit forming, but the other part turned into like again like the engineer brain kicked on and I was like, well, if I'm trying to optimize like my skills as a musician and all of this other stuff, when I'm working with let's say it's a science experiment, right? Well, you know, you have variables, but you also have constants, right? These things that exist the same. And that's like things that you need to evaluate like progress over time. It's like if I'm making a different tempo track every single time, a different key track
that's
every single
true.
time, like maybe I can kind of observe the progress, but
That's
I
true.
figured it's going to be easier for me to get better at playing on the keys, get better at playing like the finger drumming side of things, even more so of exploring different rhythmic variations. Like I'll be able to really dig into that stuff and compare it and evaluate it. If I say like let me just do 69 BPM, and then it also turned into like just F minor,
Uh-huh.
because I watched some video about like sub bass frequencies and where in the sub bass like really hit the best and why. And I'm not sure that all of it is like fully scienced out, but
Yeah.
there's definitely at least some pseudoscience and enough people who seem to agree
Mm-hmm.
that like sub bass does really well in F minor,
Or
like
even
F
G
sharp. Like
maybe.
there's that. I
Yeah.
think it's like 40 to 60 hertz is what I've
No,
like.
definitely. Yeah.
It feels like the sweet spot of where
Yeah.
like based on hearing range, based on our sound systems, our headphones, our speakers, like that seems to be like where the sub bass really purrs.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, well, bass was always this thing that like I could never quite hit right, like clear bass. So let me do F. Like and it's like, oh well, F's in the chat, right? Like, oh, it's another kind of mean thing. Like, why not stack it on? And so, again, my preference for minor keys. So I picked F minor because I started out playing a lot of C minor because I was like, well, C is like everyone knows like C is I like knew the white keys was C, but then it's like, all right, what makes the difference to C minor? I figured that would be the easiest thing to adapt to, but then C minor and F minor are very similar in terms of notes included. There's only a difference of like one flat.
Oh.
Like it's the same. The difference
Oh
between it
shit.
is literally just the inclusion of D flat instead of D,
Oh.
and that's the difference in terms of notes, not necessarily the order. But so it was very easy for my hands to adjust from, okay, I made a bunch of C minor stuff, now I can make a bunch of stuff in F minor. And this is like without seeing the scale presented in front of me, because for a while I was bouncing through keys because Machine would let me select a scale before I started, or my MIDI keyboard, which is Native Instruments, had like overlays to only light up the keys that were in scale, so I could kind of
Ooh.
figure it out. But I had no ability to just like play without those lights, without that guide. So I needed to just rip the fucking band-aid off and decide like where do I start?
True.
So it started with C minor, and then it moved to F minor because of, this combination of
Yeah.
things. and
Ooh.
and and now that it's like I feel like I've explored enough of, I've made some really chill stuff at 69, I've made stuff in 3/4, I've made stuff that's at 138, which is the double. I've done, it's like I've explored it almost as much as I could for those variations where I'm now comfortable that I can go to a different tempo and the tracks won't only differ by the tempo and by the key.
Ooh.
Because listening back to my old, like my early stuff if you listen to like the first 5 tracks that I have um, on SoundCloud, say, right, or even like going back to things before that, I had my buddy who's like really good piano player. He came to me and he said, you have like this same melodic motif that you use in like everything you've made. And I was like, oh, is that like is that a good thing? And he was like, well, maybe, but like from a musical perspective of like having interesting, engaging compositions, like appealing to the ears of someone who can like call out. It's like he knew that,
Yeah.
because it was like too predictable.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I see you're exploring with all these different sounds, but it's like it's the melodic variation. It's like basically what I was doing was because it does work. It is a nice sound. And it's very acceptable to have a progression that goes in a minor key, like 1, 7, 6, and then it jumps down to 5, right? And that works to just go 1, 7, 6, 5, 1, 7, 6, 5 over and over again. It's like it's one of those things that like it never really resolves, but it also kind of works to continue progressing on. And so he was like, I can understand why you would do this, because it seems like it would work. But then I was like not doing anything else.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, so at least break into like different sets of 4 chords, right? So then of course I'm like, all right, I got something else to look up on the internet, more research, I'm ready, I know how, and so it's like I literally have my bookmarks in my browser. The last one that I have, I got rid of the one that was like look up the scale based on the notes, because like I know the intervals now where I can call that out, so I don't need the tool anymore. But the one that I have is like, it's a piano chord finder, and it suggests like a progression based on if you were to pick a chord, it's like, all right, well, what key are you in, what progression do you want to use? And then it's like I got used to looking for those notations, and it's like, okay, really common one in say major key. It's like I could rattle them off. I'm not gonna do it, like it doesn't matter, but like I went through this process of like just exploring these different things, and then that was how I got into that sort of like where I think a lot of the stuff that I'll make in the beat offs is like, it's a little bit more melodic and it's like improvised noodling and all this shit. It's from just the practice of just pick your like find your chords out, your scale, and then it's just practicing playing. Like I'll loop the same chord progression for fucking like all of like a 10-minute session where I have the chords, I figure them out. I'm not going to finish this as a track, but I'm just practicing improv on top. And so I'm like looking for different like licks is like you'll hear jazz musicians say, oh, it's this like that lick, right? It's just different like melodic phrases. And it's like you can try to make the argument that like, well, nobody's finding new notes, so is any music even really like not derivative? And it's like that gets away from the point of all of it. But but that's where that like whenever that shift happened, I don't know when it was, but whenever that shift happened, it's probably sometime in the middle of the 69 phase. That was because it's like, okay, focus more on composition rather than getting into the weeds on sound design, because I noticed that's where I would get lost in the sauce in the worst of ways.
Yeah.
Outside of that environment, I spent like 4 hours making a single riser in Massive X.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize
easy. That could happen easy,
Like no, it's not even like unreasonable. You're like, yeah.
No, and then you switch the preset too, and you're just over it. You're just like, all right, I'm done. Like once it's not exactly the standards, or you did spend 4 hours, you're like, I just could have dragged and dropped something like that. Like it was like an ego thing almost. But I like how you're doing it. You're doing like more of chords and stuff. Like you going in there with a goal, a set goal, to kind of boost your ability to speak the language of music, I guess, and then branch out from there. Even your theory on why it was like set on 69. I mean, it just happened to be the number 69, but more importantly, it was like you knowing that if you could conquer one set specific thing, then I think that would branch out. And I actually never, as much time as I spent producing and doing different things and exercises, I never thought like maybe I should stick with 1 BPM for that reason. You know, I always thought that was like a little bit more, because I don't spin that way. I spin a little bit more eclectic, and I thought it was like a little bit more boring that way. And that's like no shots at anybody, but just like for my DJ style, I feel like maybe it kind of fucked over my production ways of kind of just like sticking to one thing and making sure I'm good at that, because that's actually a very unique way to look at it too, because you know, you hear the argument, it's like, oh, that person, every one of his things sounds the same or something, you know? So I think you're taking it upon yourself to switch it up when it feels like it needs to be switched up, but also kind of sticking around for a certain reason. It's not like you're like comfortable there. It's almost like you haven't found your total zen zone there, so you're going to put yourself uncomfortable. But I mean, I like that, because you do fuck around with different genres too and different kind of BPMs, but you know, to have something that might be the root of a specific sound, and then you branch it out from there, I think that's super important too. I maybe could streamline a lot of people's like finding their own sound kind of thing, you know, because I think a lot of us just throw shit at the wall and kind of just hope some of it sticks. But if you kind of go in there set, like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to conquer this kind of area, and then I'll move on from there, I think that's better than kind of chasing your tail, doing something here and then setting up shop over here and then running back over here. And it's like confusing, at least for like release schedules, for myself at least, because sometimes I feel like certain tunes and vibes need to stick together in periods of my time, periods of my catalog, you know, but that affects me from like releasing some of the older stuff now, because I feel like it doesn't fit the vibe too. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, it could just all be because I didn't stick with one BPM, figure it out, and then move on. I'm kind of all over the place, and maybe left me a little bit more confused too.
I mean, I didn't do that for like, and not that I've spent near like, you've definitely been at this longer than I have, and unquestionably put more hours into it just by sheer like duration of time. But it's like I still didn't, like, I wasn't always doing it in that way, and not to say that like that's the only way that I made progress. It was like, this is an experiment, and I feel like it worked well. I do think that it's something that I would recommend someone try if they're curious. You know, if it's like, well, could it help me? And it's like, well, maybe. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish, but like it's just one framework for learning, for improvement, and there are infinite ways.
True.
Because everyone finds their own path through this thing, right? Like, you know, you could have this instructor, you could have that instructor, you could decide to take a lesson with 100 different people instead of 100 lessons with the same person, and you'll come out of it with still a lot of knowledge. It's going to be different, but it's going to be a lot of knowledge, and neither is wrong. So, you know, like, as much like, if you're like wondering, should you try this? I'd say, do you want to?
Yeah. No, I did. It did. You know, I was like, ding, that sounds good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, sometimes some things just go right in and right out. But that was like, oh, that actually might be a beneficial thing. Knowing how I work, knowing myself and my creative process, it might be better than being all ADHD everywhere. And even in EPs, have 100 different fucking BPMs in the 4 songs that I released in the EP. I've almost made sure that they've been different. You know, I've almost like been like, oh, I want all these on the album because they're all different BPMs. I don't think I've ever released a EP or a release that's like consistently a BPM, but maybe that's, you know, bit me in the ass if I looking back at it retrospectively. I'm like,
I don't know, because like, you know, then I think that there are examples of it working, and there are examples of the counter example working just as well.
True.
I think whatever choices you make, whatever style of music you make, whatever approach you take to the process of making it, it's like, if you do it long enough, if you put it out there, if you're genuine about it, if you're serious about it, like, the right fans will find you. If you're putting your message out there, like really getting it out there, you're like, unless you're, and I don't think anyone can really do it for so long and so intently and still be making dog shit. You know, it's like, unless you're, you know, it's like, at a certain point, someone's gonna find that that's their niche.
Yeah.
And it's like, you'd probably have different fans if you chose to go about it differently.
True.
More than likely.
True.
Because I
Yeah.
bet what you're like questioning right now of like, well, like this or that, it's
Yeah.
like maybe, maybe not. But, it's like, are you happy about the music you made? Are you happy about the fans you got? And I gotta be honest, this like every community is different, and like I enjoy all that I'm active in, but like there's a few that like feel different, and like I don't know how many like of this Discord and Twitch like group of people represent your like larger fan base, but like if this is any indication of like your fan base as a whole, I don't think you've made a wrong decision, because I think you found people who like they don't just connect with your music, they connect with each other. And they connect with each other for things that aren't just your music, right?
Wow.
It's a community that has, because of the music you've made, existed, but it doesn't continue to exist solely because of that. It's not like everyone's in here like our only common thing. It's like
Yeah. No, damn that.
why
Phew,
like
that's
why
heavy.
change a thing? Because this group of, like beautiful degenerates, I would say, I consider myself one. That's a term of endearment, but like we all stumble into it for our own reason. We all stay for a different reason, and that's great. And it's like I wouldn't change a thing
No, hey, me
unless you want
neither.
to.
Me neither. Yeah, I mean, it's
Unless you
nice.
want to.
I like picking it up on the way too, though. I hear some things that maybe I necessarily wouldn't have implemented back in the day or something, but now I'm a little bit more open to, everybody's training methods. I at least got to hear them, dude. Because at this point, everybody's training even the same way pretty much too. So anything that's kind of like outside the norm, I'm gonna be at least all ears for, in to a certain extent, like just to kind of hear if it's something that maybe my personality is attracted to, and not fight that, and not like, all the Conor McGregors out there who are like the trash talkers and stuff. I think that actually spawned a bunch of people who like tried to be like them because they saw that it was working, but that wasn't them, And once they realize, why am I fighting who I am? I'm trying to be something that worked for somebody else. It's like the same thing that applies over here too. It's I could apply a couple, two, three different things and make them work from somebody else's camp, but at the end of the day, I think I've found a lot of what makes it work, and just that reassurance. That was some deep shit. It's definitely true. Once you step back and realize like how many good squad we got in here, and how many people are consistently in here, and whether it be the music or, some people don't even make music. And that's crazy because half of what we talk about and half of what we bring on the fucking podcast is like musicians. And we listen to like not even to say half cooked beats, but like works in progresses and stuff, like it's kind of crazy. Just the people, I think, like you said, are just more here for, like a movement instead of just like the music kind of shit. And you could get tripped up, and I'm saying this is me. You get tripped up over like, my sound design isn't this, or my music, my knowledge of music theory. But yeah, I mean, you just kind of got to put yourself back in your place and realize, hey, bro, like we fucking made it here. There's 30 members in here fucking chatting it up, enjoying what we got to say, and our little conversation that probably we would be having on Discord, or, I would be talking to somebody like this, whether it be like, on a drive to a show. I've had many conversations with other artists that kind of made this want to become a thing, like where we could kind of at least put it out there for other people, and I guess connect with them in that way too, because music is, I mean, it's the thing that connects us all at the end of the day. But I mean, it's like you said, not the only thing. There's so many other things we can offer, and I mean, it's absolutely mind blowing, bro.
Yeah. I mean, like I don't know what it's like to necessarily be like the champion of such a community, like the one who created the Field of Dreams, so to speak. You know, but I'm definitely in a bunch of, like I'm in a ton of them, and it's like I almost feel like I exist in the way that I prefer most, in this way, where it's like I don't necessarily have this one, like, I don't have my own Discord, but I don't feel that I need to have my own Discord. I don't I don't I don't think that I would get more enjoyment out of it. I think I've found plenty of, connections through just being in a ton of them. It's like, well, I'm mod in like 5 of them, and I thought that that was a lot. And then I talked to Lita, who's like the mod queen of Discord. I don't want to throw a number out there because it might have gone up since I last asked her, but I mean, power user, um, but also like is a kind of person who will find their way into that situation, right? Like I think it's like I asked myself, I was like, how the hell did I become a mod in like 5 different Discords? Like, who would do such a thing to the? It's like why? But then it's like, well, I genuinely enjoy, being a. It's like being a part of a community is like ultimately like if you make one, it's like, well, I also want to be a part of it. It's like you're not just like, all right, bye.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. No.
see y'all later.
Nah.
Like I think I've just found enough, and it's like, I mean, yeah, probably if I started like streaming and I got enough, it's like it's a necessity at a certain point to like serve a function, but I don't feel, oh goodness, Twitch, 18 Twitch channels.
18.
Bless.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
We're not
Bless.
worthy. Yeah, and it's like someone's got to do it, you know.
Yeah.
And someone's got like just the same as people got a mod like that. It's like everybody's doing their thing, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like the second it stops, working out, you can stop. It's the internet. It's okay to just like not, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, like I have this feeling sometimes. It's like I'm gonna miss a round of the beat off. Ah! Like, so it's like you get this crazy FOMO, but like,
Yeah. And then it just passes. Once
and then
it just passes.
yeah,
It's gone. You're
yeah,
like, oh,
it's
all
like,
right, fuck it.
oh, it happened.
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
Yeah. I made that all up in my head, just the
I'm
feeling.
still here.
Yeah.
Nobody was like in panic mode. I mean, it does feel nice when you get the mention of like where you at,
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's like you move on. And I say this as I'm about to be out of town next week, so like I will not be present.
Actually,
even if there
Toe
is
won't
one.
be either, so I don't know if there will be a beat off. I don't know, man. So you might not.
Well.
You might be the reason we're not doing the beat off. We're just gonna blame it on you.
Indirectly.
So feel that pressure. I want you to marinate in it for another week.
But no, it's like, and I think the same thing goes with like any part of this process. It's like, well, it's like, what if you don't stream? What if you don't release? What if you do? It's like, what if you don't anything? And it's like, well, you don't have to. Yeah, there's probably something that will happen as a result if you do or don't. And you probably want to consider those differences, and then you can evaluate it. But like, the world will not end if it's the not.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the like you don't want to accept it because like it's like you like to think that you're doing things of significance and importance, and it's like, oh, it's nice to like have it be like, oh well, when's this gonna happen? We missed it, and it's like, those things are nice, but it's like the people who are gonna come back because you missed it once or because you didn't do this thing for some time, it's like still gonna support it.
True. Yeah.
And the right fans will stay. The right people will stay. The right community will stay. In a lot of situations in life, that's family, The people that stick around, no matter what. Kind of often because you can't choose them. And it's like, well, I'm only related by blood to this many people. I can't change it.
Yeah.
So we're connected by this. So we may as well. And it's like, of course, it's more than that. But it's like you don't choose your family, but you embrace them for who they are and embrace their differences. But then you have this like chosen family that exists in addition, and it's no lesser. It's just different. And it's like, I get a sense that like parts of this community are each other's chosen family. And it's like, I see that in other Discord communities. I see that in other Twitch communities. And it's like, the older generation might not get it, that might not be their sense of community, but like it exists. it's valued, it's valid, you know,
Yeah. Came from the
and
same
like,
place. Comes from the same place
yeah,
as you wanted to fit in too, you know?
yeah. So, like I'm glad that those things exist so that I can just take part, you know? Like
Plop in and
it's
plop
nice.
out. Fucking
Yeah, it's
A.
like, oh, I was in my here for a bit. It's okay. I got like, that's my side Discord.
Yeah.
But
Shit,
like,
man. Mr. Popular.
no, but it's I don't know, like maybe that's just like kind of how I've always been. Like I got like the core. It's like how my circle of friends has been. It's like my
Definitely.
circle of discords. It's like I got the ones that I have notifications on for. I read most of the messages, and like I'm really active in. And then there's like the folder that's most of them
Yep.
that's literally called noisy shit. It's all muted.
All of them.
They're literally there when I'm just, it's like I'm bored. I'm gonna
Yo.
go check this out. What's going on? What's this up to?
Yep.
What are
Yep.
these people up to? What are they up to? What are they up to?
Same thing.
Oh, I'm not getting any feedback in the groups that I care to get feedback from. Let me dump it into the void. See if I can get some sucker to think I'm new here and give me their time. Like it's. I feel like it's been similar with like friends. It's like I've got the friends that I've had for a very long time that I will always have, and that's like by choice. But then there's like all right, like proximity friends, and it's like it's
Yeah.
there's tiers.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, definitely. The OGs, and
Yeah,
those are important. Those are the ones, the original ones are the ones that keep you, I think, the most grounded. The ones that, when you need it, they're the ones that actually console you. It's not like the faker friends. Those are the ones that are there, to spruce everything up, make you, a little flavor on top. But it's the meat and potatoes of the core friend group that I think keep people honest to who they are and kind of remember where they come from too. They don't get a little bit big headed because as soon as you start, you get a pair of new friends every week, like you see with a lot of people too, or partying with different people every week. It's just like there's no way you can be true to yourself because you're floating through so many different people. You're reinventing yourself every week, and it's like I'm glad I've had the high school kids that I fucking grew up with that are still my go-tos because it just keeps you remembering who you are, and they'll love to tear you down as soon as you get big-headed. Oh, they're the first ones to be like, bro, this shit sucks, bro. Like, what are you doing? Like,
you welcome it.
yeah.
Like
Oh, hell yeah.
you need that.
Oh,
It's
more than
grounding.
anything. Yeah.
If everyone is gassing you up all the time, you're gonna suck
Yeah.
as a person.
Oh,
Like you need to get shredded. You
yeah.
need to get roasted. You need like a lot of times that's family too. They're not afraid to say the shit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
the real friends are just so insulting.
Yeah. Yeah. My friend is
It's like
doing.
say it to my face. Okay.
My friend is drunk, pissing in places he shouldn't be pissing, and I try to wake him up, and he's like, "Fuck you, you bot. Fuck you." I'm like, "Bro, I'm trying to help you right now, bro. I'm trying to fucking help you," and I still couldn't help but laugh.
Yeah.
Like just whatever. Do you? Because his natural instinct, even when he's blackout drunk, even when he doesn't even know where he is, his first thing he hears my voice like, "Fuck you, you bot." Like it's just like just natural reaction. You can't even hate. It's just. That's love right there. You know what I'm saying? Like me and my brother, we see each other, we just start fucking bopping each other up, choking each other out, but it's all love,
Part of that may be East Coast love. I had a bunch of fraternity brothers from the East Coast, and one of them
True.
said, "Look, you live in New York. There's a certain amount of fucks you got to say in a day." And I was like, if you say so. Like, I don't know if that holds true, but it's like maybe
I don't
because
think
I was
so.
listening for it now. Whenever I like know someone's from the East Coast or like I hear I'm like, ooh, how many fucks do they get to say? It's like
Yeah, there's a couple of those
I don't know.
cities.
I don't know.
Philly,
It's
Boston, yeah, they're all just like it's brutal when you talk to them.
but I mean, it is and it is not a thing, right? Like
Yeah,
maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like because it's out there. It's like, well, why not?
yeah, live up
Or
to it.
why the fuck not?
Yeah. Oh
You
shit,
know?
man, nah, for real.
Um, but yeah, I am out of water.
All
I
right,
now probably need to take a quick break.
Definitely. I've been holding in my piss for like 20 minutes, bro.
Dude,
crazy.
Okay. Me too.
So yeah, you want to move over to the studio? We'll listen to like the 5 or 6 songs that are in here, and go to the bathroom in between right now.
Yeah, like
all right.
Break now,
Absolutely.
and then tunes.
Yes, sir.
Good,
all right, so I'll meet you back here in a minute or two.
Yep.
We're gonna start off with Jamel. When we get back, just give us a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We've been going for like 3 hours, bro. So. Here, I'll just turn the tune on so you have something to listen to.
Hold up, let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how it's done. Hold up. Let me show you how it's done. Hold up, let me show you how it's done.
Pause it right where it gets good. Pause it again, ladies and gentlemen. Bouncing at an old track. Let's go, Elevate. Beautiful. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back from the bathroom. It was about a 2-minute long pee. It was crazy. I've had this bowl staring at me, packed up, since we started. So about 3 hours now. It's just been staring at me every single second. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to hit this. We're going to go to the hot box. We're going to go to the studio. I'm going to hit this. Didn't work out like that. So now we hit it. Now we hit it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to be Stony Baloney when he comes back. Stony fucking Baloney. Appreciate you guys sticking around. A 3-hour long conversation. Hoo-wee. Appreciate you guys. We got some tunes in the motherfucking Discord ready to go. Locked up, ready to go. Habibi, Lady Dub, Lita Lotus, Kyle Goldstein, Elevate, Tomos, what is up? M, Katzmanda, Thick Boy Wobbs. Who else we got in here? Jam L. Who else we got in here? Who submitted something tonight? Elevate. Who submitted something tonight? Phosphor. Who submitted something tonight? Fasim. We got fucking Gush Nugs. We got fucking Chum Slick over here. Holy. Cheers. Sheesh. That was a big one. So, I didn't smoke since about like 5 o'clock today. We went, picked up weed, drove back. By the time we got back, it was 7:15. I packed for tomorrow. Packed as much as I could. I got some other stuff ready. And then before you know it, it was 7:30. Time to talk to this guy. And we've been going. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going. How you feeling, bud?
Oh, I am drained.
Dude.
Of fluid.
It was me too, man. It was at least 2.5 minutes of like, it was probably one of my longest pees ever. So I'm thankful you mentioned it too, because I kind of might have would have snuck away and tried to do it like sneakily, and it would not have worked out.
Yeah, you gotta man the stream. Like, I could have like queued to you, and you could have like taken the camera off, and like I could have snuck out, but like, you know, I got no control here. So
yeah. You know, I mean,
anyway,
we could have just both been gone too. You know, just go onto this screen and just we're both just magically disappeared. But we're here listening. I guarantee it.
Yeah. So what is the? Are you playing? You play the audio and I hear it?
Yeah. That should work. The only thing is that it's not. It doesn't really come in stereo. So if you hear bass that's or if you hear it a little flat, that might just be. It might just be the problem.
Just it won't be in stereo.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, hey. We'll be able to tell if anybody's got phase issues.
So fuck it, man. JML's got a long one for us, a girthy one for us. Let's see what he's got. You could hear this?
I heard something.
Okay. Hold on, I'll retry to share the sound.
Hold up, let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how it's done. Hold up. Hold up, let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how it's done. Let me show you. Hold up. Let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how it's done. Let me show you.
Shit. The crazy one, big fucking gigantic tune, man. Ends off on a man, like punching you right in the gut type bass. That second drop just gritty and like clean, just all over the place with the spaciness too. Like I really did like how spaced out a lot of the elements of this tune felt. Nothing felt like it was like right on top of each other, even though there was like a couple of different synths maybe going on right at the same time, especially during that second drop too. There was like one thing going right in the middle, and then there was another kind of like LFO in the background that kind of like rise. It was like getting louder as the main synth was getting lower. So it was like a nice little blend of a couple of different things you did in the beginning, where usually I would say could be crowded, and have one main synth, one main bass going at the same time. I kind of like what you did there. And that one sound is 4 instances of, oh my God, okay. 4 instances of serum. So maybe that's why it sounds so good.
It.
What'd you say?
I said you love to hear it. Like a good, like anytime something fills the spectrum, fills the space like that, I would just not believe that it's a single. It's like it's got to be layered. It's got to be multiple sounds, and I think it, like, the fact that you said things weren't like down the middle is good use of space is like, all right, that's the one thing I literally have no perspective of listening to mono, right? So I was like, well, it was all down the middle for me, but we knew that. I could definitely hear the parts that were like slightly phasey, but that's probably just from like a chorus effect to be expected. I can imagine how nice and wide that felt. I really just like, I mean, you could probably tell I was bopping the whole time. Like that just had really, really nice flow. Not the kind of track that has the like, big epic build up and, and drop. So I think it worked from a compositional perspective in that way, where it was just, I was always just steady, like, and then towards the end, right when you want it to kind of amp up, before it comes to a close, it's like, all right, we went up a level. Like now it's like it stayed interesting. Compositionally, I really enjoyed it. I think and maybe this did or did not come across the same way on like a stereo presence. Maybe it didn't stick out so much, but the snare kind of felt a little on the tinny side to me. Maybe not all the time, but I think there are some places where it could have had a bit more just beefy plonk to it. Not like a total plonk snare, but just a bit more presence, like 100 to 300 hertz zone, just to give it that fundamental boost. It was like really clappy, and I think it could have been a little bit more snare layered, just in some parts to give that emphasis. It's funny because like you've literally given me this feedback on a track before, Eric. So like, I hope this kind of thing sounds familiar as a suggestion. Like I wanted the snare to really like bite in the parts where the track itself felt escalated. It's like open it up to match that increase in energy, that escalation. And I think on the very first drop, which, we talked about this kind of how people will, try to listen through a tune, especially on SoundCloud where you can see the waveform. It's like if I went and listened to that and I was like clicking through, I mean, it totally grooved. Everything sounded great, like flow wise, but I feel like the first drop could have had a bit more sizzle. Maybe it was a little bit dark, could have used an added, I think, noise layer just to really give it some like 10 kilohertz and up, just that literally you don't perceive pitch there. It's noise. But I think to add that intensity there, that I didn't get it really until one of the sections, like where one sound came in right on top, that like I was craving that layer of just like sizzle is like the best way I could describe it. But I feel like, not necessarily all the way through the drop, but at least at the start of that first drop. So it's like boom, you have commanded my attention, because I think that the track flows really well, and if I'm in it for the ride, I'm not going to be disappointed by this track. But I think maybe for this kind of tune that's like drop, drop, bass, flow. Like I think you can get a touch more wow on that first one without taking away from the impact of the second half, especially with how um, it's kind of that cascading like downward sound. It sort of felt like it happened twice with a little bit of variation. I think the second one being a little calmer works well as it is, but that first drop, like right, like you can literally see when it happens, it just turns into like the brickest of bricks.
Yeah.
Like I think that's the part where it maybe could have just. I feel like too much of that brick is just like a beefed out low end, and it could have used just a little bit more on top, just for that first hit, just so it's like boom, and now I'm like, okay, now I'm grooving, and at this point, like I'm sold, my attention's here, because if I'm not listening to this just for feedback, I might not, I might not be as patient for things to happen, or I might, if I'm not trying to critique something, I hate to say it, but I might carry on.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because I think this track deserves that extra bit and could really like just that last buff. And it's like really, really solid creatively, like in every other sense. That's just my perspective.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, I was also listening super quiet because that's sort of how I prefer to listen to things for giving feedback, because I think if something's going to poke out or stick out in a mix, it's probably going to come through more quietly than if I'm blasting it, where I'm just like, oh, everything feels so good. I'm just, it's like,
No,
and we're all guilty of this in production. And I think when it was quieter, it's like that's where I noticed that sort of missing. It's like it didn't stand out, but it also felt like maybe too low end focused. But then it came in, and then I was like, bam, why? Like this was great, but I could have gotten teased at the start,
Definitely.
Give me, it's like give me the slap before the tickle.
Yeah. No, that's kind of why I don't know if you like picked up on it or anybody else or JML, like, but I was like, the second drop, like I just kind of like specifically like that one, I was pleased like 100%. I didn't even it took me till like the last twinkly kind of synths leaving for me to go, oh, I didn't even like notice anything with the drums. I didn't even really like critique the drums in my head. I was focused on more of like the spacing, and that second drop kind of did wipe away any like it kind of made me forgot about any critiques that I would have had, because I was kind of like lost in the critique in the second drop based off of how much I liked it. But I think what you're saying is actually a pretty valid point, because like maybe people wouldn't even get to the second drop based off of if it wasn't like for a feedback kind of thing, because even myself, like I just took a big bong rip, but I think I just coasted through the first drop, and not to say it was and that's nothing bad against it, but I think that when the second drop came, I almost lost my even ability to know that I was supposed to be critiquing in the first 30 minutes. I mean, the first 30 seconds too, or a minute and a half. But I think what did you do when I gave you that same kind of advice? Like, what did you end up doing to kind of make it less, like, to move the momentum with the snares?
Yeah, so I mean, with the snare, it was like I made a lot of lo-fi stuff, so it was like, oh, there's some processing that I could definitely open up on, or even add an additional layer, because the sample was already starting off a little softer. So like I did both, because I got that feedback from a couple other places too. Like I love to shot. It's like, don't trust a single source of feedback. Don't do what I'm saying right now unless you take some time away, you go back, you listen to it, you decide you agree with it, and maybe you hear it again from someone else who, like ideally as producers, we have as many as possible as sources of trusted feedback. So it's Definitely. Like I kept note of it. I took it into consideration. I reevaluated it, and I agreed with it in the end and did it pretty much to the T, where I was like, yeah, that's like 100% on. And it wasn't even like a big change. It's like just a small thing, but it can make all the difference. It's like that last 5%. Like that's what separates a top track from like, your run of the mill banger, right?
Yeah.
Not to say that anybody can just go and make a banger, because like this is so technically proficient. Everything that's going on here, we all know Jamel's got his own patches. Like you've seen under the hood, we know he makes beautiful bass noises and beautiful noises all around. Um, it's like, I mean, I think anytime feedback given verbally, it's like whenever you start honing in on the minutia, you've got something that you should entertain.
Exactly.
Because that's all that's left.
Yeah. No, that's kind of what it is. We're kind of harping on something that's like really minute details now. So I almost feel like we're being, like I wanted to just kind of reiterate. It's not like that like what you just said, that we're harping over a small thing right now, because I think that's like all the tune is. It's not even like, oh, this a good idea. Like the tune's like done. It's just like maybe little things that could help it, like some pink noise or white noise, just EQ'd, or like I didn't know. That's why I had to ask, what did you do when I gave that same advice? Because you you said I almost pooped. No, you said
we got some poops in the chat.
Yeah, I was just making sure maybe it was an EQ that you just moved the resonance over. Like it's always something that simple that's really gonna just like bring out some crazy extra frequencies or some shit.
Yeah, I use Native Instruments Byte for bit crushing and just lo-fi processing of individual drum hits. So there's like a pre and post filter, and the post filter was like way, like I looked at what it was at, and it was like, I mean, it was at like 5K, and a snare cannot be with, even for lo-fi, that's dark,
Yeah.
And it's like, I have this preference for dark sounds. So, of course I was like, I don't have a problem with this. Sounds cool. I like it, but it's like, was the darkness what I liked, or was it the crunch?
True.
And so I opened it back up, and it was like, I still feel the same way about it. It sounds just as good. And like, I saw, in here, it's like, the I guess some of the purpose, which is good to know about after listening and forming an opinion for feedback, to not get colored in that sense. But seeing the context of like, yeah, I wanted like a nice grooving tune. Like, I think it hit on that purpose of like, I was steady bopping, you were steady bopping start to finish. Right. So check, that is complete. It works.
Yeah.
And if this is like, if all you're going to do is like throw this in the middle of a set, and it's like, people got to come to your shows to see this thing, you can not do a thing. You could still not do a thing, and it would still get plenty of love, no question. But it's like, a song that works good can always work a little bit better. And tracks are never finished. We just reach a point where we're like, fuck it, that's enough. I spent enough time with this. I feel good enough about it. If I do too much more, I might just ruin things. And if you're at that point, like, don't do this.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
it's feedback. It's subjective. It's not always correct.
No, that was prime though, and a good way to start it off too, because it was, sometimes I feel like some of the best tunes are something that like we spend 20 minutes talking about, or like, when 5-Star comes in here and he'll drop something, and we end up going off about like a template or a mastering template or something. It's like, it's way more specific too when it's and I think that's where, instead of like the broad spectrum of just like, oh, I need to get better, it's like, I know what I need to get better at. I know what needs to be done. Maybe that's what you literally find yourself doing at the end of every single track, or if your mastering engineer sends you something and he's like, minus that 2K, and you next week you send him something, he's saying the same thing, you might start just doing minus 2K on things naturally, so I mean, we sit here and harp over a song that's fucking 3.5 minutes of a journey. A banger.
It's a banger.
Yeah.
It's not just a banger though. Like, it was more than just crazy, like that's it had so many good elements, and like I heard it in mono in headphones and I still enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So like, that's like, I can't even chalk up how many wins that is.
That's true. Yeah. Just on that level,
like
that's a win.
I'm about it.
This
man is just teasing. He asked me if I would want to collab at some point, and I was like, because I'm down for like, I'll jokingly ask literally everyone I talk to, like, yeah, if you ever want to work on something, like I probably said that to you more than once. Like I
mean,
say
I'm
that to
down
everyone because it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
it's a soft offer, but it's also a serious offer. Like, why not?
yeah,
And it was like, we're both busy on other shit, so it's like later. But this is just like making me be like, God damn it, like, come on, let's go at. It's like, he came to me, now I'm gonna go to him, and I
yeah,
got,
yeah.
but no, this is great stuff. I love hearing JML tunes because like
For real.
a lot of the things that like I try to do of like just cranking out tunes, constantly trying to get better. Like I see him grinding, I see him doing that. Like, I
Yeah,
love to see it. And
definitely. No,
and
he's beaten off too, man. He's part of that squad too. So to know that it's, might be a collab, that's fire too. That's dope. Because I mean,
fingers
you guys
crossed
both
in
got
time.
some unique styles, some very like fine-tuned styles too. So it'd be nice what he would have to say. If he was sitting in the chair too, and it'd be like, oh shit. All right, I never noticed that about my shit. I'm thinking about my stuff now. I need to sweep more of my claps and pucker up my snares. But
Yeah.
we got Oh So True up next, and he's usually got some heat for us. Oh So True with the DNA. Sheesh. Damn. Okay. Well, I mean, do you want to start on this one? Oof.
Sweaty boy.
That's a sweaty boy.
No, that was like, I mean, I almost never know what to expect when I hear a D&B tune because probably don't listen to enough of it to like really know all the different flavors, so to speak. Um, but like this one like surprised me a lot, which I found to be like a good thing. I think it like it changed in good ways, in good places. So again, like I think some good composition choices here. At first I was like, oh, the drum, like that snare sounds a little, maybe a little tinny, maybe it's too compressed. Um, but then like as the sound started to fill out, it's like it found its place. Like it sounded how it should when the track was at its fullest. Um, which I mean, if there's any time to like really nail the sound of a mix, it's like when shit's at 11, you know.
Yeah.
And I think this did that well. Like it really shined. I think, yeah, I'm trying to like not make grammatical mistakes while also trying to figure out what I'm trying to say, but like it really stuck out in a good way in the parts that it should have. um I do have this feeling, and I don't know how accurately I can definitely assess this because I'm like listening in mono, and you know, maybe my ears aren't as fresh as they started out for the day, but I do think the track overall maybe was a little over compressed in general. I think some of it feels like characteristic to the style, like some of the sounds can be blown out. um but I think that some, like, you know, some things can be like a really compressed sound, but the sum of the parts doesn't have to feel as compressed. And I feel like this was an overall, just like in headphones, it felt like really constant pressure. um and I don't know if it's, maybe it's a master thing, maybe it's just that like all the sounds are really compressed and that's how they're sounding full. Maybe just a few sounds being like saturated more than compressed for that fullness, because you know it's not always a loudness thing. Sometimes it's spectral fullness that makes something really just pop out as like, oh, this sounds loud. You know, it's not always just about the gain, it's about, does it fill all the parts of the spectrum. And I think it's easy to reach for compression, and obviously like you want to use OTT for a lot of this stuff because that gets that good crunch. And I think that like the beefy parts of it, it just hits so right and it worked so well. But some of the more liquid sections, I feel like that's where maybe the track could have felt a bit more dynamic. Um, but that's a really subjective thing because you know it's not even something you probably notice on a big old system. Um, but from the perspective of listening in headphones, it may have benefited from um, a bit more dynamics. Um, but that's just my taste. I you know, like,
Yeah.
take it or leave it, right?
No, I mean, hey, I was thinking um, maybe you could take some from the beginning and add them into like the drop and just condense the beginning part too, because it feel like it was a little long in the ethereal sense, you know, like I mean, if that's the intent, if it's going to be like one of those tunes on an album or something that you promote as kind of like a feeler, then maybe keep it as is, but just maybe add some kind of like a theme. I don't know, even if it's just in your head, something to kind of help guide the song along. Maybe even if it's just a couple samples that tie into each other and it gets a little bit more heated or amped up throughout the tune. But I don't know, there was a lot of like synth work in the beginning, real crazy atmosphere stuff, and I would just say maybe like 20 less seconds of that, unless that's like what you're going for, because there was like a fake out in there too that got me, that I think maybe you could use, but it just came in, faked me out, and then I didn't know if anything was gonna like come back and redeem itself, which it did. But I think the same thing that we said about the first one might apply, that people's attention spans. So unless this is like the opener to an album or the opener to an EP, I think it might just be a little
too ambient, if you will. I don't know, but that's also like he was saying, stylistic choice. If that's what you were going for, if it's, you know, you have a sample in mind for it that you're thinking about putting over it, or something that kind of like leads a narrative, maybe keep it. But yeah, I don't know, like maybe just shorten the intro. That's pretty much all I would say. The technical part, I liked it. I liked the over compression, and I could have got down with that. But yeah, just attention span wise. But hey, that's a long winded way of saying it.
Yeah, I almost said that, but then like I don't know, like that could almost work out super well as like you literally have this be your walkout, you know?
True.
Like
Yeah,
the shit's
that's
just playing, and it's like you got a whole fake build to
That's
like
true.
get
Under a
amped
certain
up and
context.
get ready.
That's why I said the intro to an album or something. You know, like context would be great for this one if it, you know, was the intro tune. That would be like he said, that and you're leaving room for vocals, any topical vocals, any city that you're in that you could like throw something over to. So if that's the case, that's a way better way to look at it. But yeah, like, you know, that would be pretty much the like one or two acceptable in my eyes. If I would release something like this, it would be for an intro either to an album or like a walkout song.
Yeah, I think feedback's being asked about the vocal that does exist, which I'm not remembering in super detail. Can we scrub through and find?
No,
maybe
I
a
literally
section?
did not hear a vocal. I'm sorry.
I think there was a chop, like a short phrase
If
somewhere
I
in
missed
there,
it, my
but
bad.
like
Yeah.
there is just like it's like I was listening for so many other things. It's like because I feel like it came in quickly and it wasn't like a steady constant part of the tune. Like I can't exactly recall where it was.
Yeah.
But I would say if it's meant to be something that meshes with the track, I think the fact that we're not like pinpointing it speaks to that it was probably glued pretty well, and it just felt like another instrument in the bunch.
Or not glued enough, and we can't hear it. I didn't notice it. Maybe I just wasn't listening to it though. But where is it? Where is it? He said from Blade Runner. Maybe it's in the beginning. Is it in the? I love this right here. Really cinematic. There's like some synths or flutes or something going on. Very airy. Oh, there I go.
My boy Indigo. It's impossible. Why? Two people can't have identical DNA.
Okay. So like I would still say like it just came in a little bit late, like till my attention was on the drums now and like the momentum building up. I didn't even know it, like I didn't even pay attention to it, but I think maybe you could add some other kind of sprinkle, some like maybe whispers or some like talking or something in the background if you want to lead into that and keep that where it is, because I think it sounds good where it is too, but it took a minute and 24 seconds or minute 15 seconds to get around there too, so just something a little bit beforehand that might kind of guide us into the minute and a half mark. I did like the momentum and everything, but I'm just, I don't know. It's just about 20-25 seconds in the beginning of this, I feel like maybe could be a little, could cut this out already. But I don't know. Hey, man, this is subjective stuff.
Yeah.
If you like it, fuck it, bro.
I think maybe something that could work for, keeping that start in its current structure, roughly speaking, without like diverting too hard from the track. Like a couple things that might work well would be, if the vocal is, desirable as more of like a mainstay as part of the tune, like chopping in some like delay thrown chops or washout chops, just like sprinkle them in here and there. Give me some ear candy, like max out the ear candy. If you're gonna like be liquid and keep me waiting, change the texture, so that the energy doesn't have to be different than it is, but just this stuff that adds to overall intensity.
Yeah.
And I think those little like sprinkles, here and there, could work really well. Additionally, if you want to take the track into something with more of like a melody forward direction, which currently it feels more atmospheric, and then you get this just swell of like rewarding full bass and just just really nice grit. It maybe a bit more of like a playful melody could carry that along just as well. But in terms of working with sounds that are already in the tune, I think maybe some reprocessed chops might be like the most in the box, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty good like little starting point. Just some ping pong delay, some echoes, anything kind of like that. I mean, it's already there. Whatever you got on your like atmosphere kind of effects, things that make it really spacey like that, I think would work really well on vocals as well. But yeah, dude, it's maybe just sprinkle it in a little bit more of a theme in the beginning, or just skip right over it too. Because I mean, I like it. Tune was huge. And the sound design, I mean, hey, clap on that, bro. That deserves some love.
Jealous of the Reese game.
Yo, the Reese was nice.
Consistently jealous of this man's Reese game.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, another thing is like, don't change a thing, and then you could just have that be where you get super creative in a DJ set. Like that's a great section to use as a DJ tool. I don't know if that's the purpose, but I mean, it could totally work. Because like, I mean, listening to the extended mix of a techno track, like this is way more engaging and varied than that is. So it's by no means like this mundane section. It's just like, I guess, a question of context, intentions, and which you so choose. Consumed on its own, maybe some of this stuff would work, but in the right purpose, probably shouldn't change anything.
Very true. Yeah. Hey, you know how to wrap that one up, man. You know how to wrap that one up. That was nice. We got Spike right next too, man. I might let you start this one too when we get back.
Track art of the night.
Spike. Oh shit.
So far.
88 BPM, man. Let's see what.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Oh man, I could have vibed out to like that kind of flow for like another minute and a half. How long was that?
Minute 27.
Okay, that tracks. Yeah, you want to kick this off? You want me to kick?
Yeah, you got it, man.
Who's on first?
You got what's on second?
I don't know. Yeah, I really enjoyed the concept of that. I mean, I was definitely conditioned by having read that it's like it's a work in progress, and like it was made pretty clear that um it's not like a I've done all I can with this kind of idea. So I probably wouldn't like hunker down on like mixed level feedback for this thing if it's looking for validation of is the concept there, maybe where to take it next. I think just the high level things that I would say, which is at this point it's like all high level stuff because there's so much that can still be done, and lengthwise like there's a lot more that could be said. um I think the sort of contrast and tension release aspect of things could have been better from the start, where it feels like we're starting with a build and then we're going into the drop, and then it just felt like an evolving drop, which once I was in the drop, like that's great. That flow, like the flow was cool. All the different rhythms, like that all felt really nice. But I feel like I could have had more tension build um, before that, like that release. I liked the release, but I wasn't ready for it. It's like after the first four bars, I was like, oh, this smacks. But it's like I wasn't there. Like it's looking at the waveform, I knew it was coming, but my ears weren't really organically told this is time for the drop.
Yeah. Wow. No, very the composition. I think maybe just needs more of like fleshing out. Whereas like the last one was at a point of like kind of maybe slimming down. You might need to kind of reverse engineer some of your stuff. And I mean, I don't know if you like being that cookie cutter where you just take some of the sections and kind of like delete some things, so it's just like progressively getting into what you already have. But I mean, that's always the easy option. Just I guess get rid of the drums. Pretty much is what I would say. Like add a couple more bars before this, and naturally progress into the drums instead of having the drums be like the first kick, because that's actually like if you're listening to tunes, you don't know that the first what's coming up next has something on the one. Or if you're just tuning on tunes, you don't know how loud your speakers are. Or in my case, I didn't know how loud my desktop the audio was coming through OBS, and it like kind of clipped the audio. So I noticed Thick Boy said that first note hurt in my headphones. And like if you just as like a consumer, there's nothing you could do to prevent that. In this case, if this was to be the final version, there's nothing I would be able to do to prevent the first note startling somebody. So I would say maybe like find a way to kind of naturally progress into what you got right now, so that it's not as aggressive, whether that be just like even EQing or lowering the volume of the kicks right here, because they all seem to be coming through at the same volume, even when the drop happened. Everything seems to be coming through there. So I mean, naturally you want your intro to be a little bit just kind of progress into the drop. So just to kind of rehash what Stupid Fried said, maybe your ears should be the guiding factor on like how this tune should progress, because right now it just kind of like it kind of demands your attention instead of like being inviting right now. But I mean, that's not to say the whole rest of the tune wasn't good, and like fucking cool sound design and a bop, because it was fun. Maybe some snare revamping. You want to thicken up the snare too. I noticed that during the drop, but pretty much that's my only quarry with anything that's not the intro, is that it needed a little bit to build up into, and I think the snare maybe could use some variation, or just like a thicker snare, or some what do you call it, layering. You probably want to layer some stuff, either whether it be a hat or some Foley effect. But I think that would help this tune a lot too. But yeah, man, thank you, Spike Right. Appreciate it. Big one.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Like I could totally see myself just jamming down like that. That it's not the same sounds, but that gave me like, it took me back to how I felt at like a party favor set at Electric Forest. Like just this bonkers sounds, playful as all hell, and I'm just vibing. I'm jumping. I'm not even dancing. I'm jumping to the beat. Like I am wilding the fuck out. And like that is a like wilding out track. But, you know, it's like if I'm not in the middle of a set of wilding out, like let me get there, you know.
true.
Unless it's going to be so on from the first, you know, the first note, but I feel like it was already halfway to like we're building in. And I think that's just the one thing, because I mean I'm so sold on that creative concept. Like they're like very fun, you know. It's like sounds that don't have to work and maybe shouldn't but do, you know. And I love that.
Yeah, that was hey, that's a high compliment. Party favors and that. So I mean that's nice little thing to walk away with, brother. We got Thick Boy up next with like a literal
Thick Boy.
Yeah, this one, as soon as I looked at like closed the last one, just compared to it, it looked, oh god, you know, I was like, oh shit. So we
Angry
got Thick Boy.
sausage.
I'm gonna turn this one down just right off the bat, so I don't pop anybody in the face.
Gain stage.
I promised myself I'd kill every single one of them.
Big one, thick boy. Big one. Thick boy indeed, bro. 4 minutes of girth. 4 minutes of crazy sound design. Big ones, big fucking, I guess, Demon Slayer. Vocal samples from Demon Slayer. That's dope. You got a theme. You're sticking to it. Maybe that like clonking, that clonk clonk clonk, that kind of thing that was going on. That was like behind the bass. I don't know if you have it spaced out. Usually I'd say like if the bass is in the middle and the synth was in the middle, pan that like to the sides, and it kind of sounded like it might have been from the sides. And I think it might benefit from being like the middle, like right directly in the middle as like a main synth, especially when it comes and becomes it comes into its own and becomes like the main synth, like for like the outro or bridge. There's just drums, bass, and that dun 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 dun, and maybe that's where especially it could be like right down the middle, pretty thick, maybe even girth it up with like a corpus or a saturator or something that could really keep it like moving, whether it be 4 or 8 bars, you could switch it up a little bit, or just like put it real down the middle and have it be like the centerpiece. But I think it kind of deserved it almost, that clunking. I liked it, and it might benefit just from kind of hitting you right over the head. But you got anything?
Yeah. I actually had a really specific thought in the middle of listening to that I like had to say into my head like 100 times so I didn't forget it, because I was like, this is probably the best feedback I could give to this. It's like really detailed, and I hope I don't miss it. So I remembered, which I'm happy about.
Nice.
There were a number of places in the track where it's like you've got some steady bass and like, I'll reiterate, the sound design was just so tasty and just like stanky, juicy, squanchy, squelchy, whatever you want to do, moist. Like it had that really nice tone to it, and it kept changing, which was awesome. There were some sections where it's like the effort to create a point of contrast before the next downbeat, the next impact, and it sounded like a sort of a fade out or a filter out. But I think it would work like better in either all places or at least some of the places to change that up for a tape stop effect, or doing some like frequency downshifting at the same time, because then I think it still creates that contrast, but it doesn't necessarily get so like, so it's like it almost got too soft and airy there, and maybe like too soon. But if it's like that, I feel like that tape stop is like, it's like, and then you get just fucking slapped. Like I've heard it work well in a lot of places, and I think that's at least worth experimenting with. So I think that would be a really nice variation from just like little effects here and there to keep the variation, because that felt like like the same thing was used for the same purpose, maybe a few too many times. And so that's like, if you don't have a tape stop, like I think frequency shifter would work just as well. Maybe with some other automation that had to happen at the same time, or even on top of what's there now, to do some further tone changes. Exactly. Yeah. I'm seeing the comment. I would say that's an accurate, that would work well. And then I think, those just crazy full, crazy gritty, like, almost 1788L style, just cacophony of sound in your face. Like that worked super well. It was like really intense. But I think maybe on a few of them, it might be cool to experiment with, maybe a bit of a flange on the top layer, to create like a super like, to give a good reference of something that sounds kind of like what I'm sounding in my head. What I'm hearing is like the B-side drop on Hunneds, like that, like that kind of sound. I don't think that was a flange effect, but something to deliver that change in tone where it's like this is this big sustained massive sound, but it's changing while staying massive. Um, like filter resonance is like if you're doing wubs, that's creating some of that variation, but like those big sustains, like giving a decay would take away from energy. I don't think you want that. I think just that little bit of tonal change, or even a slow frequency shift, that could work just as well. But I think a flanger might be a little bit easier and sound less inharmonic. Um, so yeah, that's like I'm out. Hard stop. I'm out of thoughts.
No, that was deep. That was deep, man. That was very specific. I'm glad you fucking remember too, because I thought it was going in the opposite direction. You're like, I had this very specific thing to say, and I can't remember it. I'm like,
Yeah.
but no, you nailed that on the head.
Yeah.
Very specific, and yeah, I think it's just like the rest of the tunes, just very minor things at that point. The tune is pretty much got the crazy sound design, got the builds, got the theme, and even looks like it has a bit of mastering on there too. It looks like you at least have a really good sense of the mix and master too. So little things at this point. Now it's just like finagling and picking and choosing. So good stuff, dude. Good one.
I don't know if the
Thick
track
Boy.
title is like final, or you said Demon Slayer. It's not called I couldn't see the title. I was like, if it's Demon Slayer,
Oh yeah, yeah.
maybe that's for me. I got like Swamp vibes.
Oh yeah. No, it's from an anime. I think a new anime.
Oh,
Demon Slayer.
okay. Because I was gonna say if you wanted to like play into the Demon Slayer theme, I don't know if that's desirable, but I think just a different choice of texture or an added texture. Right now, it's that sort of swamp ambience. You hear the bugs, you hear that sound, and it definitely matches the sound design. Where like I kind of knew I was getting like maybe a bit of froggy sounds. Like it prepared me very well, but maybe a bit of like fire crackle or something, like something to bring that sense of like heat.
True.
If that's the direction you want to go.
True.
But seeing that that's not actually the title.
Yeah, the theme.
I don't know any anime, but like
Hey.
I think it would be a cool, like when I think of slaying demons, I think of like hell, and I think of like the fiery pits, and so maybe borrowing some like flame associated sounds, as texture in and out of the tune. Maybe it's different in the beginning than the end. Maybe you want to tell, maybe it's like, fiery to start and then it swamps at the end because like life returns, or maybe it starts with swamps and then fire at the end because we're all gonna burn. I don't know. Like, I think like I get obsessive over textures, so it's something that like I listen to a lot because I pay attention to that in my own stuff a lot. Not that this needs to be like a storytelling track or be super cinematic, but I think the inclusion of Foley shows maybe an intention to set a scene or a mood or ambience, whatever you want to call it.
Oh yeah.
And maybe that's the only thing that like, could composition, like I have nothing else to say compositionally, but maybe that would create like maybe create a story of like, all right, like what's it's like I probably take this to the extreme of like, what's happening in this track, but even if it's just a subtle thing, because those little, like the things that you're not even paying attention to, but they surround the sound, they change what else is there. It gives it new context, so it works totally the way it is. Cause I was like, all right, I'm getting my fucking Shrek banger on. This is about to be great. And it delivered 100%. This was like just another creative option that could work out well, or it could be not the direction you're going for. And that's just as well. Like this is a 1000% creative suggestion that will probably make zero difference in terms of the like playability, or you might appeal to like the one other weirdo like me who's like, what was the texture?
He put the fire in there.
yeah. But Take it or leave it.
Yeah. No, hey, that's what we're looking for, man. That's it's good suggestions all around, just some Foley things to help really drive in the theme. And the next person coming up, I don't know if we have to worry about what BPM this is, when this was made, fucking whose sample it was made with. I think we're gonna be surprised either way. So let's listen to what Mr. Tendrils
No
got for us.
predicting.
What happened?
But just buckle up.
Let's buckle up.
Put on a helmet, and you're still gonna get hit.
Sheesh, man. You got anything you want to start that one?
I mean, completely abstract statement. If we wanted to send music to aliens to like make them think that we're one of them, like this is the men for the job. This is music that, I mean, it doesn't meet the traditional experience of listening to music, and like I know this by now, so I'm not going into this like I'm not expecting a steady groove. I'm expecting changes at almost every step, and this almost was more in step with itself than what I was thinking it would be. I mean, it definitely was like, oh, just as soon as I think I found a groove and it might carry on, it changes, and like those things happened. It's like I almost got fooled, and like it's just always such a journey, an experience. Like, I mean, I was talking about before of like an experience through sound, and it's like this is literally that. This is that in the more abstract sense, and it feels like its own corner niche of like glitch IDM. I mean, it's generative music in a lot of ways as well, and I think that I find a deep appreciation in the technicalities of it, even if I wouldn't even know how to play this in a set. I don't think it's meant for other people to play in a set, but I am 1000% positive that like sample packs galore could be produced by TendrilBot, by like
True.
when we talk about experimental sound design, like who do I think of? Like that there is no other, you know. I am blown away by just the like maybe it is the randomness of like a almost a machine doing its thing based on, you know, some crazy instructions that like I've seen a bit of the streams and like I know the labor that's gone into it. You know, it's
Yeah.
not like it's not this like, oh, I put a bunch of random devices on this thing. It's like this is so crazily calculated
Yeah.
and then reconstructed and deconstructed and then my brain is
yeah.
deconstructed and then reconstructed.
Meticulously.
Like I really appreciate it for what it is. And I know better than to say something like, oh, this was too hard to follow, so you need to change that. I would not suggest that because, I mean, if we talk about someone who knows their sound, who's found their sound, like this, like I've never experienced music or sound anything like this. You know, this, we talked about this before, like you can spot a, you know, phosphor tendril, you know, arrangement from a mile away. And I found this really just like, I just like wanted to resample so much of this. I'm just like I hear everything that's coming out of TendrilBot, everything that Phosphor puts together, and I'm just thinking like, blessed for someone being so unapologetically original in their own way, in like a, you know, probably aware that it's like a niche space, but like it does so well for what it is. And I just like, you know, I think we could all kind of take note of like, you know, it's like, this is it, you know, and it works as it is.
Yeah.
And again, like I know there's probably some crazy mind melting visual that goes with this, you know, I don't know if it's like Mandelbulb or whatever, but you know, it's not just, it's like a whole experience. And I feel like us just hearing the sound is like we're only getting half of the picture, you know.
True.
And so it's like, oh, I was surprised and I never could quite figure it out. And it's like, but I think that's kind of the point. Maybe that's a statement being made. I'm not sure. You know, I don't want to speak for the man himself, but I have nothing to say because I don't know where, you know, like it doesn't meet the normal conditions and I don't think it should. I'm just so pissed that this one I hear, like I'm going to go back and listen to this one after because I'm hearing it in mono. And I'm sure there was some crazy left and right, neither left nor right, but also not down the middle shit going on.
Oh yeah.
That like I just couldn't hear. Maybe that's why I was like, oh, maybe that's why it felt so, you know, like,
oh, true.
Like steady is
True.
because there wasn't this crazy, like my head wasn't being so shook.
Yeah. Hey, maybe that's his trick. He goes in just mono for everything. And that's,
it's wild,
yeah.
You know? And I think it's like, I'm curious to know what your experience was with that. If it felt more steady or if it felt just, you know, the usual crazy.
I think what's been going on with Tendril is it's like maybe he takes some of the feedback that we have every week that he puts on for the beat and greet or puts on for the beat off. I think he takes some of like our feedback and he like just like sprinkles a bit of like the normality rules into his equation, but he stays true to his equation, and it pretty much would be the same that you just said. You know, like it's a very long-winded way of saying that I wouldn't change anything on this one because of how different of a kind of spectrum this one falls under. If it was like my tune, I would probably switch that like reversal part in the end, because you really did have a groove, like Super Fried said, that was easy to follow and way more palatable than your normal stuff, which doesn't mean it's like, you know, it's just like a niche. It's just a niche, you know, like I've come to fucking really respect the whole process of it too, and I like the tunes and the art of it, but like someone who might not necessarily be as attached to it as like producer or into like psychedelic kind of stuff, they might dismiss it a lot easier, right? So like in the weeks in the months that you've been here fucking submitting shit, it's been gone from like the total abstractness, which you know, which I still fucked with because it was you, into like some more industrial, like it really kind of ramped up when you added these drum packs. I don't know what it was, or you started making your own samples that kind of like reflected the drum packs that you bought too, because it brought a whole nother level of like, oh, this man's serious right now too, you know, like listening to like that original EP that you have on YouTube. It's crazy to see the difference, you know, and he's gone from always being abstract and always kind of like out there to like as much as this is still like the left field, it's like the most easy digestible stuff he's had too, which is crazy too, you know, to think that it's that out there and still he's still like changing, he's still switching up. But I don't know. That's another long-winded way of saying there's not much that we could really say about the tune besides I fuck with it. It's really you. And maybe just like if it was my tune, which it wasn't, because there was 3 or 4 things that I would resample and just use as the whole tune. That's my plague, is that I just always take something, one little thing that sounds really good, and you overuse it. Whereas you're just boom, running through them, running through, and I really respect that, because like 90% of this tune I would have resampled on its own and just done something with that, and you just like were like, nah, fuck it, let's go, nah, fuck it. So props, Mr. Tendril. I don't know, man. That's another way of saying it.
What can you say?
Yeah,
you know,
no,
it's
for
like
real.
It's like I'm saying all of these things, but it's like how many words can you say to say don't change?
Yeah.
You know?
And you know what it is? Like, you have a visual of like your space, right? You know, like, you know what space and space travel looks like, feels like, sounds like. This man is like, his visual is like Mandel-Bub, where it's like no one's ever seen shit like that. You know what I mean? And that's maybe his visual guide to his audio too, is like it's just based in a crazy reality, you know, where yours is like here and you're encompassing, myself included, I'm encompassing Foley effects from here. He's in fucking Mars sampling that shit, you know, like
other galaxies.
Dude, for real.
Like,
so it is.
But yeah, like
there's respect.
Just technical craziness, and like I wish I could. I'm gonna have to go back in here to eat candy because I know enough to know it's there. You know.
It was dope.
I am gonna have some food get delivered shortly.
Okay.
Feel free to like proceed through it whenever I have to take the call. Just like put me out of view, and like I'll come back and okay, I'm getting the call. So
let
like,
me know if you got to go too. I know you got work in the morning.
Oh,
this is
no,
gonna
it's fine.
fucking forever.
I'll return in a few.
Okay.
So,
All right, my guy. So we got Optic.
Hello.
We got Kyle Goldstein, Fosheim, Tyler, and Elevate. We got a steady squad to finish us off. Let's see, we got Mr. Optic doing us dirty, as always. Here we go. This man got some stamina. Superfly got crazy stamina. Holy. fucking outro got the special treatment. Your boy is killing it. That was Mr. Optic. Always, always, always a pleasure listening to him, man. That's technically, man, you know, you can't fuck with the dude. You can't fuck with the dude. So I would just say it had something to do with composition. There was literally like one bar that just didn't sound right transitioning into the kicks. Like it was, I don't know if it was just a little too short or what. Maybe you just needed to like duplicate the right here. Maybe just let that ride out a little bit longer. I was grooving, I was moving and grooving to it, and then it kind of just like built up out of nowhere. Maybe just like maybe it did it a bar too early too. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know if it's a full 4 bars or if it's 3 bars of build up. Something felt a little off. I don't know if that's you meant to do it. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. Cause like listen, it goes and then an uneven amount of bars, then it starts building up. You were grooving. Maybe a little bit longer of a build-up. That could help because I was grooving. And the song's not too long to begin with, so maybe you could just, you know, hit it like that, my friend. Hit it like that. Just stretch it out. The tune is so good, I'm not going to mind. You clearly know how to switch up the bass every 4 to 8 bars anyway. You did it even through the outro, so... We got Kyle motherfucking Goldstein up in the air. Let's go.
Hey, I'm really about to pop for real. You're not so chillin' off the top. You probably will get bodied still. Ill kind of an ill mind. People know I've been nice, but now it's time to get mine. Tough times, but I get by with music blasting in my eardrums, so nothing to fear, son. I really can't hear none of all the bullshit that you spewing, but you acting like a nuisance. But it ain't nothing new since everybody knew this. Ain't down for the movement, then deuces. True shit, I'm clueless. New phone, who this? Oh, you got new music? I don't give 2 shits. Just sitting on the bench, I'm a blue chip recruit kid. True shit, so bow down to the king. Can't last one fucking round in this ring, cause it's me, a real OG in the scene, and nobody do it like me. KGA. Just sitting on the bench, I'm a blue chip recruit kid. Oh, you got new music. Oh, you got new music. I don't give 2 shits. Just sitting on the bench, I'm a blue chip recruit kid. Oh, you got new music. Oh, you got new music. I don't give 2 shits. It's KG in Chronic. Solo shot right now. Just sitting on the bench, I'm a blue chip recruit kid. Oh, you got new music? I don't give 2 shits. Just sitting on the bench, I'm a blue chip recruit kid. Just sitting on the bench, I'm a blue chip recruit kid. True shit, so bow down to the king. Oh, you got new music. Oh, you got new music.
right.
We got our guest judge back too. Holy, bro. Oh, it looks like that one's released. That one's out.
An Optic tune. I'm gonna have to listen to that one again afterwards. But no, that was tasty. I came back for like the last probably half. I don't know,
Yeah.
enough to catch the switch up. Which I mean, chef's kiss. That was great. I can't speak much for like general composition or context, but like what I did here, I had very little issue with in any capacity. Maybe if anything, some of the like timekeeping top percussion could have been more present in the mix. I could tell it was there, but super quiet, like the shaker or hi-hat layer. Because those big basses were totally just on. And so maybe it's a sacrifice to make space in the mix for it, but I'm guessing that there's a middle ground where maybe those could still be brought up, because that sounded like there was a lot of space and it was very groovy, very pocketed. And I think just even if it's only brought up for the places that are really spaces where maybe a little bit more of that, like maybe it's only the ands, if it's like the let's say the hi-hats are on like a maybe it's like where it's a little bit more like dynamic. Every other is emphasized and louder on those, like on the ands basically. I think that would help. Like it grooves, but it could like groove, that was, I mean, again, like I'm telling you, like the hi-hats are too quiet. And it's like, if that's all I have to say about something, like I'd listen, I'd bump that all the time. Like I enjoyed that thoroughly. I heard the tail end of the bars and I will probably go back to listen for more because I really enjoyed that. But all I can say, maybe a bit louder on the hi-hats.
All right, that's nothing too, man, and that's I don't even know if that's his department, to be honest. Kyle's like the rapper end of it, so he's recently got his hand pretty dirty with production and stuff. So I don't know if this would go to you or maybe to Mikolai, who it seems like this was a collab with. I think is the producer here, so he might need the fill advice and stuff, but the vocals that you kind of like chopped up and used throughout the tune, maybe you could use some vocal effects on it. And I know you did towards the end, and that's when I really was like, oh man, I don't know if I'll even say this because I like the slowdown, I like the breakdown that you did, but I don't know, maybe it could also be the timepiece, because I was driving today and heard the fucking Weekend what is it, Black Mass or something, and those the vocal effects on that, I'm like, I've been really like craving that like punk rocky, gritty kind of like saturation, and you kind of screamed even on this tune, so maybe you could throw some kind of like just saturation more so on your voice. And if it's not Mikola that's doing it, maybe you could even get a fucking guitar pedal that does that kind of shit. You could run your voice through it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I bet like treating it like an instrument, some amp effects, a guitar pedal, like that'd be great.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have Guitar Rig. Native Instruments Guitar Rig is like chock full of stuff that can add that kind of crunch in 1,000 different ways, and just great presets that you don't even have to like touch, or really any guitar processing chain for that like characteristic distortion. But again, like it might be fine just as well without, like it
Yeah.
totally works.
Yeah.
It's like we don't always think of the voice as an instrument because we're like, oh, they're words, and it's like, but it is an instrument in the sense that it plays a role as part of the full band sound, so to speak. So, a lot of times we're processing in ways to like make them sound clean and clear and really airy and nice and upfront, and not to say that this should like go against that entirely, but it's like we're constantly trying to make our basses and other sounds sound like unclean and dirty and grungy and grimy, and the kind of music that when you say it's gross, it's a compliment, you know. I think the vocals and maybe it's not even like every phrase, you know. Maybe you have like I can't recall because I only heard a chunk of it, and I was just like, all right, headphones on, just time to bop. Like I have no time to get into this. Maybe if there's a shout, if there's like a part with like a big pause, like maybe that's where you have like just this, you know, turn the voice into like more of a just gravelly, growly, just like a rah, and then it goes into like a delay throw or some like, you know, go crazy with the effects, you know, starting with the vocal. Like maybe it's not on the whole thing all the way through. Maybe it's just a send and you're like toss.
That's true.
And then it's just this crazy like boom, ear candy.
Yeah.
And then it's like it's gone. And then you're waiting for it again. And it's like the next part where it's like the end of it and you got all the space. Or maybe it's like the very last phrase of the whole vocal and it's nowhere else, you know, because that was something that I watch a ton of Andrew Huang videos. Like not to like be promoting other people's shit, you know, but like I love all the things that he talks through because he gives all the like, and here's why I did this, and here's why I did it. Like it's purely an educational set of content. And one of the things that I really like would have never thought to do, it's like, you know, we're constantly like, oh, I'm going to repeat this section to give this thing musical context because repetition is so much of what we identify as a musical, you know, thing that separates it from just sound. You know, it's like the repetition validates it as music. But like little things here and there, those effects, like that's where you can do it like once and never again. And it's like, it just goes so far.
Yeah.
To just make it a special moment, you know. Maybe people listen to the whole track again to get to that part, you know.
Yeah.
And like you can't just like listen to it for just that because it's not just a drop. It's like you're so, and it's like just this you know.
Yeah.
And you're it's like you go like I'll go back to tracks for the tiniest of things. You know, maybe that's not how everyone does it. Maybe it's they're looking for a sing along, but that could be what, you know, it's like track is banging, track is good. This could be like what takes it to greatness. Definitely. Like who knows? You know,
what's stuck in people's head.
Yeah.
Nah, dude, that's huge. Yeah, I mean, if it's as simple as that too, just a couple of vocal effects and like just maybe even exploring your ability of what you could do, fuck it, man. Like try it. Why not? You know, if you have a vision in your head of where you want things to like repeat or ping pong or throw an effect on, like, hey man, more power to you. And I think it would amplify the live setting too, having stuff like guitar pedals and shit that you could like live loop or live kind of effect, you know. So
like honeycomb, but maybe less extreme.
Yeah, exactly, bro. But hey, man, go extreme if you want. Fuck it,
yeah.
Man. KG, I liked it. Yeah, that was a little tag that you threw in the beginning, bro. You're like KG, and I was like, oh shit, it's a newfound confidence I just felt in just a simple name change, just kind of shortening it up. I was like KG. Oh shit, all right, man. Let me listen. Full attention.
I mean, as a like. For who I am, hearing someone spit bars and then seeing Goldstein, like that gives me joy to the deepest levels. But maybe like, you know, it's like, I don't know that. And like, if you want to use that, like I love the name, but maybe the KG is because you can't be like, you know, it's like, unless you do want it, you know, it's just like Goldstein in the middle, you know, it's like to start off the track. Like I feel like that KG, it's like, Kevin Garnett has helped you make that a fierce and formidable acronym, you know. Like there will never be another Kevin Garnett, but like that's true. But it's like the tenacity that comes with KG. That's you true. Know, it's like that's like hit is gonna hit, you know. Yeah. But it's like as a tag. Right?
Yeah, no, that's why I'm so fucking hyped on E.T. Like E.T. because there's a fucking movie named E.T. and I'm like, yeah, E.T. My initials, they're famous, you know, like really. But I didn't do that. I didn't make them fucking famous. You know what I mean? Like, Get out of here, bro. But I feel you. I was trying to
Yes.
think of who's fucking KG. I'm like, I know there is a KG out there. But that
Yeah.
was a good call out, bro. But I like the
This-
Goldstein to go be in the roots. You know what I mean? You appeal to a whole different type of person. Fuck it.
Every kid at a bar mitzvah is just like, I want to, it's like, please make Goldstein like I want to hear a bunch of like people who aren't Jewish be like, I want to be like, it's like that just, that's on so many levels of just excellent. It's like the unexpected, it's like, like if you watch Dave, right? Lil
Yeah.
Dicky's show, it's like he's this, everyone's constantly doubting him and they don't expect it. And it's like that doubles the impact of when it's just like
When he's
impressive hot
skilled.
fire,
Like when
And
he
it-
spits, dude. Like he gotta respect him for that
Exactly.
skill, you know?
Like the name doesn't matter
Yeah.
at that, it's like,
Yeah.
and I mean, even his name, it's like Lil Dicky. It's like,
That's
if
true.
if Lil Dicky didn't spit bars and slay it, like we wouldn't be like, oh yeah, Lil Dicky. It's like,
Yeah.
so please, like
I can't be
Goldstein.
Garnett, but I could be KG.
like slay it.
I could be
you know?
KG. You instilling that kind of hope on young kids everywhere.
I love it. Like I didn't want to make any assumptions, but like respect from one member of the tribe to another. Bars of lyrics were not in the cards for me, but I experienced great joy that someone else out there.
I feel like this is a
Received
setup.
it.
I feel like you guys went on Birthright together or something. I don't know. You guys know each other from way back or something.
I've actually not been on Birthright,
No
and that's
way.
an insane thing to say. And it's like, how haven't you? Are you going to? And it's like every time I talk to someone who's like been on Birthright, and it's like, I mean, a guy from Birthright used to contact me every couple of weeks to see if I had changed my mind to like see. It's like, hey, and he would always introduce himself every time. He'd be like, hey, this is so and so from Birthright, and like I love that, like each time he did it got me closer and closer to being like, well, but at the same time, like I had never like reached a point. It's like I waited so long, and now it's like, am I ready to just like take a gap of that length, because it's like this journey to go and do it.
Oh, really? How long?
Not to totally deviate. Well, a lot of people, because it's like if you're gonna get a free trip there, you might as well extend it. That's a common thing to do. You can extend your stay over there.
Oh.
So a lot of people will do that, and because you get like, you get a whole experience when you're like on it. But then it's like I like to travel, so I'd probably want to stay there and kind of do my own thing and experience the local culture separately. But not to go down a tangent of Birthright, but point being, like I just think it's great. Like I by no means shy away from the name Goldstein. Like I love it. I know many Goldsteins that are good friends of mine. So
Great people, and you're the best rapper out of all of them, I think.
yeah, you're the only Goldstein I know who's got bars that aren't literal bars.
Oh shit, man! So I see Elevated here. I seen Omni Rock like recently. I don't know if we still got Fossine, but we're coming up on our last two, bro. If you want to get through Elevate and Omni Rock.
Oh yeah.
We've been
Wait,
going through some heat. I
do
know
we
you got
have
some food too, so I don't want to hold you up too long.
no Tyler?
I don't see him in here. And I'll call out Phosphor. I mean Fossine. I'm sorry. We got to Phosphor. I got Thick Boys up.
Yeah, it's true.
Did that one.
I
We
do
got
not see a in my chat anywhere, but yeah. I'm here.
All right, bro.
If I wasn't here on the stream, I'd be here watching the stream. Like you
No, but you're a marathon man, dude. You got some stamina, bro. We've almost gone 5 hours. I know you got food staring you in the face too, so we got two songs.
it's behind me. It's out of sight, out of mind. It's fine.
All right. Hey, fuck it.
No, like I didn't want to eat on your stream and like, give an unconsensual mukbang, but
Hey, we down. I mean, it might complement some of these tunes with some nice Foley effects.
Just make sure I chew on the grid.
Yeah, drip slap. Yeah. So slapping your lips, bro.
Yeah, let's ride it
Get
out.
through 'em. We got some 6 more minutes of tunes. Let's get it.
Well, the sun goes down on the heartland, and everyone finds their bed. But the blood that drips down from the heartland is wide awake and running red. And my sins, oh my sins, they keep rising. Drown me with forgiveness. When my chin, oh my chin, it keeps falling. I'm trying to hide, crying eyes.
And I won't fall, no I won't break. I know I'll see it through. With all my flaws and my mistakes, I know this love is true. No, I won't fall and you won't break. I know we'll see it through. It's in my heart, it can't be faked. I know you feel it too.
And I do not want to know all the reasons not to go, 'cause I'm just not gonna wait. And I do not want to see everybody look at me like they think they know my fate.
Might be one of my favorite, actually probably the favorite. I could confidently say that from Elevate. I think I heard, and you know, to hear it was your voice, like I almost don't believe it, because that was pretty much one of the main sellers on that. Because I was like, damn, this voice is nice, man. Whoever that is smooth. It's got a nice feel. I'm gonna figure out who he sampled. Then I asked you, and you're like, me. I'm like, you know what? I feel a little bit weird about how I was feeling in my pants a couple seconds ago before you told me that now. But I fucking really like the tune, and the one quarry that I might, if that's even the thing, if the one thing that I would have to say is when it breaks off into the vocals at the end, right? 2:14, I think it is. Like it just kind of like goes from the heavier vibe to like right to a low point. Not to say like, you know, disrespectfully, but right to like momentum wise, a kind of no movement. So it's kind of hard to bring it back up again. So I would say like maybe a impact or down sweep or something that would, like a crash cymbal, just something that fits really organically in there somewhere to help guide that downwards. I think that would make the whole track be at 100%, unless I missed something, because I was kind of just thrown away by a lot of things. So I mean, hey, if you got some stuff to say, please.
I have a few things. They're pretty minor. Again, like almost every track has been like super minor for the ones that are like, fully cooked, like what can be enhanced. Like
Definitely.
it was such a, I mean, that one is like, I mean, my favorite track of the night, because of its melodic composition. I mean, the songwriting in this was really nice. I appreciated that aspect of it. I think, from one perspective, you can say the first vocal sounding a bit more raw and maybe more discordant, less in key with the tune is like, uh, maybe it's intentional, maybe that's meant to be like, oh, this is kind of a live sound, because it did kind of feel like blending a band sound and purely a produced sound. But I think, um you know in terms of, being up to par with tracks that are getting a lot of radio play and like just really just popular stuff, and I think this is right on that caliber. Like this is, I mean, like this made me feel some shit, and that's great. If you can convey a feeling and any emotional response in your listeners, like, job well done.
Yeah.
We should all hope to do so. Um, but I think there were a few parts that, if you have access to something like Melodyne, it's just some minor changes. I would not say put something like auto tune on this. That I think would create too much of a robotic sound. Um, but I think a bit more, pulling a few of those notes that were maybe like, one semitone out of key, like pulling those in, would go a really long way to just making it sound polished and professional, um, like start to finish. I think I have almost nothing to say about anything that's like not a vocal element beyond like the impact that you suggested he put in. I think that's like great. Like I wasn't thinking that, but as you said it, I was like, that's like absolutely. I think both an impact and a crash would do well, so that there's like a bit of a low, a bit of a high, and it just cascades into that section.
Definitely.
And that's the other part I was going to talk about, because that felt kind of like a bridge almost, in terms of the section of the track. And I think, the vibe I got is this kind of feels like the section where the audience would be clapping. Like there were kind of some claps, but like double, quadruple down. Like gimme the big wide claps, and really, like really make the vocal stand out there. It felt like the vocal was too glued into the mix, where I wanted it to be more upfront. Because there weren't these big synths to compete with. That felt like the time where the vocal could have been like truly the star of the section, and even ride that out for the rest of the track. It almost, it could just kind of stay there, and maybe slowly, go back to being recessed, because the outro is not as intense in the bass and the synth sounds. It kind of goes back, but it's not so intense. So I think the vocal can stay a little bit more, like a little bit more forward and upfront in the mix, um, in that section, because there's so much breathing room there, and it's great. It's airy. It's this nice like release, um, and I think just giving that setting of like, oh, like I'm gonna clap, because I was like, I want to clap along to this, but like it was like missing that last bit that would have actually sent me to do so. But I was like, I want to do it here,
No,
but it's like it's not quite there. And I think
those
those
are the ones that tie the whole show together too.
Yeah.
The ones that are just like, oh, the confetti drop kind of ones too. The big, oh, the crowd, get them involved kind of thing. So yeah, that's a crazy way to put it too. Like in a weird, fanatic kind of live sense. Like that's what I would be looking for if that was the case. Yeah, commending your energy type deal.
Yeah, like you could, I mean, if you're playing this out in a set, like hop on the mic, be like, all right, now, like that's the part they kind of bring it quiet the section before, and then it like comes back into the, like, you're like, all right, clap, 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 and then they hear like impact in, and now they're clapping with the tune, and then it comes back, and then you probably go into like the next track, or maybe you double back and go into like the kind of chorus drop of the tune. Like, I think that would be a really fun thing for like an audience to be a part of the music and not just listening. but like I loved all of the melodic choices in this track. I thought the sound design was really interesting. The part where the triplet percussion came in towards the section, I think right before that break, was just like perfect. Like that was such a welcome change. The groove just got so, like it kept keeping me in it. Um, but you know, I think it's just that section could really be maximized, and then the vocal at the beginning sounding maybe um, a little too like out of pitch. Could just use some gentle nudging on a few notes, and then I guess if I'm gonna like really critique the vocal specifically, um, it's never going to sound like they're the same vocalist, and you don't want it to. I found like like his vocals to be great. Like that they were so on pitch, and like it like the tune all of a sudden felt like it was the stars aligned, you know, and it was just like so right from then on. But um, I think from like a mixing perspective, it felt like maybe the dynamics were different between like I think that the tone's going to vary, but I think you'd want the dynamics of the two vocals to be like very close so that the track doesn't like you don't have to worry about managing loudness of anything else. You just know, okay, there's a vocal here, there's a vocal here, and they're pretty much the same vocal range. But it felt like one was maybe quieter, or one maybe wasn't as compressed. And vocals can totally just be like, it takes a lot to overcompress a vocal. Because I think a lot of times we want to make it just part of the wall of sound. Um, and I think maybe just a little bit more of like, maybe they don't, if they're both being mixed into the same chain, maybe one needs a bit of a helper going into the group processing, or if they're not put through group processing, to have some group processing to glue the two together. Could go that extra step. If they're not both being sent into the same reverb or delay or whatever processing, like make sure both are in the same space. That will help with just cohesion of it. Like, you know, just tiny little vocals vocals are so hard to mix, and I'm not perfect at it myself. These are just things that like I know until I started doing them, there was always like this thing that I couldn't put my finger on of um like why the vocal mix didn't quite sound right. And then like someone was like, make sure you do this, make sure you do this, make sure you do this. If you still have like challenges, like, you know, let me listen to it again and I'll see what I can point out. But it's like I just like wasn't sending it through maybe the right chain of things that kind of every vocal recording needs to have at some point between recording and the final product. So
Yo, yeah, no, that's huge too. Just I didn't even think about the cohesiveness of it too, because that was something you picked up off right off the bat too. You're like, this is two different vocalists. I was like, oh shit, I didn't notice. I didn't even notice that because like I think by the time I asked him, he confirmed it was him or something, and then I just had the last one as the freshest memory too. But yo, I think like I just want to reiterate, I think that was one of my favorite Elevate tunes. Totally different. Your use of the voice is fire, man. So if you keep that up, it's said something in the description about that being from like 2014 too. So, dude, I don't think I've heard any of the tunes where you've sung maybe that clearly or that like for that being the forefront. So just maybe use some more of that too, dude. I think you know, lean into what you got. You got a very instrumental production style, so maybe the whole thing it's been missing this time is just that smooth, buttery voice, bro.
is that the first Elevate vocal that you've heard?
You know what? Like thinking back, I could have heard him over like more of what do you call it? Processed vocals. Maybe they were cut up in auto pans. Maybe they were just used as kind of like a, you know, like a side piece, side gig. But this was the whole focus was like I never heard vocal range like that from him. Let me just put it that way. You know, I never heard the deep Johnny Cash style singing. You know.
Yeah, because I mean, I would say like, you know, we know Elevate the producer. We love to hear it. We want to hear more of Elevate the vocalist. Like serenade me nightly if you would.
Oof.
Like
A folk
seriously,
singer
that
we've never had before.
that was so tasteful, and I just would like to hear more of that. And honestly, like if you like doing vocals and you wanna collaborate on something, I am always loving to work with new vocalists and different ranges and to
Yeah.
I would, if I heard that and someone told me like this is a vocalist who is just a vocalist, like I would absolutely want to work with them.
Definitely.
Because it just sounds like a voice that's good before all of the quote unquote makeup that we put
Exactly.
into with production.
Yeah.
And
something
like
lost in time almost, just raw, that kind of presence too. There's no, what do you call that? Soprano style, like, deeper style.
I think soprano is a higher pitch. I mean, there's bass and there's baritone, which are lower range.
Yeah, baritone.
I'm not sure
yeah.
the full. I don't know all the vocal ranges.
Well, it's higher than castrato, right? I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the ball shot off. Yeah,
Castration. oh,
So
bad.
you got your testes elevate.
Bad picture. Bad picture.
You probably got some fucking coconuts hanging from your goddamn your pants, bro.
Yeah,
Listening to that.
I'm seeing like I'm so down. I thrive off collaboration. I will hold you to those words. Elevate.
Oh, yeah.
I will be in touch.
Yeah, maybe we get a fucking beat off with those samples or something,
Ooh.
I was already halfway there when we were just playing it. I had to remind myself it's only Wednesday, Eric. It's only Wednesday. I mean, we are it is kind of Thursday now, so could be beat off territory. You never know.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, like, just yeah, I know, like, again, I've said, like, I kind of said a lot about a lot of these. I kind of am a long-winded talker. Surprise, surprise. But, like, this one, the reason that I'm going to, like, so much of an end pointing out, like, the few things that do stick out is because I want to listen to this again. I want to listen to it as its like best possible form.
Yeah.
Because it literally just is something I would put on a playlist and listen to like all the time.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. No, that's why I was almost like, as soon as it started playing into the next song, I'm like, oh, you released it already? Like, no, you could, there's like, 2 or 3 more things specifically that like impact. But I mean, there's not that many plays. I think you released it like 30 minutes ago. So, it's not like there's potential lost or you market it as releasing a day. So, I mean, I would say just like finish up a couple of those last things, maybe just that impact specifically, maybe some vocal stuff and then do like a whole fucking promo for it, because it's a really good tune, man. I think, like he said, I'll be looking forward to hearing it when it's like 100%, because that's when it gets the replayability, and I'm like, God damn, Elevate. All right, then I'm gonna show motherfuckers this tune, like that's the one that goes to. If you're like, which Elevate tune would you get somebody who's not into electronic started with? That one. You know?
Exactly. Like that's got so much appeal because it does so many things that are different so well. Like I want to hear it again, and I want to hear it sparkle more than it sparkles now, because it does sparkle already. Like literally the guitar plucks start and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna love this tune, and then it's like, oh, this other thing comes in, oh, this other thing, and then like I hear the Elevate vocals and it just was like, all right. We've peaked, no, like it just like, it's just a bop,
100%.
like vocals give a track so much more mass appeal. I'm someone who like struggles to like find good vocalists or I make a lot of instrumental stuff because I enjoy instrumental music, but I like vocal forward stuff too. And if I had that voice, like I'd be putting my vocals on every track, like,
for real.
100%,
Definitely utilize that, bro.
I would accept a vocal sample pack just as well. Like it's just like I'm jealous,
Well,
if nothing else.
hey, we had a whole conversation. We had a good conversation today about the whole not envious about other people, and then we had to sit here and listen to fucking 3 hours of music too. But I mean,
Gotta listen to myself.
We're one away from the mountaintop right now. We got Omni Rock to bring us on home, bro. And then I mean, there's definitely some replayability in this in today's episode, bro, because we've been going 5.5 almost. So let's get Omni Rock going. Let's see. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. I got a flight to catch in like 6 hours now.
Oh shit! Yeah, let's get to it.
We've been. Thick Boy for sure. That was like chunky from the start to the end, man. It was like even just looking at it, it was just a big old chunker, man. I thought there was some moments of kind of like tension release, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm not sure.
I kind of got lost in the sauce. So I mean, 4 minutes just almost flew by like that. So I don't know, man. If there wasn't that much tension being pulled in and out, maybe just some moments of kind of chillness, to throw in there, especially towards the end. I think you could utilize just that vocal that you have going on, either by changing it a couple times or like just having that shine through and alleviate some of the tension, and then things drop back in after like four bar, or even less than 4 bars, like half a bar. You cut things out when tension is really high. It goes like really dramatically to that fucking angelic voice you got, and then hits on the snare or something, like a hit an offbeat. I think it could use a little bit of I don't know what that would be, but like juking out, you know what I mean? Thinking that the kind of fake outs, I guess. But yeah, what would you want to maybe say some things that might refresh what I got to say too?
Give you some more thoughts, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think my first thought was along the tension release lines. I think compositionally, the right choices were made in terms of pulling things out, and when the peaks were, when the parts that were maybe less high energy that still came through because of the percussive variation. I think that sold the changing energy level. But I think maybe just a couple of quieter sections, even if it's just half a bar, right before, maybe it only happens twice in the whole tune, and it's like these two tiny places where it just gets a little quieter. If you do want to keep that just we're at 12 the whole time, I think just a little bit of contrast goes a very long way, and also makes it, again, in a live context, a track that is so full. I'm not going to do anything with this except play it out in a DJ set, and that's totally fine. But maybe, depending on the context of usage, you could have some sections where you have a bit of a break. Maybe it's 4 bars, maybe it's 8 bars. You don't have to go full liquid. I don't think that fits the tune, because it's like there's no room for liquid. It's like the liquid would evaporate, the track's so hot. But I think that bit of tension release would be nice. I think this one, the first second of audio, maybe the same thing as we've said about 1 or 2 other ones, could just a bit more of a fade in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think you could at least give me 0 to 60 real quick, not 60. I think just, even if it's the first 3 seconds of the tune, have a few elements that are pulled out, or a couple things are faded in. It absolutely grabbed my attention, demanded it, and I think that works well for the track. But maybe just a bit too, again, if you're listening to this, it's between 2 tracks, you don't know what's coming, you can't really catch it in time for the first second. I think that's a good thing to do, to save the speakers, give it just a smidge of a ease in.
Yeah.
I don't get a lot of warm up in this track, but half, a little bit.
No, yeah, that would be. I think that's kind of what it needs. Maybe a little smooth into the, and just that vocal goes on for a little bit too. I know it's carrying a lot of the track too, but maybe it could be switched up by the time it hits the second drop, because I know it's a pretty main focus, but even if you do subtle little things, I think it would help guide the track along and guide the momentum of the tune, starting right from the beginning too, because it kind of just it comes in like that and then rides like that for the rest of the way. But yeah, maybe you could just be that in the beginning, or I don't know, some kind of deconstruct what you already have, because I like what you got, but like you said, it just starts off kind of at 50%, and you got to kind of hit the ground running where it has the bones to build up, I think.
Yeah. And with the vocal, I know you said a couple things about it, maybe a nice way to play with it a bit. Um, do a bit of like volume automation or chop up the clips so it gets a little like, instead of just this smooth it's more of like a like cut out some parts so it feels like it's, if you have something like Shaper Box, just literally something that's like an on off switcher, and with a little bit of reverb so it's not like a hard cut, and then just have that be like the variation that you choose for whatever little bits that you throw it in, but something that, because it's such a like, I'm grooving the whole way through, you could totally fit like a pocketed vocal in and out where it goes from being this background thing to like, now it's background but it's in the pocket, not just ambient, and then it comes back out and now it's back, like that. It sits super well, I think, but it's optional. Like, there's already a ton of variation. It doesn't need to happen, but like, it could work out.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's pretty much open to anything at that point. I think that's what's good about it. It's open ended. There's not much that I think was already done, so there's a lot of room for doing whatever you want, vocal manipulation, and whatever kind of effects work. Maybe even if it's just as chill as auto pan, man. I heard a song the other day that was nice stutter, nice fucking auto pan. It was just classic auto pan, and it was just like, I'm like, damn, this sounds fucking good. It's like, it reminded me of the first time you open up Ableton, the first couple times, and you figure out what that LFO does, and then you put it on a lot of things, but besides the bass, because you're trying to make some dubstep wobbles, and then you put it on the fucking vocals, and it's like, oh, it kind of sounds cool, when you start throwing auto pan on everything. So maybe just it's as simple as that. Maybe do some things that you used to do with vocals, or look up some tutorials on what to do and, base it off that. But, I mean, it's pretty open-ended at this point. I think you got a lot of room to do what you want. It was a dope tune, 4 minutes, too, so you got a lot to work with. A lot of landscape.
But it didn't feel long. I wasn't like,
no,
I can't wait for this to end, know? It was like, it stayed engaging for that time,
yes,
which,
sir.
like, it doesn't happen automatically. Like, you gotta do a lot, and a lot was done.
Yeah. 4 minute tune, just sometimes if it drags on,
Yeah, for like sound, for being so sound designy. Normally that's like, oh, like a jam band tune could go on for 12 minutes, or like techno could go on for 9 minutes, right? Yeah. It's not easy to do for a track of this style, like to with that up tempo, like, that's probably like pushing like 150 bars of composition, and like, that's a lot.
That's a lot to fill up without sounding monotonous, like, and boring. So, I mean, you did a real good job at just keeping us on our toes, so I think we were like kind of just focusing on minor things of the tune instead of the big overall picture. There's just a couple little points, like 160 bars. You're close, bro.
Close.
You're fucking close. Over, under, I think you would have won it, though. 150.
Press the right rules. I'm safe.
Yeah, you're safe, bro. You're safe. So, I mean, maybe a little bit of breaking in the tension using the vocals, or using some atmospheric kind of like, like choir sounds, like, oh, and then it just cuts back in. I think Noisia was really good at that with some of their tunes, and this has kind of got the same vibe too. So, I mean, it's never, you could line up one of your tunes with the greats, have it in the same project file, and just see what what those kind of moments entail, because a lot of their tunes have like dramatic, cinematic fucking breaks, and then it will just cut right back in, and you have the elements for it, I think, right here, and that's why it reminded me of it. But it just needs to be like honed in a little bit, like a little bit of tension here and there. Maybe cut out some of the basses and have it like chopped up, like a chopped and screwed, like like the bass only kicks in when the kick is happening, or some weird stuff like that. But I mean, it's all pretty much experimental, is what I'm suggesting. I'm just guess I'm saying just get a little bit weirder with some of the elements, and it's ready to be a 4 minute long tune, But yeah, that's I mean, it's dope. We've got nothing but heat tonight.
This has been, I mean, it's always heat. Like, every week it's like, well, of course, you don't want to say, well, of course, because everyone's constantly like having to work for it. But like, I love tuning into these, even if I got nothing to share, which like, well, I don't think has ever been the case. But even if I didn't, I would still tune in to like listen to everything because everybody's got the gas.
Yeah.
And that's like, we talked about, you're not even someone who makes music. You could still be amused by the stream because you've got creators that you probably haven't heard of. Like, you got some names that aren't like household names, and you'll discover some cool
Very
tunes.
true.
And maybe I'm sure somebody doing these beat offs, somebody in Gert Gang, like somebody's about to just blow up real big that like, who knows who it is? It's a roll of the dice. It could be anybody. Like we got a lot of people working hard, making real good stuff. And like, it continues to motivate me to like I was ready to take my foot off the gas after like the start of January, but it's like these streams and like this community, and it's seeing that like there are other people who are just as like pedal to the metal with it, that just like it's motivating. Like it compounds on itself, and I love to see it.
Definitely. Yeah. No, it was easy, especially these last couple months and stuff. It was easy to like, just get complacent, chill. Things might be going back to normal too. So things aren't like, we're not like streaming has gone down, the numbers have gone down and stuff. So I mean, but the core squad, the numbers of the music submissions and shit, that hasn't gone down. The beat offs are some of the most popular days. So I mean, those, like, we're harnessing the producer corner, and even like you said, I guess people who aren't producing but just like to stick along, fans of the music, want to hear, put their ear to the ground and just kind of see what's coming up, because that's what's been so refreshing to me too. I can't say I haven't heard of a lot of people that are going to be popping in a year or two, because they came through, and even if it was one time, just submitted a tune or said, oh, it was a collab with somebody in here. So I mean, dude, it's whether it be electronic, whether it be fucking whatever Elevate was making today, or Omni Rock had like guitars in there or something, like even his D&B was a little bit different. So I mean, whatever fucking genre we end up calling it, bro, it's been a good one, honestly. It's been real. I can't believe we got all this heat coming to us, and yeah, man, you're included in that, bro. Thank you for like being here for like 6-7 months, I guess your sub is at. You've been a OD supporter since the jump, and motivation too, like to keep on keeping on.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like I've gotten a lot from the, it's like, yeah, like, all right, throw some bits, whatever, but like it's like I've gotten a lot of non-monetary things out of being a part of this, and so that's like, there are only so many ways that you could show appreciation, for something. And so it's like, of course I'm going to do it because like I would like to, it's like paying it forward, spreading the love, whatever you want to call it. It's just like in reality, like when I say in reality, I mean like outside of the internet, like when you enter a new place or somewhere new, like say start a new job, say you move to a new town, right? Like you're in unfamiliar territory, and you don't always like feel welcome from the get-go. And I think this, like this stream, this Discord, like I have like from literally, like I get on the stream from a raid and I'm like, oh, like, can I participate? Like, I don't think I can participate in this because I've never done anything like it before. And it was like, can I do this? And I was like, I don't expect them to say yes. Why not? Let me ask. And then it's like, of course, why not? And it's like, you don't get that everywhere. So,
hey, well, I mean, it's
like,
been
cheers.
I mean, we get people like you, that's you gotta, as much as weird stuff we've had to deal with too, it's been reciprocated tenfold in the right direction too. So, I mean, you gotta kind of follow the good, the good feeling. You got that good gut feeling. There's like, some sacrifice that needs to be made. Oh well, bro. Like this has been, I think, a high point in like the whole music career, even though this isn't really technically the music part of it, you know, like it's been pretty eye-opening and shit. So I don't know, to even just have people submit the tunes, do my job for me almost, and then you know, to have it come through to where we have like good conversations or just meet some good people, man. It's fucking worth it 100 times over, dude. And yo, really though, thank you for being a part of it, dude, because you've been a major like active figurehead. You know, I'm not just talking about the monetary, like just you being in here saying, oh hey, what's up, and like being these inside jokes and shit. It's you know, I appreciate it, dog. So it's been real.
We gotta offset Dildo Boy. Like we can't all be Dildo Boy. That's no way to live.
Oh man, but we gotta accept the Dildo Boys when
Yes.
they come too. You know, these freaking these butt nuts.
They're out there. They're out there.
Bro,
you know,
they're out there, bro.
I know, you know, I'm looking at this food. I'm smelling it now. I know you got a flight in, like, counting probably on one hand pretty soon number of hours. But if you would like to be sent off stream with a very chilled tune, I do have something I can share that is, you know, not been heard. I did describe it earlier in the stream. This is the I mentioned I think I found a vocalist that like I didn't have to pay to work with, but like they had great vocals and found them through another community. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I talked about this on Blake's stream like pretty recently. I did his artist night thing last week, so got a little bit of a warm up of, you know.
No,
so if I didn't mention it, then well, this is the bit of context for that. But here's what's the best way to send it?
You want to throw it on Discord?
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
I got our DMs open right now. Is this the one that you asked to work with in the group of like 200-300 people, and she just
yeah, with just the Discord
or something. I don't know. It was like a stream that you said. You mentioned that you did mention something before. It was like the first E minor song you worked in or something.
It's a major key tune, but no, the Discord itself, like this is this dude's a Discord like partner. What is his server's got like 10,000, some stupid number of like thousands of people in it. It's massive, but no, the number was like the average like stream views. He's on right now. Very Handsome Billy. I think I suggested you rate him before.
Right. What's his name? We'll fucking rate him. Fuck.
Very Handsome Billy.
Very Handsome Billy.
Yeah. It's a great stream. He goes on super late at night. Which makes it challenging for, you know, East Coast time zones, but we're all a bunch of insomniacs or just people staying up late. So, I mean, I think and right now dude's got 469 on there I'm seeing. So, he's in no need of a raid. I was actually going to suggest raiding Datsun, who's got like the sample flip stream going on right now.
Okay.
And I would actually, you know, it's like let's contribute to the lesser of bunch if you're willing to.
And I remember him. I pulled up his shit. I remember Very Handsome. But no, I'll pack up a bowl. We'll fucking listen to this ID nostalgia. And who did you say? Like, what's his name? Datsun? Is it
Datsun Music? I'll send you the
okay.
the link to his stream, or you could just it's Datsun DATSUNN Music.
Okay.
Is the stream channel. But yeah, so this tune is like you know, I can only hope that I'll get to continue to work with this vocalist in such a casual way, because like I don't think they understand that they're like a talented unicorn, you know, like it's like someone who just started putting their stuff out there randomly and like I kind of snatched. It's like, ooh, pluck. Let me like let's do it, you know. So yeah, it's very, very. This is gonna be the opposite in terms of energy. Like we're at 12, we're gonna come back down, you know, ride off into the sunset, take a trip down memory lane.
Beautiful. We'll go to the jacuzzi and hot box real quick. We'll see what it's good. ID nostalgia +3.
1, 2, 3. I sit on the grass. Your face is all around.
I was over here. I kind of spilled my weed as I was listening to the tune, and I didn't even remember. Honestly, by the end of it, I didn't even care to remember because that was a vibe and a half, man. So did you just like kind of add the drums and kind of that kind of stuff? You said it came with the guitar and her vocals.
Yeah, it was guitar and vocals that I got. I did a bit of time correction on the guitar, but zero pitch correction on the vocal. She just had a real nice organic tone.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, all right, I want to get that, cozy, warm feel. Like I didn't want to take away from the stripped back, like, singer-songwriter kind of vibe by adding other instruments. Like I wanted to underscore that feeling. And so, I gave it the kind of jazzy acoustic drums, a lot of brushed percussion, and then texture wise, I thought it would be a nice like subtle thing to follow the lyrics in terms of the Foley that I used. So, there's lyrics about talking about grass. So the first part of the tune has some walking through the grass. And then it moves into like talking about like nice weather and sunshine. And so then you get birds chirping and, feeling like a nice summer day. And then it talks about midnight. And so then there's like nighttime ambience. And then there's talking about skating around the park. So there's like a skateboard rolling by. And then actually like on one of the snares, there's like the landing of a skateboard. And then a lyric about time. And so then I have a little like TikTok noise that ping pongs towards the end of the tune. And so like this layer of texture is like telling the story of the track, which doesn't really follow the like it's not a pop song. It doesn't follow the like, verse, chorus, whatever that it doesn't follow the equation. It's just kind of like it's just a statement that doesn't repeat itself, but it tells a story. And I wanted to underscore that with the ambience of the tune. So I added that stuff, the drums, and then the little like bright like chords that come in kind of like here and there, like in a couple places. And there's some kalimba contact instrumentation with a counter melody to the guitar and vocals. So you hear kind of like some ba 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 really softly. It's like all that stuff is very like behind the vocals, behind the guitar. So it's not like demanding your attention, but it's aiming to add to the overall picture.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, super quiet because I like put it in there. I decided I didn't want to have it even that audible, but I kept it just above the noise floor. There's like a little flute that kind of comes in towards the end. If you're not listening for it, it's very possible you just don't hear it because you're listening to everything else. But that's like I have now described literally everything I added like that, and then a sub that follows the guitar. So it's like I'm coming off of making these crazy storytelling tracks that have like 100 tracks because of stupid layers of texture and percussion and thick drums and all this other stuff, to just like the whole project might have been like 25 tracks. And that's with like one sound per track. It's not like it's not like a 25, but like I've got a track that's got like 12 different sounds at different points in time. It's very simplified. So that was my approach. I didn't want to overdo it because it's very easy to get like coming from electronic stuff like, oh, I'm overproducing stuff intentionally.
No, it's easy to pull back is nice too. I've noticed actually some of my really good friends from the bass music, as soon as they try to do something poppy, I guess not all of them, but a good amount of them, like they just strip things back and then they make some of the best music they heard, like just a very simple 808, one other element and a clap or something. I'm like, oh shit, this is you, bro. This sounds like it could be on the radio, Meanwhile, their bass stuff is like, like just, it's almost like they're learning to get bite off more than they could chew, but right, I don't know, not to speak for anybody, but I just, I would say their pop stuff comes through way crispier than the bass stuff sometimes. Maybe because it's easier, simple, pulled back, you know?
It's just it's a different style, that's why it's like someone who listens to only pop music and produces only pop music and mixes only pop music. Like, you can't make the same decision. Like, I started out that mix making the same choices that I was making with like the recent tunes, like electronically, and I got some feedback that kind of exposed the flaws of like I mixed this like a hip hop track and it wasn't. So this is after a round of edits that pulled back on the percussion, like the kick and snare, and they're already still a little bit like centered in terms of the mix, but they were even more like, those transients were poking through a bit more, and it's like you want those to be behind, like on a stage, the drummer's at the back of the stage.
That's true. Yes.
So
yeah, it's different types of genres.
So
different
different,
music.
so different.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, well, it's a good little approach to do too. Just exercise, if not figuring out your sound. Like I think it takes us all trying it out to fucking make it to know if we want to do more of it or not, man. But you kind of have a good style that would complement this, even if you did, I think, put it over a more complicated thing. So, I mean, to have you strip it back and it be this is really good too. So, I mean, you're a G with collaboration, like someone gives you some fucking vocal samples. Oh man, it seems like it's over,
I like one of the tracks on my EP was like leftover vocals from sessions sent me like a 6 to 7 minute recording of just verse on verse for the SVS track. And I was like, dude, this is great, but I can only use like a quarter of this. Do you mind if I like put this in another track? And he's like, nah. It's like, yeah, it was 6.5 minutes long. That took me 6.5 minutes. It's like the man is a monster. And so like, I just had extra vocals and I was just like, all right, time to make another track, around this vocal. So it's a fun exercise. It's different, but it's like, I enjoy the variety because I'm like, that's where I get ADD, is not like within a project, but between projects, I crave the variety. So I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but
no, man, I think that was a really dope one to leave us off on too, because it was like just a lullaby, that's another one we could hear on the radio. You and Elevate would probably make it something that would end up on radio-esque vibes, so I mean, hey, vocalists beware,
hopefully soon.
Let's go, bro. Man, yeah. But yo, it's been almost creeping up on 6 hours now. 5:45. Yeah. You might be the longest one. I'm gonna double check it tonight. But
stamina.
Yeah, stamina galore, bro. You've been killing it. I wish I didn't have to dip out so quick, but quick. 6 hours is quick. Yeah. No, but yeah, gotta finish up some shit. Back to running around once we dip. But I seriously appreciate the vibes. Appreciate all the fucking feedback you gave everybody too. That was like a big chunk of your brain you put out there today too. Like a 2-hour conversation we had before that. So big ups, man. I seriously appreciate you, and look forward to continuing this thing. And we still got episode 69 coming up in like a couple months at this point.
In the not so distant future.
Yeah.
It looks like Datson's gone, so maybe let's hit Toe. Stream 50, momentous occasion.
There it is. Perfect, bro. I didn't know who to raid.
Yeah. All right.
Well, all right, yo, seriously, bro. Thank you for this.
Pleasure.
Thank you for sticking around. You're seriously a rare breed, bro. Sticking around for the whole time. 5:45 to be exact. Yo, you're a monster. We'll go share the love with Toe.
Yes.
Everyone, go make some noise for Super Fried. I'm gonna put his. What would you rather have? Your SoundCloud linked up?
I actually have a link tree.
Okay.
Like, I it's like one of the few things branding wise that like I did right or like decide. It's like I barely post it places, and like I don't spread it around like wildfire. But I'll toss it in the chat here.
Definitely, please do, man.
So if you care to check that stuff out, I've got links to all the relevant things in there. But yeah, let's have a safe trip.
Thank you.
And
You as
I
well,
hope
man.
the show
You as
goes
well.
well. And one of these days, I will see a show in person.
Yo,
It will
absolutely.
happen.
Maybe we'll play a show.
will
Who
happen.
knows? Who knows?
Oof.
If you feel like breaking it out of the bedroom.
We'll
Know
see.
what I'm
We'll
saying?
see.
All right, my guy. Seriously,
All right.
thank you again. Peace,
Yeah.
everybody. Thanks for sticking around. Love you, bro. Peace. Okay. We're gonna go raid toe. Thank you guys. Appreciate everybody. We'll probably be tomorrow with the beat off. We'll still be here. Tomas is gonna be holding it down. I'm gonna be doing it from Florida, so things might be a little different. But let's go make some noise in here. Peace.
Girth gang. Girth gang, bro.
This is all just a very elaborate scheme. Get photos. People wearing socks. Yo, Brightside with the raid and a host. It's a girth group. The girth group, guys. And with a sub. Hold on, we gotta pause. We gotta